Good morning. Hello, hello, hello. All right. I have a great stream planned for you today. Today's stream will be very philosophical, so definitely not going to be one of those popular streams. But it's a good stream. It's going to be a good stream, okay? Hope you guys are having a good day. All right, now I'm gonna go ahead and pause this music in 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so this stream today is heavily inspired by you guys, comments that I've received, and also as we, prepare to get into 2026, we want to reset ourselves. We want to do the basics for the beginning of the year. I'm going to move us through, why racism bad, why misogyny bad, and I'm going to move us through the basics because I think sometimes we're all confused about our relationship to each other and the work and what we're doing and why we show up here. And I think it's important for us to reset and refoundation the why. Why do we believe what we believe? Why do we show up? Why do we exist? Why do we stay alive? All that good stuff. And I think it will help, especially since this channel is growing slowly but surely. New people are joining. New people are not exactly aware of what's going on, what's the language we're using, and what's the point, and what's the difference of expressing something that's personal to us versus something that's philosophical. When I talk about philosophy, right? We do philosophy through pop culture here. When I say philosophy, I'm talking love of wisdom outside of self. I'm not just talking about the micro belief surrounding our consciousness and how the capital we or the capital I, examine the world and have opinions. Like the I that is Brittany that prefers strawberries over bananas is not the philosophy that I'm talking about. So when I say today we're going to have a philosophical stream, I'm saying the I that is Brittany that prefers strawberries doesn't have a place in this conversation. Because the I that is Brittany that prefers strawberries over bananas, that's about the micro. That's zoomed in. We want to zoom out. We want to zoom out to the point where the I that is Brittany that prefers strawberries is no longer, I can't see her, I can't smell her, I can't hear her, she doesn't even exist, right? She's not even perceivable. And that is the lens in which we call the macro. Okay, so we zoom in from the micro to the macro to the macro to the micro. And this is all very exhausting to most people. This sounds like, when I talk about philosophy in this way, to a person who doesn't like philosophy, it's like me making content about black holes. And they're like, girl, you know what I mean? This is a true special interest. And I understand that this special interest, this thing that I love, is just not that interesting to most people. So what I try to do in my work is I try to take things that are interesting to people like drama and gender war and racism and, politics. And I try to remind us that, these things do matter on the micro and are just the reality on the macro, right? Because sometimes, we'll get comments like that person who showed up at my stream yesterday was like, Brittany, why do you only talk about, what do they call it, guys? What do they call it? Identity politics instead of systems of politics. And I was like, well, this is a philosophy channel. They're like, actually, everything is politics. Actually, politics is a construct created by humans and maintained by humans. And actually doesn't actually need to exist in the way that we, engage with it, but does literally exist because of the way we engage with ourselves. But thank you. Okay. So, and then I blocked them and they came back and called me a bitch. So just for the record, okay, so good times, okay? I think it's really hard to be a good person. And I think it's really a testament to the way the world is, how much of us are still on that journey of why is the world this way? And we have to understand that it is this way because we are this way. We are a reflection of the world at large. All of us are participants. So I want to start off with something simple and kind of gear us up slowly through today's stream. It's going to be a long, short one, which means I really want to slowly go through the points with you today. And just explain to you that ultimately, the thing that I've had to accept on my own journey is exactly what I'm trying to explain to you. But like, life is like tiny contradictions. Everything about existing is a contradiction, right? Everything about right and wrong is a contradiction. It's gonna feel like you're being a hypocrite, but I want you to get to the point where your hypocrisy is actually not hypocrisy. It's just a fluid, harmonious, joyful contradiction. So in Tao Te Ching, number 78, paradoxical truths, okay? Nothing is gentler than water, yet nothing can withstand its force. Okay, think about the visual. Think about what I'm saying. Nothing is gentler than water. Okay, but think about the force of it when it drags kids at summer camp into its arms and murders them. Literally, if you want to think of water as a living force, think of all the people that died with the floods that just happened in America. Think of all the tsunamis that have happened, around the world. Think about it as this living force. It is the most beautiful thing. It is literally what we need to survive. We need water. And yet water is also this thing that comes into our lives and steals our children away from us, murders our grandmas and grandpas, comes in and floods our homes, takes away our possessions. Okay? Water is this like beautiful, important, necessary thing, and is also the most deadly thing. Okay? Likewise, nothing compares to the Tao. By it, the weak defeat the strong, and the flexible conquer the rigid. We talk about flexibility. Be open-minded, but don't let your brain fall out. Okay, you want to have a black and white, right and wrong with certain types of values, but have the flexibility to upgrade those values. So the rigidity is what keeps you conservative. Conservatism is rigidity. Okay, it looks like stoicism, but stoicism is understanding your thoughts and beliefs and emotions and appropriately reacting. It's not walling yourself off, right? So the flexible conquer the rigid, right? Everyone knows this is true, but how few put it into practice, okay? Monks and priests are often the worst sinners. Think about it. We know this to be true. Life is all of these just like revolving cycles. It's the same thing every time. Nothing is new. Nothing happening now is new. Nothing happening now is new. Nothing happening now is new. I know that's really hard for people to process because in many ways, we are examining and existing in the firsts. The first Black president, the first gay marriage, the first this, that, this. So it feels new. But even within like an understanding of what new is, there's nothing new about marriage. There's nothing new about rights. There's nothing now new about subjugation. There's nothing new about imprisonment. There's nothing new about liberation. It's all the same, right? Police officers and lawmakers are often the worst criminals. Often the people that stand and claim they want justice are often the most corrupt. This happens in activist communities. This happens with people with uniforms, right? Truth is often paradoxical. Truth is often paradoxical. You have to keep that in mind as we go through today because there's always going to be this want, this drive in us, especially those who find my channel, to want something more than this. Right? More than this, more than the gender war, more than the conversations we have, more than who cares about anyone, XYZ, fresh and fit, this, that, this. Like you want more than that. But the wisdom is understanding that this is where we're at. That this is just as important as everything else. That everything is just as important as something else, but how you have a relationship to it will degrade or enhance. Okay? How I have a relationship while watching drama on the internet will change the outcome of my life and others. It's how we engage. It's why I've even challenged myself to, engage in a particular way because I know I came to the internet after taking a long break thinking I'm going to come with all this philosophical knowledge. I'm going to share the levels. I'm going to do this whole thing. It didn't work. It didn't work. It doesn't work. And that's why I say a conversation between fives should be silence because there really is nothing to talk about. The talking and the interest and the curiosity comes from that in which you acknowledge you don't know. And so you seek to find. But the best ways for me to prove my work is correct is to use people who are like twos, right? And fives who are curious. But like if you're in five framework, like truly in five framework, you're vibing, dude. But in two framework, you really allow the knowledge to show because you really get to hold yourself accountable with your wrongness. It's within the two framework of thinking the earth is the center of the universe. that we actually get to answer the real questions. And I know that sounds so like ironic, right? What was the point of going on this extrospection journey to get to 5 if you were just going to go back to 2? You're not going back to 2. Okay, you're hopping into the bubble to have the conversation, hopping back out of the bubble to go to 5 to examine the reaction to the knowledge you discovered, right? 5's curious, want to know the truth. 2's understand truth in relation to planet Earth being the center of the universe. So if you're religious as an example, and I understand as much as philosophy sounds kind of woo-woo to a lot of people, I mean, we really live on a planet where people are literally government officials talking about God. So I think you guys can all suspend belief for a second and just go along with this, okay? So you believe in a God, and that God is what? It's rooted in a history of a figure of a person that none of us knew, but hear stories about. And the stories have so much power that we built civilizations off of these stories. Story is all a human needs to move forward, but we need a deeper relationship with that same story to have a better relationship with our extrospection, right? Okay, so I got this comment from somebody, and they said, the thing that gets lost in these conversations is the individuals. Okay, so just FYI, this was a comment on my video I posted yesterday from stream about Calloway. Is that his name? Galloway? What's his name? The bald white guy who's half Jewish, half Italian or something. Scott Galloway, that one. Okay. He said, the thing that gets lost in these conversations is the individuals. I do not care about racism or sexism or patriarchy or any other system aggregates. At the foundation of all of these is people with their desires and experiences and their beliefs and behaviors. It's not about caring about men. It's about real life individual men in your life. It's the care strata starting from people closest to you all the way to the universe. It's the primary reason I find this channel so engaging. You seem like someone who actually enjoys their life. I watch it to see if I can glean some insight into going from getting through life to enjoying it. But then I see these moments when you get bogged down by these petty, for the lack of the better word, arguments, and I realize you are also human. It's like watching the Buddha get into an argument with his girlfriend. I don't even know why I typed this out. I guess it's just me trying to work through what is meaning to truly being joyful. First, I just want to say that this, to me, is somebody who wants to know, right? In the most philosophical sense, this is an amazing philosophical, like, tormented individual, right? And there is a typical, and I'm not saying this person is that because I don't know this, but there is a type of boy that tends to find my work that really wants to know. And I find them to be the most interesting, to be honest with you, because they also seem to be the most stunted. Because they're looking for something I can't give them. Because the thing they're looking for is the thing that it's the thing nobody wants to admit. The Buddha was infamously known for leaving his family to go meditate in the mountains. Gandhi slept with people in bed to, challenge his chastity, right? The White Lotus isn't as fucking deep as you think, where it was wise just because they're old. Podcast coming soon. Avatar: The Last Airbender, podcast coming soon. Brittany Simon isn't a wise, all-knowing person. She's a girl who's a Taurus, We are just people on a planet seeking wisdom and being curious. There is no magical anime arc you're about to watch to, lock in. There's no amount of Uncle Iroh quotes or anime edits that's going to make it all click. There's only you examining the self and existing in the world. And the hardest part of it is recognizing and having the humility to realize, this is it. This is life. This is life, right? Now, I want to challenge my chat right now who says, I was going to say the comparison to Buddha is crazy, bringing up the Buddha as odd. No, it is perfect. It makes perfect sense. I am the Buddha, and the Buddha is me. We are all the Buddha. The Buddha is not special. The Buddha is not unique. The Buddha is a Buddha. No, this is a great philosophical comment. And I know for those of you who might be trapped in thinking this is just another person on the internet writing a comment, this is a philosophical person. This person is trying. They're just landing short, right? But this person, when I saw this comment, I was like, oh, he's serious. He's really trying to figure it out. This is a serious comment to me. From a philosophy girly, This is one of the most serious comments I've gotten in a long time. Right? But the problem is they run into the same problem that we all do, which is thinking that the answer is magical. The answer is beyond the world. The answer is, and it's like, this is such a serious comment to me because this person has the potential to like really get it. But will they? And this is always the question. This is a little bit like when Dr. K told Alex O'Connor, like, you're going to get it. I don't know that to be true. And I don't know if this person's going to get it either. But I'll tell you this. The people that have struggled the most to get it, they really do seem to be the people who forget that it's both. Both things are true at once. Yes, it always comes down to the individual. And yes, systems matter. Yes, it is like watching the Buddha argue with his girlfriend. And yes, the Buddha argues with his girlfriend. These things have to be true at once. That's why Uncle Iroh, in some spheres, is a failed old man who's a failed military leader who's fat and lazy and drinks tea every day. Or he's the beastest of all beast men with the biggest muscles and best firebending and six-pack abs, fucking one arm, fucking, you know what I mean? And that's the point. We're both things. We're both things. We're both things. Right? Chad says, I think to them, it feels like them putting you on a pedestal though. Yeah, which is so human, right? We watch these people, we're looking for leaders, we're looking for wise people, and I'm used to it. I'm used to people coming to my work and putting me on a pedestal, but I'm just going to say this right now. Knock me down, but also recognize that he's right. I do know something you don't know. But what I know is not something that you cannot know. He's right. His intuition is correct. Brittany Simon knows something you don't know. But what I know is a process of experience I've had to live through, and you can do it too, but it's not going to be in a book. It's not going to be at the gym. It's not going to be in a YouTube video. It's going to be you living your life. You actually going and living your life. And this is a process, okay? This is a process, and I am still in that process. So yes, his intuition is correct. I do know something. But what I know is not something that's ever going to make sense in a YouTube video, because I didn't find it in a YouTube video. I found it by living my life. Okay, this is very Netero, punching air, 1,000 punches in to get it in nature. If you know, you know. That's why anime and art and storytelling is so important, because it allows you to bring to life in metaphor a real experience that words are not enough for, And this is why Vinland Saga Season 2 is either your favorite or least favorite season of Vinland Saga, right? It's either the greatest thing you've ever experienced in your life or not. It's also something that, Christians will watch and be like, I can't believe you guys like Season 2 of Vinland Saga and didn't read the Bible. Fuck the Bible. Except as a fictional story that helps us understand ourselves, right? Yes, the Bible is this great, amazing fictional story that really helps us understand ourselves. But it is not the reason. I'm not about to watch Vinland Saga Season 2, see that guy read the Bible and be like, heading to church. That's not the answer. The answer is not to throw out the Bible. The answer is not to worship the Bible. But the same message in the Bible that is used in Vinland Saga Season 2 is the same message used in any philosophy book you read, right? Love thy neighbor, be calm, be stoic, be focused, be loving, be sacrificial, be all the things. It's like Christians like to pretend they have a monolith or like like they own the idea of like sacrifice. Girl, you do not own sacrifice, okay? So look, this person is right, okay? This person is right that I know something they don't know. But when I see this person, I think to myself, like, I wish I could just tell you what it is. I can't though, right? Tao Te Ching 71, not knowing. Not to know the things you ought to know is folly. To know that there are some things you cannot know is wisdom. The wise recognize the limits of their knowledge, and the foolish think they know everything. When I come to work and I show up on a YouTube video and I cover Dr. K, or I cover Fresh and Fit, or I cover, I don't know, insert YouTuber's name here, Trump, whatever, whoever, I am engaging in the in a way that people will hear me the most. And I still am not even a popular YouTuber because I still make sure that I hold myself to a specific standard in which I show up in these spaces. And so that will force somebody to see my video and, think like, oh, Brittany doesn't know about this, that, and this, because she's not explaining it in a way that makes sense to me. And yet, one of the things, by the way, that I have heard over the years is it feels like you know something I don't know. I've heard this from a lot of people, especially men. If I had $1 for every man that said to me, hey, Britt, it feels like you know something I don't know. Yeah, but also like, I know something you don't know because you are at a disadvantage as a man, philosophically speaking, but you don't know it. It is true that being raised a woman gave me, but not just because I'm a woman. This is very important. I did the work, okay? But because I was raised a woman, I was trained differently under patriarchy. I was allowed to truly engage with philosophy. All my life, I've been surrounded by men and philosophy, and none of them engage with it the way I do. And mostly their pride gets in the way, right? They identify with the work. What I learned on my journey is that it's not about me. It's not about what I identify as. It's like I don't even exist. So even this person who's saying, hey, the thing that gets lost in this conversation is the individuals. I do not care about racism or sexism or patriarchy or any other form of system aggregates. I agree. I hear at the bottom of my heart, I don't give a fuck about systems either. But you don't have to care about systems to know that they're impacting you. You have to have the wisdom to understand how systems are us. They're our invention, our creation. We invented them. And so they are important when you're getting to know that individual that you want to know about, right? So you say at the foundation of all these is people with desires and experiences. 100%, 1000% agree with you. It takes a lot of wisdom. Not that I'm saying I have it, I don't. And a lot of humility to know that the systems are our creation. And therefore, yes, you don't have to care about them in the sense that like you start talking about, how to dismantle the system. But to understand the core of the individual, you also have to deconstruct the system from your consciousness. And that takes a lot of work and a lot of time. And that's the deconstruction that we want these men to go on. So when you see me criticizing Scott Galloway, and I see these men in their loneliness, and I say deconstruct the patriarchy, I'm saying before you can even see yourself as a real individual, you have to deconstruct the patriarchy that tells you you're not. Because as long as a man is somebody who does XYZ, where's the individual in that? As long as Scott Galloway gets on YouTube and says a man should be a provider and a father, he's eradicating the individual. He's taking away from you any chance of joy, right? This person says their beliefs, behaviors, it's not about caring about men. It's about the real life individual men in your life. The real life individual men in my life are suffering from their own fucking arrogance. They are suffering from their lack of humility. They are suffering by chasing the image outward instead of the image inward. They are suffering because they won't listen to me, because even though they ask me for advice and they seek my thoughts, and even though they listen to me sometimes, at the end of the day, they are trapped by the bubbles they're in, the systems they're oppressed by. They can't do the things they want to do because Scott Galloway and all these men tell them to be providers and all these other things. Well, what if they don't want to? So in order for the men in my life to even consider what I'm saying in a real embodied way, they would first have to ask themselves, why as a man do I even have to be a provider? Why as a man do I even have to have kids? Why? They have to first deconstruct the systems. So I feel this comment. This comment is so deeply, it really moves me. It really inspires me, right? It really deeply inspires me to sit there and think I wish I could take this person's hand and just show you. I wish I could show all of you, but it's one step at a time, deconstructing the systems to even know who you are as a person. That's why I say the meditative practice I used to do with my callers, the meditative practice I want you to do with yourselves is to imagine you're sitting in a forest. And it's just you, okay? Stop thinking about the world. Stop thinking about other people, just you. And the forest is just to give you a cleansing space. It's not to make you go into, crazy mode about survival. It's just to give you a cleansing space. What do you want for life? No one can hear you. No one can see you. What do you really want out of life? Be honest with yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Even if it's the ugliest thing you've ever heard, even if you're the most evil person in the world, what do you really want? And whatever the first answer is, throw it out, because that's not the answer. Okay, so let's say the first answer you think is like, I just want a nice house. Boo, throw it out. Bullshit. What do you want out of life? I just want a relationship. Boo, next, throw it out. Okay, I don't know. I want to live in the city. Boo. Are you sure about that? What do you want? What do you want out of life? What is your relationship to life? What do you really want? You're going to have to throw it out like 50 fucking times before you even get down to like, what is it I want? And then let me hold your hand when I say this. Then as you pursue life, it will change. So you, in this one meditative space of being who you are in the universe, knowing who you are, getting down to that person, you will figure it out, and then boo, it will change next week. Because if you're deconstructing and learning, then it will continue to change. Now, maybe the foundation of your understanding of like who I want to be and what I want will be something like a person who's deconstructing, a person who's learning, a person who's always growing. Love that, girl. This isn't an Instagram post though, so really get into it. What is it you want? Okay, I know that sounds good on a Facebook post. What is it you actually want? What is it you actually need? Who are you? And if the you that is you doesn't even exist, what does it even mean to exist? These are steps. These take time. These are not answers you find by meditating once. Okay, and for all of those in my audience who go, Brittany, I really can't meditate. I really can't do it. You're not practicing enough. Often when I struggle to meditate, my partner and I often say to each other something to the effect of like, a man who can't meditate for 5 minutes should meditate for an hour. If you can't seem to meditate for 10 minutes, do it for 2 hours. If you're struggling to meditate for 30 minutes, meditate for 5 hours. Okay? I promise you, this thing that you're looking for, if you are looking for it, this thing that you are struggling to find is never going to be easy. It is very hard to die a good person. It's very hard to die a good person. Chat says, can I ask what was the thing you wanted and has that changed? Well, so here's the other part of it, right? Hold on. Let me see. I'll read you Tao Te Ching. 65, profound simplicity. In ancient times, rulers who followed the Tao did not puff up the people, but kept them simple-hearted. Clever people are difficult to govern, and so governing people with cleverness is a mistake, while governing people or governing with simplicity is a blessing to all. Rulers who follow this become a good model, and this is governing in the spirit of the Tao. The effects of simplicity are profound indeed, deep and far-reaching. It is the very opposite of common governing, but it is the most effective way to rule. It is the opposite of common governing, but it is the most effective way to rule. Simplicity is not minimalism. Simplicity is like what wholesomeness is, but wholesomeness is not a white Christian lady from Utah, okay? Wholesomeness and simplicity are not the lackings of what you think visually. They're not an apartment with only one chair and one table, right? Simplicity to me is getting down to the root of being. And the root of being seems to be this lack of an I and an acknowledgement of universe. This, but not in this like, really obnoxious, arrogant way, in this way that allows you to still engage with the world and allows you to say, Scott Galloway should go away. So going back to this comment, when you see me engage with YouTube commentary and you're like, ugh, I want something deeper than this. I promise you, it's going to feel like this. Okay, this is what it's going to feel like. So you're going to be a 2 and you're going to go on a journey to 5. Okay? If you do, right? I don't know. Okay? And you're going to be here and you're like, fuck, this is so meaningless and I fucking hate this. And like, what the fuck? This is so stupid. Taxes and slave wages and fucking genocide. And I'm so fucking sick of it, man. People suck. I fucking hate it here. And then you're going to start being like, I fucking hate it here. What do I do? What do I do? And you're journeying. Let's say you get to 3 and you're on this bridge and you're like a little calmer, a little bit more focused. And you're like, maybe there's something more to life than fucking this, bro. What is it though? What is this life that's more than this? Okay. So then let's say you eventually go on the journey, you humble yourself, you get to 5. Now you're at 5 and you're like a baby 5, okay? So you're like a baby 5 and you're like, oh my gosh, like I'm gonna fucking go to the internet and make these 2s realize through like fun, quirky commentary that like, oh my God, there's like a whole meaning to the universe. And I'm not going to engage with the basic shit that they do because I'm going to show them that like there's a whole other journey into meaning. And then you come back to the 2 bubbles and you make your little fucking YouTube videos. That's me. I'm talking about myself. You make your fucking little stupid YouTube videos. And then you're like, what the fuck? Why isn't it working? What the fuck? Like, why isn't this working? Oh, because I fucking didn't have the humility to see that the best part of realizing this 5 thing was honoring the importance of the 2 thing. This is so important. This is where life happens. This is where life is understood. Okay? This is where life happens. This is where life is understood. Okay? But 2s know something deeply inherently. Like, they know something, you know what I mean? So this is why it is so difficult, because there's an arrogance to all of us to think like, okay, I figured it out. I got it. I'm going to go tell everybody. Jesus is coming. Jesus is coming. I figured it out. And then you're like, wait, I didn't figure it out. I figured out something, but I didn't figure out the thing. And what I did figure out was, oh, you have to go where life is happening. Okay, and then honor that life is happening here and honor that life is understood here. And this is like, this is the humility part. You have to have the humility to know why we talk about the gender war stuff. Not because I'm deeply ingrained or heavily believe it the way that people typically do, but because that's where people are right now. And so you have to understand it from that perspective. We're going to talk about it today. Because even on my Discord, I see it, and this is not, I'm not talking badly about you. I'm saying, here's the dilemma and like where people are. And here's the problem when like one of the journeys that I have gone on is like bubble hopping so aggressively that I know when people tell stories, I'm like, I think I know who this is in the story, but I can't be sure. You've seen me do this on stream a lot, right? Like, oh, I think I know who they're talking about, but I'm not sure. I don't know this bubble, guys. Do you know this bubble? Right? Because I don't know all the bubbles. But when I do hear a bubble, I know, I'm like, oh, I know this bubble. And something my Discord pointed out, they asked me to watch this Dr. K video and public offender video. The thing I think is funny, because I watched some of it on my own to see what it was about. And the thing that was funny is like, I will tell you exactly who Dr. K is talking about in the story. Even though I know when you first hear it, you're like, what the fuck, Dr. K? And even my audience was like, I can't believe he's pushing red pill talking points. I'll explain it, but also know this, that I will also have criticism for Dr. K, but not in the same way. And I think it's because I have a lived experience in regards to the kind of man he's talking about. We'll get into it, okay? But I also want you to understand that, like, when you love philosophy and you're doing philosophy, it is very boring for YouTube. Okay, it is like very hard for general populations of YouTube to care about this. And no offense, I have to pay my bills. And so if I have to watch something about Taylor Swift and connect it to philosophy so I can get people to watch, I'm going to do it, girl. Okay, because like I still want to do this for a living and I want to pay my bills. And that is the reality of honoring and being humble enough not to be like, I want to talk about philosophy and nobody wants to watch me. Well, maybe you should humble yourself, girl, and talk about some Taylor Swift. Because like, damn, if that's the only way, fuck it, let's go. Instead of being like, I don't want to do that. I shouldn't have to talk about Taylor Swift. I shouldn't have to talk about the Kardashians. I'm so much smarter than the Kardashians. Well, the Kardashians have more attention than you have. So maybe you should talk about them. Or maybe you should humble yourself and realize like, it might not be interesting to you directly, but it's interesting to people. And if you are interested in people and you want to help them, you better start learning the things they like. And you better start understanding why they like them, okay? So, okay, before I show you this video, to just really make my point salient, I want to also cover this topic because it all connects, right? In the video about trash and Bad Empanada and Cavernacle, Taylor Lorenz did this thing on Cavernacle's video where she said first she misgendered trash, and then she edited the comment to say this person is delusional. There's a lot I can deconstruct in this comment, especially coming from Taylor Lorenz, who should know better about the way she comes at people, given how Ethan Klein has come for this woman in the most misogynistic ways. You think she'd have a little humility in coming for trash the way that she did? Okay, so disappointed. But somebody said, I'm honestly confused when you say this person is othering. Is person a slur, microaggression, or dehumanizing? I feel like it's just a gender neutral way to refer to somebody. If I'm sitting in a cafe and there's a group of Hasidic Jews and I said, these people, those people, that person, feels a little racist, doesn't it? If I'm in a cafe and I see a group of Black individuals sitting down and enjoying their lunch and I go, those people, that person, doesn't that feel a little fucking racist? If you're sitting in a group and you're like, ugh, women, these women, like, yes, generally speaking, you might not mean it that way, but usually, at least in my bubbles, when you refer to people as it, those people, this person, you are using dehumanizing language. Now, here's the thing that it might be a reason Cavernacle kept doing it, which was a little annoying, okay, is there is this thing that I do that gets me in trouble sometimes. Okay, so sometimes, like, if you watched my views or my video on trash, I deeply humanize them, right? I was like talking about them like we were friends almost. And some of the people in the comments are like, you were being way too nice to trash. This is a person. This is a person who made one bad video, as far as I know, right? Now, as far as I know, maybe they've made a lot of bad videos, but this is the first bad video that they made. And I was like, hey, what's up with this video, bro? Right? Like, I didn't jump the gun and assume they were the most horrible person. There are people throwing conspiracy comments down in my video saying like Israel is paying them to make this video. I mean, maybe that's true, but I feel like I don't know that. Is this a Zionist and I don't know it, right? Okay. The problem with that is that because I talk about people like they're people, it also makes people think I'm friends with them when I'm not, or makes the people I'm talking about think that I care about them when I don't, because I don't know you like that, girl. I care about you as a person, but not like as a person. You know what I'm saying? I don't know you. And then 3, it makes people want to reach out. So that's why I've been saying, don't reach out to me. I'm not going to answer your DMs. Because every time I talk about people in this way, they end up reaching out to me like, hey, I saw you made a video about me. And I was like, no. I don't want to be your friend. I just want to humanize you. Leave me alone. But then it's like, but you talked about me was like, I love the way you talked about me, the way you said that, like, wow, you would, you know, even when I say in videos like, man, I'd love to pick their brain. I don't really mean it literally because I don't, you know what I mean? So people think like, oh, I'm closer. So this is what I have to balance as a content creator is like, how do I show humility and see the human that is Sneako without Sneako feeling like Brittany supports my bullshit? How do I humanize Asmongold without everyone thinking I'm supporting his content, even though what, right? How do I humanize people without people feeling like because I'm humanizing them, I'm all of a sudden like a fan of them? You know what I mean? Like, even if I watch people, even if I've watched 1,000 videos from a content creator and I'm like, oh, my brain enjoys this, that doesn't mean I even like them or agree with anything they're saying, right? Like, how do we communicate to one another that like, yeah, I see you, bro. I see your fucked upness, you know? But also like, you know, good luck. I wish you the best. Like, I wish you would do good things, you know? But then at the same time, it's like, what does this even mean? So when we're having these conversations, I've tried to be better at like making it clear that I really, really disagree with this person. And also, I think everyone should be housed and get healthcare. And also, I don't want to collab with you. And also, no, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt from me. But also, I believe all people can get better, right? So humanizing people. Now, check out this video from Vervaeke. I watched Vervaeke in my own time. And Vervaeke can be hard for people because, you know, he is a professor. He talks to other very focused in philosophy bubbled people. He talks to scientists. He talks to a lot of psychologists. He talks to people. He's talked to Britt Hartley. He's really locked in. He doesn't get that many views. He's not even that big of a channel. But that makes sense to me. He's philosophy, right? Like, philosophy is a very niche bubble. But in this conversation here, he's talking to one of the guys he does collaborations with and works with, and kind of they're on the same philosophy sphere. And this was a really powerful segment for me. And I just thought it was so beautiful. But I can't watch stuff like this and the general population on YouTube isn't going to fall asleep. I know this. Okay. I know that most of these people, this isn't their full-time job. Like, he literally is a professor. He has a job and he makes YouTube content. I don't. This is my job. And because this is my job, I literally can't just, because so that's you say you don't care about systems. Well, systems are the reasons I got to pay bills, and people are the reasons I got to pay bills, right? So I love this. This is what Brittany loves. But what Brittany loves, you know what I'm saying? So that's the part of life you have to have compassion for. These men aren't just suffering because women are yelling at them at the internet. They're suffering because the system at play that they keep voting for and keep adhering to is creating an impossibility for them to even find their joy, which is why I say yes, though it takes a little, enough privilege to be introspective. Also, and I'm going to say this and it's going to hurt everyone's feelings, it doesn't take that much. It takes just the right amount. But it actually doesn't take that much. Sometimes the most perfect formula for true introspection comes when the gun is pointed at your face. So if that's privilege, you know what I mean? Like, privilege is a very interesting topic, but it's not the privilege you think it is. And so I want to be compassionate to everyone in my audience who's suffering. I want to be compassionate, but it's the right amount of privilege, the right kind of privilege, but it's not the privilege you think it is. If you're waiting till you make $100,000 a year to meditate, you're going to be waiting your whole life. Okay. If you're waiting to pay off all your debt before you figure out your place in the universe, you're going to die before that happens. Okay. If you're you know what I'm saying? Right? Chad says, what does caring even mean? Caring means when I say I don't care about systems, what I mean to say is this doesn't speak to my sense of meaning within the universe, nor does it feel like the solution to the problem. So it's hard to care about something that doesn't feel like the solution to the problem. And I agree that systems are the illusion to the problem, but so is the individual. The individual is also the illusion to the problem, right? The solution to the problem. The actual reality, the answer nobody wants to hear is the one Britt Hartley and I talked about when we collabed. This is life. This will always be life. There is no system to dismantle. There is no individual to liberate. This is it forever, always. And there is great meaning and beauty in that, but it is not through a nihilistic lens, nor is it through anything else. It is just accepting that life is. But that's getting down to the absolute, that is so beyond people's understanding of their life. People just want to pay for eggs and they're just trying to get their kids into school. And then, trying to explain something like that to people is so cruel because they're not at that place to hear it. And then it just feels like a rejection. So that's why I try to focus my work on not trying to be cruel to people. I want you to understand that I see your struggle paying eggs and I feel you, bro. We're all 2 paychecks away from homelessness. I feel you, right? If I can slowly get people warmed up to finding their place in the universe, then it's going to feel a little bit better and more digestible. But I doubt most people are actually going to get to the point where they realize they're vegetables in a soup, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. See, the nihilist says we're all just floating on a rock and we're just nobody even cares about us. And if you zoom out, we don't even exist. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying factually, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. In the way that if I was a butterfly, I could accept existence as a butterfly, right? Accept existence as a butterfly. You are the butterfly, right? The reason the dog doesn't need to contemplate its why is because it doesn't fucking care. It's vibing, it knows. I'm saying, do you know you're a dog? Do you know you're a tree? Do you know you're a butterfly? And people are like, no. And I'm saying that's the point, right? You're trying to find the answer to the universe that it's already there. It's already in front of you. And that's the disconnect in everybody, right? Okay. Chet says super random, Brit, but do you believe in the afterlife at all? No, not really. I mean, whatever is true, but I do not I do not believe in an afterlife. So I don't like exist in my day to day thinking like, oh, life after death. I mean, I'm, obviously if it's true, whatever that means. But, yeah, I'm not, yeah, I don't really believe in that, but a believe is different than knowing, right? I don't know. I just don't believe, right? Chad says, I wonder if that's why you support someone's choice to be alive or not, because I feel like once someone accepts this is life and this is the world, it's just not for everyone. Well, and I always want, I want dignity above all. And I think dignity looks different in every situation. And I think it is kind of cruel the way we make people die sometimes, like the way we make people exist, the way we justify it. But it's not, the problem is like, if you have this conversation, all the eugenicists come out and all the racists come out and all the bigots come out. Because, what is true about the universe, bigots can use it to discriminate. So that's why these conversations can be really difficult, right? It can be really hard because like, how do you find the answers to the universe without it being used by bigots? It's really not for everyone. And that's why I try to center my content once again on like YouTube drama and stuff, because that's where people are. And if that's not where you are and you're getting tired of the YouTube drama, go find yourself and then come back and enjoy it. Because I promise you, I went through the same stage of being like, oh, I'm so above this and I'm so sick of Kim Kardashian. I'm so sick of, YouTube drama and I just want something more. The something more exists, girl. It's just not on YouTube. And it is on YouTube, but it's not in the places you're looking. So it's there. I'm going to show you some Vervaeke right now, but it's not in the way you want it. It's not going to be the package you think. And also you got to get to the point where you enjoy it again, where you enjoy the YouTube drama, even if you're like, Jesus, bro, come on. You know what I mean? Come on. Chess says the dignity above all reminds me of how Dr. Honda spoke about his mentor choosing assisted suicide. Have you heard his podcast on that? I have not. Oh, I definitely want to check that out. Oh, yeah, I definitely want to talk. I definitely want to hear that. Yeah, that sounds great. Chat says, reminds me of your birthday stream where you wanted to have a difficult conversation without people devolving into bigotry. I know. It's hard. It's really, really hard because that's what they do. That's what bigotry does, right? It's really difficult, okay? Chat says, why is it so hard to get others to introspect? Is it about necessity? I think this is another part of the humility. We were never meant to play that role in people's lives. Nobody on this planet is meant to get people to introspect. That is what I had to let go when I came back to the internet. I thought if I just like was in Sneako's life, if I was in Destiny's life, if I was like a person they could come to, and they were coming to me, but they weren't getting it. Like Destiny was one of the men who said to me, like, it feels like you know something I don't know. And I was like, of course I do. Look at our life. Of course I know something you don't know. But I couldn't get him to get it. Like he couldn't get it no matter how many times. Like it's just like it would whoosh, you know what I mean? Okay, Sneako too. Sneako, like, you know what I mean? Whoosh. And I'm like, okay. Abba too. Whoosh. And I'm like, okay. And that's the thing. Then I thought, well, maybe if I'm just there for them, maybe if they could come and we could have conversations, but they weren't even interested in the journey. They just wanted the social credit of saying they did it, but they didn't want to find out what I had gone through because they also wanted a quick answer. So I realized through a lot of humility during that time in my life to realize like, okay, girl, your journey is not to be in people's life. It is to give people tools and peace out. It is not to be coworkers with them or to be friends with them, or because like they were like at most coworkers. It's not like we were spending hours on the phone in private talking. It wasn't like that. I know the internet thinks it was. It was not like that. Most of the conversations I had with these people, you saw on stream, and you saw the disconnect between the conversations. You also saw my masking. You saw the way I wasn't talking like myself. I was talking the way I thought that they would hear me the most. I was trying to do things in a particular way. I'm not meant to play that role. I also don't think I'm ready to play that role, but you know who's pretty good at it right now? Dr. K. He's a little older than me. He's wiser than me. He's got like things under his belt that are better. And as much as my audience hears Dr. K and sees a guy who's pushing red pill content, let me just set the record straight that I'm looking at Dr. K and thinking, okay, I see, I'm gonna learn from this. I'm going to learn from this, because what I see Dr. K doing that I can't is patience with incels, patience with men, patience in patriarchy. Obviously, he's growing up as a man. He's also a brown man who believes in a woo-woo religion, according to the West, that people make fun of him for. Remember the time Destiny's coworker, Dan, was like, isn't Dr. K like a crazy like Indian guy pushing like Indian medicine? And then Destiny had to talk to Dr. K about it years ago before the felony happened. And he's all like, Dr. K, can you explain this to the audience? And Dr. K's like, okay. And like, this is what I'm saying. Like, Dr. K isn't friends with these people. He's like the dad they call, or the uncle they call, who's like, hey, bro. And he's trying. Okay. But again, okay, if this isn't the way you process information, don't watch it. But you have to remember, I'm a boy. You have to remember that I'm a man. So when I watch Dr. K and he talks about men's struggles, I'm like, and I will show you an example of it today. But before I get into that, I want to show you this section on Vervaeke, and then we'll get into Dr. K, okay? And I'll explain to you why, as a boy, I like watching Dr. K. Okay, now, here's Vervaeke. They're talking about participatory transformation. They're talking about the way you show up in your life, the narrative you tell yourself. They're talking about agency in the spirit. The title of this talk is, the guest is Ethan. It's called How to Turn a Philosophical Understanding into a Way of Life. Okay, so here we go. Ready? Lock in. It's a 1.2 speed, but let me know if that's too fast for their conversation.
Just to work on the Toronto Wisdom Task Force, and we produced the consensus paper that has done quite well, academic publication on wisdom. And one of the central features of wisdom is perspectival metacognition, the ability to do, and that seems to be, what most researchers and theorists and philosophers and everything on wisdom, this seems to be a continuing sort of theme that comes up, this sort of perspectival metacognition. And I just wanted to point out how, if what you're doing is making it more intuitively natural for people to bring in the cognitive flexibility that is expressed as perspectival, shifting perspective, metacognition, aware of one's perspective taking and how one is inhabiting, yes, that is already conducive towards making people wiser.
Well, thank you. I think that's one of the things which I've noticed as, like, I've always named it as, you have your embodied cognition, and then you have your metacognition, which is not thinking about thinking, it's knowing that you know.
Yeah.
Right? And what ends up happening is, like, across tier one, there is a kind of balancing that occurs where this doesn't overthrow the metacognition and, like, oh no, now I'm just sort of like, I'm in what we call a motor storm.
Yeah.
But one is also not so detached from it that I'm completely abstract and I know what's going on and that. But this is where it's important to have even that metacognitive perspectival piece demanded a kind of a structure, right? To go, oh, okay, what's actually happening here? And that was really where the work has sort of moved itself into in quite an important way with what you're doing now.
Okay, pause. I already see you guys are lost in chat, which I love. Okay. Vervaeke, you probably know him from The Meaning Crisis. He has a great series on YouTube called The Meaning Crisis. He works in the meaning space. He's a professor. He's very educated. He's been on podcasts like Theo Vaughn. He's talked to Jordan Peterson, He's the best of them all, but he's not as popular or famous because he's honestly too good for the world, like, in a big way. Not that he's not flawed, and I have plenty of reasons to be raise eyebrow at Vervaeke because he still is a man under patriarchy. But okay, that's not the point. Don't put him on a pedestal. Just recognize that I do think he is the smartest and the best of them all. He has a humility that goes beyond. Okay, he's talked about getting his son away from the manosphere and moving his son away from Red Pill. Okay, so his guest, Ethan, is one of the guys who works in his space with him. And he's basically explaining, I think, like, almost like his work and Vervaeke's work and how they overlap. And then honestly, a lot of it will sound sort of similar to the levels, to be honest. But he's talking about the physical knowing versus the, like, kind of like macro knowing. He's going between, I'm going to transfer it to Brittany language, micro versus macro knowing. So that's like, don't get weird about the word meta, right? Metaphysics, metaphysical, don't get weird about it. Understand that there is obviously some sort of biological reality that we're all living in, and there might be sort of objective knowing that we're seeking. That's that seeking. We're seeking. That's why people naturally create religions. We naturally want to know our narrative, our place in the story. We obviously naturally gravitate towards a knowing, right? So there's like something there that I think is really powerful and amazing about people. Is like, we obviously know something that we don't know. What is that thing that we don't know? Which is the question about free will. And like, do I even have a free will if there's a knowing I don't know? And then even the knowing that I do know that I don't know might not be something I can write down in a book, but you know it if you know it, which sounds like a conspiracy theorist out on the sidewalk being like, if you know, you know. But no. There really is a grounding, realistic, if you know, you know. And that's something very powerful. You know it in little niche bubbles, right? If you're in a niche bubble and somebody makes an inside joke, you know if you know, okay, pause. Now, like, stretch that out into the universe. If we know in our small circles that there's a you know, then there is a you know for the universe. Because everything we know on the micro is 1,000 times more real on the macro. It's just like the way that it's real is different. So if we know dogs and trees and flowers and bees exist and they're animals on a planet, if you zoom out, what does that make us? And if you zoom out, what does that make the universe? And if you zoom out, what does it even make meaning, right? It's like we already know, but we do this thing because of our bubbles, our perception. We do this thing where human beings just like separate themselves from nature, right? I had a panel about this once and the guys on the panel said, we transcended nature. Like human beings refuse, they cannot see themselves in nature. Christian religions will say God created Adam and Eve in a garden. And this mythical place that existed made them better than the humans or the animals that came after them, right? Adam take care of the animals, right? Instead of thinking they were one and the same, they're made in the image of God. Oh, but a cow's not made in the image of God, right? Like our lore and our story separates us from nature. If you're religious, as an example, which a lot of the world, you know, if you come from that bubble. So that's why it's not that surprising that people also continue to separate themselves from nature. And also not that surprising, especially if you go into the vegan bubbles, why human beings put themselves at the top of the pedestal, right? That's why vegans are like, hey, you believe in like human superiority. Like you think humans are the most important thing ever. I understand that from an animal perspective, that I think my species is the most important. But from a philosophical perspective, why do we think this? Okay? And that's really hard for us to process, you know? But yes, missing the forest for the trees type shit. Exactly. Remember when Dr. K said that to Destiny? You're missing the forest for the trees? You're missing the forest for the trees. A lot of people are. And a lot of the boys who engage in philosophy or debate on YouTube, they're only in it for their ego, which is why, again, I say Kyle Kulinski calling a grown woman the B word is not liberation. But it's interesting that you justify it because she's a Nazi. That's not liberation. Okay? Men using slurs or derogatory language towards minority people is not liberation. It's just bigoted language, right? But you justify it because they say, well, if it's a Nazi, then I can do this. But I don't think so. I think wisdom shows us that you must do the right thing even if nobody else is doing it. But the right thing doesn't always look the same in every situation, right? So when Jesus says, turn the other cheek, it's not to say we should all die on a cross. It's to say to do the wise thing in the moment, which is the hard thing in the moment. And the hardest thing to do in moments is to turn the cheek. It's not to say what it will look like or what it will be like literally. I know a lot of us are autistic here. We're very literal thinkers. It's to say to do the hardest thing in that moment that you don't even, like, don't even tell me what to do. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I say, like, 5 framework for me is something you have to practice. It's not something like, oh, good, I got there, and then I'm always going to make the right decision. It's not about making the right decision. It's about learning to make the right decision. It's earning your wisdom. So, like, I will make lots of bad decisions for the rest of my life, but I will make, hopefully, less bad decisions as I move through my life. And that is that earning of wisdom, right? Okay, let's go back to this video.
Whether it's philosophy of science or philosophy of religion and the Tory Coxai as well. Yeah, so I wanted to offer that for you.
That's important, because I think that access and the way you're bringing him to alignment, and what you were doing is, I mean, for me, you were recapitulating Vellman's work on, you don't want to be a wanton. You don't want to just be caught up in this, this motor impulsivity of your embodiment. And you don't want to be Hamlet up here in your reflective metacognition, because both undermine agency. And so this is the other aspect. Wisdom isn't just some arcane, mental state. It is a mental awareness and presence that enhances your agency, your selfhood, and your personhood. And it sounds to me like you're giving people a very powerful way to go from theorizing about that to actually realizing it in a way that they can practice. And then it sounds to me like okay, once you get that access, how does it orient you to what's going on right here? What's it like to be, that's the central question of perspectival knowing, what's it like to be in that access oriented to this present situation right now? And so that's just gold right there. I mean, if all you were doing with people, you're doing way more, was that's already a powerful ritual. It's a very, because it's a powerful ritual, because it is going to transfer broadly and deeply to many domains of people's lives and enhance their agency, their selfhood, and their personhood. So you're making rituals.
Yeah, but can I add one thing, which is like, I want to make sure that it's heard the right way, because it's what I'm talking about here is non-dual between the two. So it's not switching into, oh, I'm now like fully experiencing this is, you know,
it's stereoscopic.
The romantic one. Yes.
Yeah.
It's that I'm both in the world and witnessing, right? But I'm not lost in the view from nowhere or completely a wanton. Right. Yeah. In fact, they're dialogical. They're talking to each other and going, oh, okay, what's happening here? Because then what that does is I think it opens a door to ultimately what is a virtue orientation. Because if I can do this, well, guess what? There's a way in which I can use that to be incredibly manipulative and influential of people that I don't want to affront me, and I can control them. And it's like, no. That's why we need a virtue orientation.
Right.
This is my crack cocaine. Okay, this is my crack cocaine, girls. I'm not gonna lie. When I heard this the first time, I was like, oh, this is my shit. I know, girl. I know this is my special. This is so good for me. Okay, listen, I get so excited. I'm just like, oh, okay, listen. This is the thing that's so hard that I know when I go back to that original commenter who is like, you get so bogged down in the shit and you get in the shit. The shit is where the good stuff is and the bad stuff is too. You kind of got to get into the shit. You kind of got to like understand it and not run away from it. We're not meditating in the mountain to run away from civilization. You are not building a tent out in the forest to run away from responsibility. You are becoming more ingrained, more connected to the responsibility. And because you've gone on this journey, right? I think I've even heard Dr. K say, or we talked about it on stream one time, how Dr. K says like he wants to be the monk in the woods, but like that's not his journey, right? He has to come back to where the shit is to actually understand the full circle of it. We are not running away from our life. We are understanding that we are always a part of it. Okay. You remember in Attack on Titan, the fantasy that ended up happening where, oh guys, what's the girl's name? What's the girl's name whose bestie is with Eren? Mikasa? Is that right? Anyways, she has that fantasy of kind of living in the woods with him and none of this is real. And like, you know, Eren isn't this crazy Titan who's killing everybody, right? So Eren is the true nihilist who says, I'm going to kill fucking everybody to restart shit for the people I love. And then, of course, the very end of Attack on Titan, you see the credits roll and you see that the Titan strand comes back allegedly, or maybe there's just a cycle that continues. You cannot stop life from being life because we are life, right? You can't stop the lion from being a lion because the lion is a lion. You can't stop the human from being a human. But when you introspect and you gain wisdom and knowledge, that is still being a person. Fiveness, enlightenment, introspection, you are not becoming less human. You are becoming more human. You are becoming more deeply ingrained, a deeper understanding of your biological experience. You are becoming deeper with the self and more loving towards others, more accepting towards others, more deeply knowledgeable about others. And this is a journey. It doesn't happen overnight. It happens for years to come, right? And so there's like this mistake that people keep making, which is so reasonable because the world has convinced you, you know, Andrew Tate will say something like, if you live in America and you're poor, that's your fault. Philosophy would say, maybe philosophy would say, that's capitalism. So that's like capitalism bullshit, self-help stuff he's selling you. Philosophy would say like, the poor man is not less rich than the rich man. The rich man is not, you know, more rich than the poor man. They are both men. Like, yeah, bro, like you're doing this thing where to create a hierarchy is to explain to yourself like how I'm better, therefore the ego, instead of being humble and recognizing like you are both just dudes. You know, but it's not. That's not what sells. That's not what makes people feel good. They want you to tell them if you do 100 push-ups a day and you go to school and you get a Ferrari, that's it. You're the top dog. But then why is the top dog always so miserable? right? So like there's like this idea that I think people get mixed in. They get sold a dream instead of experiencing a process that earns them a beautiful life. Okay, right? Sam, welcome to Memberships. Happy to have you here. Okay, going back to this.
Holds that middle way into participation in the world.
Yeah, I remember when you first met me, one of the things you impressed me with was you saying, you know, that's one of the problems with a lot of the methods and techniques of acting and performance is they don't address issues of virtue and character, and people get messed up when they're actors.
Okay, so this goes back to what he just said about like people, you remember how people used to accuse me of running a cult? And they would say, oh, Brittany's using this knowledge to maybe manipulate people. Sure, if I wanted to, I could, but my values are pretty fucking strong. And that's why I say, like, you have to form your values, which are your foundations that move into your ethics and your morals. You know, if I didn't have a foundation of values, maybe, but the reality is, like, if you're actually seeking wisdom and humility, you're probably seeking good values and virtuous ways of existing. So yes, of course, like, you could think of all the ways to utilize this understanding to manipulate, but that's a reflection of your values. That's a reflection of where you are. So sometimes people will say, like, you know, what do you know? You know something I don't know. And it's like they want to know it to be the top. They want to know it so they don't miss out. They don't want to know it because it will free them from the constraints of society or the constraints of other non-liberated people. They want to know so they can like be on the top of the like, I almost want to say the oppressed, but like, you know what I mean? And it's hard because when we talk about politics, we're talking about systems of oppression. We're talking about philosophy. We're talking about the love of wisdom. They're different things. Like politics is about systems created by people who are devoid of sort of philosophical virtue, who think they have it because the means of philosophical virtue comes from the results of them winning something that was a construct to begin with in the first place, right? Like you're so busy trying to win elections, you're forgetting to feed the people. Like you're so busy trying to win elections, you forgot to house people. You're so busy winning elections, you forgot to educate people. You know what I mean? And philosophy will, I think a true understanding of philosophy will remember to feed and house and clothe and educate. Because even the experience of philosophical wonder, philosophical wisdom is to be compassionate, to suffer with. Politics is not this. This is not politics. And this is why I left politics. Because I was like, oh, you're never going to do it. You're never going to feed or house people. But the thing is, philosophy won't either, not through systems. Because remember, the systems are still a reflection of people as a whole. And as long as people as a whole are the way they are, then systems in place will always exist as they always have from day one. That's why the story out of the Bible, if you grew up Christian or Catholic, and Cain and Abel is so indicative of people. It's such a good story. Two brothers born of parents who were born in paradise. Two brothers, one in union with God, the other never feeling good enough. Two brothers, one wholesome and loving, the other cynical and bitter. Two brothers, one jealous of the other. Two brothers, one envious of the other. Two brothers, one picks up a rock and bludgeons his brother to death. Two brothers. That's life. That's you. The duality of man is you. You are both Cain and Abel. You are both. We are both. That story isn't about two individual men. It's about you being both of those men. You are both Cain and you are Abel. And each of us throughout our life move into Cain or Abel. I'm being such a Cain right now. I'm being such an Abel. I'm being such a Cain. You do want to be more like Abel, right? But the reality is like you will be like Cain as well. Okay? And so you have to think about that. You do have to think about it. Okay? All right.
Because they're taking on different orientations, different accesses to the world. They're empowered in certain ways, and they're disconnected. And you told me that a lot of people in the acting world, you know, they can find this. Their mental health it can be challenged. Their character often goes awry in significant ways. And you had a concern to no. We like as you just said, we're giving people a certain capacity, but we also have to give them a telos for that capacity. We have to give them So what is this capacity ultimately good for, and how can it help make you a good person? And so I think like what you did right there is exactly the case. I mean, Velleman proposes, you know, sort of a Taoist flow state as what is the state that brings, and it sounds to me like people are frequently getting into something like that as well. Is because, and the reason I do that is because
it's reliable. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. I'll shut up in a sec. One of the things you and I talk about is virtuosity coupled to virtue and virtue coupled to virtuosity, where the epitome of virtuosity is the flow state and the epitome of virtue is wisdom. And so if we can get people in wise flow states with rituals that transfer that would be like a great gift that we could give people. That is,
I am the most wise when I am meditating and the least wise when I am streaming. But I can't pay my bills meditating. And like, I am the most wise when I am in flow, when I am vibing, when I am, existing. I'm the best version of Brittany when I am not here. You are not getting the best version of Brittany. To be fair, the best version of Brittany isn't very useful to the world. She's not very helpful to anybody, to be honest. Like, the best version of myself is a person I get to visit and see, and I go, thanks, girl. And then I bring back her wisdom to come onto stream. But like, the best version of myself is not the most, like, she's not like, you know what I mean? She's like not helpful in the way that I would, I could be here now, And that's also the irony of it is like, they always say, they used to ask me like, Brittany, can a monk who was born in the mountains, who's never seen civilization, become a 5? It's like, well, if he's isolated from humanity and isolated from himself and he has no language, there's a literalness to it that can't happen. But also, like, there is something to be said about like isolating, thinking that's where the answer is, instead of realizing that's where the answers are, but not where meaning is. Like, meaning isn't just found in the answer. The answer gives yourself a formula for meaning that you have to then attach to your life. And your life can't just be in the mountains meditating. That's not a life. That's a prison. That's not a life. Okay? We know that's not a life. We are biological creatures. It is very seldom joyful for a person to be truly isolated from civilization. It would take a very interesting human being to be truly joyful and the most wise and completely isolated, right? If you want to take it to story once again, even in Korra, Uncle Iroh leaves his body for the spirit world. In the spirit world, he is surrounded by spirits, by people. There are problems in the spirit world. There are good days and bad days. Like, there are conflicts in the spirit world. There's personalities, right? And so Uncle Iroh didn't just like leave Earth to escape into a non-conflict universe. He left to go to a different place with different problems, different challenges, right? So I think there's this idea that people forget. Like, again, you're not gonna like it's kind of the way I feel about, let's say, let's use this example, but it might be a bad one. Like, I got my master's degree 40 years ago, but I haven't kept up with any of the updates on the education. Your master's degree 40 years ago, fire. Your master's degree 40 years later without you updating any of your information, useless. You getting to 5 on my levels with no updating, no introspection, no extrospection, what the fuck was the point? Like, useless. You know what I mean? Like, cool, bro. Oh, you used to be a gym girly and you used to have muscles, but you don't anymore? Well, stop calling yourself a gym girly because you haven't gone in 7 years, right? It's like everything you want to be has to be, you can't just be, that's why I say, like, people change and that's a good thing, but you also have to examine and accept that you've changed, or in some cases haven't. But we love to tell ourselves stories and narratives. That's why I keep saying, I wonder when I'll be a gym girly. I wonder when I'll be a gym girly. And people might say like, oh, but you work out. I know what it is to be a gym girly and I ain't her. You know what I mean? I know what it's like to be this thing and I'm not it. And that's the thing that people go, yeah, you do it, so you do it. I'm like, no. Like, I know for Brittany, because I don't want to lie to myself. See, the lie would be to tell myself I'm a gym girly. But that's a lie. But it is a lie that people have tried to convince me is true. But I don't lie to myself. I'm like, no, girly, you're not a gym girly, right? And that's what I want, right? Chad says, have you seen that? People go to level 5 but stop introspecting. I've seen it in myself. I've seen it in myself. Yeah, I do that. That's why I reset all the time. I go, oh, wait, pause. Let me meditate on this. I got to think about this. Hold on. Because I do it. This job is ultimate temptation away from introspection, which is why I understand why that original commentator is like, why are you talking about these things? I know. I feel you, but it's important. Okay. Yeah, I do it all the time. I myself do it all the time. So that's why I'm saying, like, I have to pause and tell myself, hold on. How do I show up in the most, like, the best way? It's really hard. And that I'm not saying that to my own horn. I'm just telling you right now, it is so difficult because you think I don't want to get up here and also call people names and also just be like the worst version of myself and also say the things. Okay, that's why discipline and harmony and joy are so interesting, because it's an active participation. It's an embodied experience. And also you will be tempted. And also you will be, maybe I could just throw around a B word on a, maybe I could just, I get it. But it's not about perfection. It's about accepting the imperfection of it all, right? Okay, back to Viveki.
Far beyond making them better at entertaining.
Yeah, in fact, when that happens, the entertainment value actually becomes irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because what I'm trying to do is to say, okay, and I put this in my PhD proposal, so I'm showing my cards here. The bottom layer of that is building existential resilience.
Yes. Say a little bit more about what that is. Yeah, say a little bit more about what that is, Ethan.
Yeah, so existential resilience is the capacity to retain your agency in high states of arousal and conflict and dysregulation, right? So this came up largely around kind of in the Ukraine war scenario. That's where people start taking existential resilience very seriously, academically, because there was a concern that, like, what happens in wartime is that people's agency drops off, right? Because they're constantly in states of conflict and uncertainty, and this propels itself even outside of the let's say the war-torn state, right? I don't mean geographical state, but like the embodied state.
Yeah, I got it.
And it becomes a kind of learned helplessness.
Yes. Yeah.
For lack of a better term.
And
right?
also,
pause. Just to relate it to Palestine, because you guys have heard me say this before. Palestinians don't have to be 2 or 5s for you to see the strength in a people facing such an existential dread and still not falling to it. Like, notice the amount of Palestinian people who've had their whole family massacred, and they're not nihilistically posting on the internet. They are getting stronger, holding arms better, like linking arms. They are praying louder together. They are joining together. They are relying on each other and their resilience. This is what humanity is. The greatest parts of humanity is to have the biggest storm of your life facing everything around you, and you get stronger, louder, and more resilient. And this is just such a beautiful thing to me, and it's such a devastating moment of time, because the story we tell ourselves is that we will be these people, but you will not be this person because you didn't get a Starbucks bear when you waited in line for 4 hours and your whole day is ruined. Girl, you couldn't handle one day as a Palestinian, okay, with peace and love. Okay, you can't even handle one day as an American not getting your perfect Starbucks order. Okay, sit down. And so that's the idea, is like, the burden of privilege is that you don't have to build resilience, and the burden of that lack of privilege is that you do have to. But the irony of the most introspective groups of people on the planet have to have just the right amount of privilege and just the right amount of like subjugation or evil thrown at them for them to sort of wisdom past it, which is such a horrible thing to say. But there is something beautiful to, like, there's like struggle. Yeah, they need the right amount of struggle. So it's not enough to be a minority. It's not enough to be on the other side of a horrible situation. It's the right formula. Imagine you're making a recipe and you're like, man, there's something missing. A little bit more salt, a little bit more paprika. That's what philosophy is. Figuring out your joy is like coming up with the perfect soup recipe, and you're just not sure. Something's missing, but you don't know what it is. Maybe it's some MSG, maybe it's some onion. You don't know yet. And so you're making this soup, you're trying to figure it out, but it's a process. And maybe the first batch of soup isn't even that good. So maybe it's the 30th batch of soup where you're like, I got it. I figured it out. But then you forgot to write down the recipe and you're like, fuck. So then you have to redo it all over again to try to figure out what was the recipe? What did I even put in here? Right? You don't know. Do you get what I'm saying? That is philosophy. That is life. That is introspection. That is extrospection. That is living. Living is realizing that so much of our life has to be a process of doing in the most present moment. And then a realization that, oh, fuck, I didn't write it down. Write it down, write that down. And then you go back to write it down, but then you don't even remember what you did because you were in the moment. You were in the most present. You were living your life. You were not living your life, not aware. You were living your life in the most present and the most beautiful. Sometimes when I go to the grocery store, it's like the worst thing to ever happen to me. Okay. It's like, I fucking don't want to do this. I'm going to fucking disassociate just to grab some milk and get out of that store. Some days I go to the grocery store and I can count every step I take and can see like the energy around me. I can feel like this is real life, like real people pluck this from the earth. My onions have dirt on them. I can smell like farmer to table energy in our stores. I can see the people working. I can see people's whole life. And I'm just like, wow, what an amazing, weird time of life that I exist in. Right. And those two Britneys exist, together. The Britney that's like hoodie on in the store, don't look at anybody, I don't want to fucking talk, I don't want to be perceived, who grabs the milk and runs, and the Britney that's like, what an honor, what a beautiful moment, I'm so grateful for being here, I'm so grateful to go to the store and buy milk. And both of those Britneys are just as important as the other. But I think like sometimes we want to get rid of the other Britney, the Britney that like doesn't want to go to the store and be perceived. That Britney is just having like a biological relationship with self, and she's in the moment. Like, I tell that Britney all the time, it's okay, girl, you're fine. You just do what you got to do. The duality of man, as they say. Yes, chat, the duality of man. Okay. And I think we want to eradicate that Britney, but I'm telling you to accept it because like, that's what it is to be a person. Okay. Have you ever, wanted to get sexy with somebody and you like dress up, you're in lingerie, you're in a suit, you're in whatever, a harness, you like show up for sexy time. You're like so excited to do it. And then you get diarrhea. Just because you want to be sexy right now does not mean your stomach is complying. Okay? It's not up to you sometimes. This idea of free will, this idea of sometimes it's not up to you. Sometimes your bowels are like, girl, okay? And that's life. That's life. And that's really hard for us to process. Well, if you wanted to be skinny, you would be. If you wanted to be rich, you would be. Okay, say that to yourself when you get your boner up for some reason. It's like, oh, well, if you wanted a boner, you'd get one. Like, come on, girl, sit down. Be kind to yourself. Come on now. Right? Okay.
Existential resilience allows you to do. Sorry, I'll finish my sentence.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah. So what existential resilience
for Vake's neurodivergent excitement over a topic he loves and his need to interrupt is so cute.
does is that it allows one to have...
For interrupting.
Yeah. So what existential resilience does is that it allows one to have an awareness of what is happening while still developing the capacities to agentically navigate a conflict or difficulty, right, across time.
Yes. And so what I wanted to do is what you're doing with your hands is, for me, how I understand existential resilience, which maps, because it's part of the work that I've been doing with Arjun.
Also, this is what I say when I say, even though the world is crumbling around you, you don't have to crumble with it. Listen to what I say. When I say, even though the world is crumbling around me, I'm not going to crumble with it. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay.
Or on critiquing the meaning and life construct is existential resilience is a measure of your ability to maintain meaning in life, good connectedness, ratio religio, in the face of serious challenge and problem that, right, is facing your personhood, your selfhood, and your agency. And I think this is important because I think our current construct, one of the 17,000 ways in which the current construct is very poor, meaning in life is just my personal preferences and that I have friends that I like, is that it's such a shallow notion, lacking in any connection to virtuosity, lacking in any connection to virtue, that it is.
Hear that, Chelsea Fagan? You guys are losers for not having friends. Okay, great job, Chelsea. Chelsea Fagan needs to watch this. You're so shallow. Your relationships with friends are shallow. Your criticism of people's relationships with friends is shallow. Guys, friendship is it's so valuable, whether it's the most casual friendships or the deepest friendships. It's all valuable. The friends that don't text you back right away are just as valuable, but differently, because they're real people with real lives. If you're not seeking contentment, or if you're not content and you're seeking something greater, respectfully with dignity end the friendship and move on, but don't sit there and be grumpy and be a Cain and sit there and be like, I don't have any friends and my friends won't text me back. Be able and say, thank you for this time together. I wish you the best on your journey. I'm going to go adventure somewhere else. Don't sit there and be like, oh, they're just such bad friends. Girl, they're in their Cain right now. So you either accept it or move on. But we are all Cain and we are all Abel. Okay.
Disconnected from both existential resilience and existential excellence, where resilience is the capacity to resist pathological loss. Excellence is, but can I?
And also, if they're very close friends, you will give them a chance to explain themselves. And if they are not, you will, move on the way you want to. Okay. Like again. Okay. And by the way, just to make it clear with you, my mother-in-law and father-in-law were over today. And I was trying to plan a day with my mother-in-law because she's like, when do you think you'll be available? And I let her look at my calendar and I said, so I can try to do this day. But she looked at my calendar and she's like, there are no open days. I was like, I'm sorry. And I was like, she's like, it's okay. And I was like, no, I'm just like Saturdays are when I catch up with my friends in America. And then that means I can't hang out with you guys, but then I can try to squeeze it in if I can. But then if I'm doing too many things on one day that I'm tired. And that's the thing is I work 6 days. I can't even, you know what I mean? So for Chelsea Fagan to be like, you're not making time with your friends. You're not making time with your friends. Girl, okay, relax. And I'm in a very privileged position where I work from home and I'm still struggling to figure out how am I supposed to fit this into my day? Okay. How am I supposed to make this work? And that sucks. And that that's why you have to have people who accept it and understand it. Because again, if you needed me to be present every day, okay, that's not possible.
Enhance my agency. Can I enhance myself? Can I enhance my personhood?
And this enhancing your personhood extends to that fear you have over making money and paying bills and all that other stuff. It's about understanding that you're a person on a planet and okay, you know what this relates to? Hold on, I'm going to skip a little bit ahead. This video here came on my feed and it says society lied to us. We're all wage slaves. I can prove it. Okay, I watched a little bit by myself, but you know what was really interesting? Were the comments, right? It's basically this idea that when you realize the Hunger Games was a parody of real life and billion-dollar companies that produced it were mocking you the entire time. If you work for your money, you're working class. If your money works for you, you're rich. I just got home from slavery to shower and watch this video on slavery that I'm in. Good night. My master said 6 a.m. sharp tomorrow. It's not working that bothers me. It's the scraps I get from what is made. I've said this long time ago. Often people who make $200,000 a year look down on people who make 40K, but really they're more or less the same social class. All of this is real. People are struggling. People feel like they're living in, let's say, America, in this place that's so evil and it's like slavery. Okay, this needs to be deconstructed, but we want to give you agency in this construct that you view as hopeless. But this is the dilemma, right? I think it is true that the systems at hand are inherently philosophically evil. I also think they are strongly a reflection of ourselves, and we are in denial of that. We also are not literally slaves by working at McDonald's because there are actually people that are slaves, enslaved people. And so I would just caution you from really thinking of your life that way when you are sitting in the most privileged country in the most privileged way. And yet I would still say, though you are so privileged, you suffer. Okay, though I would still say privileged people suffer. The richest, most billionaire people are suffering, but they're philosophically suffering. So, and your suffering is I can't pay rent. Their suffering is I have no meaning. And yet we are all suffering from a lack of meaning. So I would caution the way you narrate your story. And I would caution you away from lying to yourself, though. If you are genuinely feeling like everything is hopeless and I cannot figure out how to make my life work on $7 an hour, obviously, a part of that solution building is first eradicating or deconstructing or taking away or dissolving your relationship to the connection that a job is a construct created by capitalists instead of recognizing that all of us labored always forever. We were always laboring. If we go back to the biblical story of Cain and Abel, they were raising animals to sacrifice to God, and Abel's sacrifice was always better than Cain's. And Cain started to grow envy over Abel's ability to sacrifice the most beautiful lambs and the most beautiful things. And it was told through the story that Cain's crops were less beautiful, and they were a reflection of the work he put into his own crop, right? And so he felt like his sacrifice was never good enough. It felt like Abel always had better, you know what I mean? So it's like one of those things where like, if you think about it from that perspective and you think about like this idea of comparison is the thief of joy. If you think about all these ideas, like, you know what I mean? Like, why was this the narrative or the narrator of our story? Like, why is this the story I tell myself? You start to understand that like it is self-inflicted, but it is a real thing that's happening out of yourself. So the introspection is what's happening inside and the extrospection is what's happening outside, right? So again, minimum wage is certainly not a life to be lived. It certainly isn't a realistic thing. You got to make more than that. But even if you made just a little bit more than that, you're still going to struggle with the regular, like, let's say you made $20 an hour. You're still struggling because the world is a struggling place, but it always has been. This is why this idea of trad wives is so funny to me, because it's never really been a thing. Right? So like this idea that like, oh, women stayed home and men went to work, that was a very short-lived time in America for like a second, right? It's like a second, right? And then it moved into now current day, modern day dialogue as if it's always been that case when it was never that case. I look at my own family's lived history and I'm like, our grandmas worked, our aunties work. Why are we all telling ourselves stories about mom staying home to raise kids? My mom worked. But what are we talking about? She didn't work the whole time. My aunties and uncles didn't always work the whole time, but like people were working, right? So I don't like this idea, right? This conversation we're having is, again, the story we tell ourselves. So you have to deconstruct the story you tell yourself. A man is a provider and a woman is submissive. You have to deconstruct the story you tell yourself. Like, I'm only ever going to be worth $7 or $20 is never enough, to recognizing like what is just enough to liberate yourself out of that thing. And when is it, is it even the money? And when is it this thing? So money, obviously, on the micro, it's really important that you make enough money to feed your families. But it is not abnormal that you are struggling. Everyone has always struggled for always. Everybody has always struggled for always. There was no perfect America that existed. There was no perfect world where the majority of people were thriving. There was no perfect past that ever existed where women and men and blacks and whites and gays and trans and everybody was vibing. Never happened, ever. Everything about reality now has always existed forever. But this is very hard for you to process, of course, because the world is telling you, don't you remember when it was great? Don't you remember when everyone had everything? Don't you remember when people could afford a house? My parents didn't buy their first house until they were 40. My parents did not buy their first house until they were 40. So this dreamland where all of y'all's parents were buying houses in their 20s, not mine. Not my parents. And my parents had been in America long enough that they could have bought a house in their 20s if they were, quote, on the same trajectory as privileged white people who had access to buying their houses in their 20s, and or privileged poor people who grew up in poor enough neighborhoods that they could somehow get their way into a house that 50 years later was worth something. Because the irony is, if you were just poor enough, you somehow had a house your parents left you. And somehow, even though you never made a dime in your life, this property was given to you by your ancestors who bought it for nothing and gave it to you for nothing, and you maintained it for nothing. But you at least have something more than some millennial making $70K a year who can't figure out how to buy a house because they don't know how to get that house. And they also don't want it, to be fair, because they don't want to live in rural Kentucky or rural wherever, where everybody, there's one Walmart and one store and no, you know what I'm saying? So like this idea of like what is privilege and what is what, all of our lives are so different. We can't even fathom how diverse and different all of our lives are, but we are not all examining the world the same. And that's why I say to you, for me at least, where I'm at in my life, where I got to, is really like processing that like I am a biological creature on a planet existing in life, and within the zoomed in micro version of life, I have an understanding of systems enough to be okay in the system, but not a guarantee. The guarantee part is the myth. If you just go to college, you'll get a job. If you just, follow what the police officer says, he won't kill you. If you just smile large enough, he won't rape you. If you're just kind enough, she won't take advantage of you. If you're just this, the guarantee is the illusion. There is no guarantee. There's only probability. And I know that, I can't guarantee I'll buy a house one day, but I can guarantee you the probability will get better if I save my money and I'm a little bit more diligent and I'm a little bit more focused. So the illusion is there was a world that was better before this, never true. There's a world that existed in a way that our fantasies think existed, not true. The world could exist in a way that our fantasies say in the future, not true. And then, of course, that, we don't have to care about the system because all I care about is the individual. But the system is where the individual learns to get ahead in a world where the system is a reflection of the world as a whole. So again, everybody has a story about how their people were like struggling and their people were targeted and their people were this. But, that's the story we tell ourselves because there is some truth in it, right? But not every story we tell about struggle is as exactly true as we think. Assyrians who are Christian, who tell themselves, Nicki Minaj, who's sitting up here right now talking about how Christians are being targeted in Africa, working for MAGA. Like, sure, in some places around the world, Christians have been targeted. But the way you guys are pretending, like en masse, there are huge genocides of Christians happening right now, is not the way that it is actually happening for Palestinians. It's not the way it is actually happening in Africa, in places that we know in Sudan. We know Haiti had a genocide or a conflict just a while back. I don't even know if we've gotten even updates on Haiti. Like, that's what I'm saying. But Sudan is such a good example right now. So like, all of these places, right? And that's me going back into the micro. See, my brain is now moving from philosophy and I'm trying to transfer over to like factual things happening around the world. Don't quote me on any of this because right now I'm too in philosophy brain. But the point is, like, this is happening. This isn't just a thing that we're thinking about. It's really happening. Somebody right now is being slaughtered to death. Somebody right now is being raped. Like right now, somebody is in turmoil. And that's the reality we have to live with. Because like, you grow up in this fictional world where like people rarely get raped or people rarely get murdered or people really rarely lose their kid to drowning. But it's happening right now. Like right now, somebody is crying and begging for their life. And I am here making a YouTube live stream. Okay? So you don't need to talk about a specific thing happening in the world. It's always happening, always, forever and ever. And so every time you think of bringing a baby into the world, you bring a child into the universe that could be that person begging for their life right now. And that is like, we're not even there yet. From a biological perspective, everybody's just fucking and making babies, right? So to even pause and think about that, to even say, is it ethical for me to bring a baby into the universe that might beg for its life in the future? That is like, that's not, we haven't even started to have those conversations yet, right? And that's not antinatalist propaganda. I'm not even an antinatalist, right? Okay, back to Vervaeke.
And so I just want to say there's deep connections between what you're talking about here and the way I think we need to reflect more deeply on meaning in life. One of the things I think that Pilgrimage is doing, I'm now thinking of Pilgrimage, as you know, as a meta test for your ecology of practices, is it's the way to stress test your meaning in life to make sure you cultivate a meaning in life that is capable of existential resilience. And so I just wanted to resonate on that just so much. This is what you do. You provoke me so much.
Yeah. Well, I want to pick up on that. I want to provoke you further. So, I love that you bring in the meaning in life thing because
kind of flirty though. You provoke me so much. That's some Pride and Prejudice flirting right there.
There's a way in which existential resilience can become isolationist.
Yes.
Right? So, I'm very resilient, therefore nothing can touch me.
The
right?
autonomous
ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, the autonomous part of itself. Yeah.
Exactly. And so, there is, it calls the question, like, what's the normativity? You develop existential resilience for what? Right?
Yeah.
And that's the orientation towards eudaimonia. Like, what is the good life? Right? And so there is this sort of like the normativity that sits up.
That's the false toxic masculinity you see in the world where people are like, I'm a stoic. I'm never emotional. I'm always in charge of things. I'm always perfectly in line. Nobody can touch me. I'm a super level 77 and, whatever. Like, I'm the top of the food chain. Like, I am so stoic. That's the myth of man, right? The myth of man is that we reach a place, which is, again, going back to my Christian roots, kind of the beauty of Jesus Christ as a story figure, because he sort of is like this son of God, the son of man, who then dies at the hands of the Romans. And so, the way I learned about Judas is that Judas didn't betray Jesus for money. Judas betrayed Jesus in spirit. He believed he knew better than Christ. He said to himself, if Jesus won't show himself to the Romans, I'll show him to the Romans. I'll show that how strong Jesus is and what a fighter Jesus is and what a commander he is. They wanted Jesus to fight. the Romans. That's what they wanted from him. And he said, we're not going to fight the Romans. Give to Caesar what is Caesar's. And the apostles are like, I don't know about that, right? And remember, these guys are all in their 20s and teens. These are boys in their teens and 20s and 30s. Jesus is 33 years old, okay? These are young boys who literally are like, let's fucking take down the Romans. And Jesus is like, nah. And they're like, nah. So Judas sells, Jesus out, and he has to live with the reality that Jesus isn't going to do anything and that he's going to watch his friend get crucified in front of him. Okay. According to some Catholic lore, they say Judas is in a pit of hell, devoid of anything, that he's like neglected, that he's so in his own pit of misery, that he's in a special place in hell. Not to be more tortured than he needs to be. He tortured himself enough on earth. I don't know if that's true. I just learned things growing up. Who knows? None of this is all made up anyways, but you know what I mean? And I'm like, ooh, think about that. Like, think about this idea that, like, as a story, he put himself in the worst type of hell by thinking he knew better. He had no humility. And so watching Jesus die, right? Imagine watching your friend die because of some stupid shit you did. Like, you know what I mean? Crazy.
Love the existential resilience, and then you can maybe I'll add this in as like a graphic, but it's kind of like this.
Yeah.
What is that? And that piece in the middle, I think, is what the ecology of practices serves. It bridges existential resilience to the good life, and someone whom I found incredibly powerful for helping develop the pedagogical language, aside from you and Barrett, right, is Jung. And
Yes.
Jung is who I rely on deeply to bridge, I think, what is sort of in our current cultural zeitgeist and the how do I say, the awareness now of things like shadow and complexes, or kind of our pop psychology kind of space. I want people to have a touchstone of ideas or words that you might have heard that have permeated our grammar, but actually also to proportion that in a way that is commensurate and in deep dialogue with the best of our current science, and also our philosophy. And
yes, girl. Ooh, Ethan, if I wasn't married, Ethan. Listen, exactly. We want to take, shadow work and psychology and philosophy and science, and we want to take all of it and put it all together, right? We actually want to incorporate it into knowing, right? We want to take what we know and move it into philosophical knowing. And that's what people are missing. My hope for the levels is that people understand it's grounded in realness. It's supposed to be grounded in facts and in understanding. It's supposed to be something that actually helps you, not because it's a false sense of like spirituality or a false understanding of like what's real. Like, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm trying to say, hey, I think I discovered something, a truth. I discovered a truth that exists outside of me, that I don't think this is about Britney or what I created, because I don't think I created it. I think I discovered it and gave it a name, right? I think but the problem is, like, we live in a world where people make stuff and say, this is what's true and everything else is wrong. This one thing is true and everything else is wrong, right? And I'm saying, well, this thing is true, what else is true? If this thing is true, what else is true? And they say, well, if thing is true, then nothing else is true. And that's the problem, right?
I think,
but that's also what people want. They want me to get up here and tell them what is true and what isn't true, so they know. And I'm saying, well, I'm still figuring it out. They're like, well, if you don't know, then why are you telling people? Well, okay. And then they'll say, well, I know. This is what's true. And I'm like, well, how do you know that's true? And they're like, I just know. It's common sense. It's common sense. And I'm like, I guess, but also
Jung, to me, he's a muse. And he's also one of my sages, right? Alongside Spinoza. Spinoza and Jung are very good to read together.
Yeah.
Right? To develop the language. So it's really helping.
Who's Spinoza? Who?
Me to, like, say in tier 1, I give a lecture on what the ego is and the reformulation of the ego construct, what it does. And of course, some of the work that's gone into that from Anderson Todd.
The Dutch philosopher Spinoza.
I borrow a lot of his ideas as well. Kevin Liu, who is one of my supervisors and deep scholar of Jung, whom you meet on Wednesday or Thursday.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, they're really powerful arguments coming forward that I think, without throwing away what is already out there, can actually help to proportion Jung's ideas, but in a way that allows us to step onto a path together.
You know what's so ironic is how much, like, Peterson talked about shadow work in Jung, and then Vervaeke talks about shadow work in Jung, and then you see the differences in their Well, where they ended up, they work together. They have podcasts together. I've reviewed their talks together. It's amazing how Peterson went straight to bigotry and Vervaeke decided not to. That's why I prefer, obviously, Vervaeke, right? He moves away from bigotry. He moves towards philosophical joy. And Peterson, he's fighting his own fucking shadow. He is Judas, bro. I have a whole podcast on this. He's Judas and Azula. 100%, bro.
Without saying, oh no, he's wrong and fragmenting that further. I don't want to do that. Yeah. So that's
I want to respond to that. This actually came up. Yeah. We did the last lecture and discussion for the first part of Seeing God Again for the first time. So the first 8 weeks is done. Very, very positive response from virtually all the attendees, all the students. And so, and in that, there's an idea I've been playing with, and for me, this resonates with the Vellman thing about neither Wanton nor Hamlet. Because I was talking about Jung and Freud, and so I said, let's look at their central insights. Freud's central insight is where there was id, there is now ego. Jung's central insight is the unconscious is compensatory for the conscious mind. And then I said, well, look, what you've got is Freud is saying sometimes we're locked in the unconscious and we need the conscious mind to intervene and unlock us. And Jung is saying sometimes we're locked in our conscious mind and we need the unconscious. And if we could actually get an opponent processing between Freud and Jung, so we know sometimes the conscious mind has to intervene. And, Wilber did stuff on that, the pre-trans fallacy, right? Not everything in the unconscious is helping you, right? But also Jung, but the unconscious at times has to unlock the conscious mind because of the way it's getting locked in. And I wanted to know, for me, that's sort of like Freud is the reflective part and Jung is the bottom up, right? Self-organization.
That's okay. So this kind of goes back to what Ethan said in the beginning. I think it's like we want to pick one or the other, but it's both. I mean, it's both in conjunction. And I think that's what the problem is with the world in general. They're always like, this is why when I show interest in religion and people go like, oh, are you converting? And I'm like, don't ruin it for me. Please don't ruin this for me. I'm actually trying to enjoy learning because there really is something to learn from religion, but it's not what religious people think it is. It's the story, and the problem is like, once you say, oh, I'm interested in this religion, now what they're hearing is like, oh, I'm interested in throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I'm interested in only this thing and everything else is, no, I want both the baby and the bathwater. Maybe there's something to be said about the bathwater, And so I think like people really disconnect. And I understand, like, do you guys get it why this might be like the least interesting thing? Like imagine Hassan trying to watch this on stream. I just guarantee you people would not sit through it. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like there is just like, this is what I'm trying to say. Like I want to pay my bills as much as anybody else. And I'm not rich enough not to, but also I do enjoy the drama. I do enjoy the way people are people because I'm like, look at them go. Which is why we're going to talk about Dr. Kane, the public offender after this, because I want you to understand like it's both. Both are just as valuable as the other. Yes, I wish more of the world would actually listen to this talk and grasp what's happening. But also I understand why this isn't that entertaining for people, because unless you really first understand and don't feel left out, and two, you actually like are interested, it's going to feel like, what is this? Okay, I get it. You know what I mean? And so like, I just want like people to understand, I think, that both are okay. It is okay that the world doesn't like it. And it's okay that you do. It's okay that you want the world to know more about it. It's okay that the world doesn't want to know more about it. But then you have to radically accept that that's why the world is the way it is, because the world is not you. The world is the world. You do not get to be the arbiter of what the world experiences or how the world sees itself. You do not get to decide how people live. You do not get to be the dictator of wisdom. In the Discord, we often do that. Like we did that. Someone in the Discord one time years ago said, if you could press a button and make the world more like you, would you? And I said, no. And they said, I would. And I was like, why? And they were like, because I think I'm a pretty good person. I think the world would be better if it was more like me. And I was like, yeah, I wouldn't do that. Because again, to even have the thought that you want the world to be more like you is to have the ego that thinks you are better than the world. I do not think I am better than other people. And that's, I promise you, is going to be the biggest thing for people to get over. I do not think I am better than other people. I do not think I am better than other people. But in a world that tells you you have to think that about yourself in order to know who's right or wrong, I get it. Because you want to know you're better than the pedophile or better than the rapist or better than Trump or better than who. Sure. And that way you might be, quote, better than people. But what good is it to say I'm better than the pedophile? What good is it to say I'm better than the genocider? What good is it to say I'm better than Trump? I would hope that was obvious. You know what I mean? But to say to yourself, like, look what a good person I am. I haven't raped a baby today. It's like, great, bro. Thanks. Thanks for doing the bare fucking minimum. Okay? And this moves into dating. I did the dishes today. Thanks, bro, for the bare fucking minimum. Okay? The way we're giving gold stars to our partners for sweeping the kitchen. It's like, girl, and I understand, don't get me wrong, that out of love and dignity and consideration for my partner, I will thank them for sweeping the kitchen. But I will not, if my partner acts like it is the greatest thing they ever accomplished, sit there and be like, oh, yes, thanks for doing the like, you know what I mean? It's like you want to ride your whole ego on you sweeping the kitchen, bad. Or if you want to just say like, hey, I did this thing, thank you so much, because you want to show gratitude, that's different. Okay? So again, like, you know, when we think about the world and how to make it a better place, ask yourself in the first place why you want to do that and why you think it should. First, you have to understand why the world should be a better place. And again, what is your role to play in that? And is it even possible in the way that you're deeming? So Britt Hartley poses that question to her audience, right? What if the world never changed though? What if it never got any better? Would you still do the right thing anyways? For many people, they would say no. For me and Britt Hartley, we'd say, yeah. Yeah, why not? If it's the right thing, let's just do that. And people say, you're such a fool. You're so foolish for doing the right thing. Why would you do the right thing when everyone else is doing the wrong thing? You're going to get tricked and scammed. People are going to take advantage of you. Well, if you're doing the right thing, you're also gaining wisdom and you're also living within your joy. And it sounds like a win-win as long as you're not naive, as long as you're not actually allowing bad people to take advantage of people because you won't educate yourself. But generally speaking, if I'm doing the right thing and I die for the right reason, then sounds good. But if you're too afraid of being scammed, that you want to become a villain so you don't get scammed, all you're doing is becoming the villain. You know? Chad says, would you be happy to live your life over and over again for all eternity? My life now, as it is, 100, bro. If this was my life for the rest of my life and forever, I would be vibing. Yeah. But 10 years ago, fuck no. 10 years ago, fuck no. Fuck no. You know what I mean? I really got to a place where I'm like vibing. If I had to do this forever, that'd be it. But not 10 years ago, girl. 10 years ago, I'd been like, fuck no. Okay, we're almost done with this section, and then we're gonna move on.
And you're trying to get the Velleman thing between them. What do you think about? What do you think about that as an idea?
Well, the thing is, I have deep criticisms of Freud because I think that when you scale out his idea, it doesn't actually hold. And this is something that I've taken from some of your work on the philosophy of science. So, you know, I talk about this in my opening lecture for Tier 1, like Freud's hydraulic model of the psyche.
Yeah, that's
right?
Ricoeur's. That's Ricoeur's models. Yeah.
So there's id at the bottom, and then there's superego at the top, right? The id being your primal urges, your superego being sort of the social cultural thing, and your ego is in the middle getting squashed, right? So if there's too much pressure, it fractures and you're in psychosis. But if I scale out that idea, there's a bit of a problem for me, which I think I might have brought to you in passing. But the central question is, where's the person in that? Because if the ego is just being squashed between these two things, well, every person is being squashed like that. Yeah. So that means each individual is just part of the superego thing, and then they have the it pushing up against that. So where is the place of agency? Where is the place of personhood? How does that develop and open up? Whereas for me, I don't think Freud answers that question, but I think Jung does. And what Jung does with that is to say, hey, look, you know, it's not a hydraulic model. It's an organic model. It's like a living thing, as you often say. Yes. Right? And so he deals with that with there is a dialogical relationship between all of these little parts within the structure. Your complexes have a dialogical relationship with your ego, which has a relationship with your personal unconscious, which is impacted, you know, and gives birth to shadow. And there's this whole network of things which to me is missing in Freud, because Freud doesn't, to me, answer the question of, well, how does
Freud is systems. So Freud is how I think of systems, which is why I'm not interested in them, because I think they're limiting and they're the focus, but I don't think they're the reality. I think they're real, but they're not like, so Freud would be systems. I think life is that organic, allness, right? Like that's more interesting to my brain and more like what I'm focused on. But that's why when people who are in politics are like, Brittany, why don't you talk about systems? Okay, I could talk about systems, but then I feel like I'm never actually getting to the meat of the problem because systems come out of the other. So like that's why I'm not interested in them, because like yes, it's like, but people who think they are, listen, men who have lectured me about the work that I do, they're like, well, you just don't know anything about systems. Honey, you are the system. And that's why you're interested in it, because it's the only place you thrive. If you had to exist in my bubble where I am, you would feel like a child again, because it would require you to go back and redo your homework because you thought that essay you turned in was an A+. In my world, it's a D. Okay. In your bubble, you're the top of the class. In my bubble, you're the bottom. And that's why you don't like my bubble, because my bubble requires so much more work out of you, so much more work out of your consciousness. Systems are easy because they're the result of people. People are hard because they're the result of biology and life. And they're so much more complex than we think, right? Because of the way we lie to ourselves, the way we exist as people. Like life itself is so much harder than systems. Systems are just the aftermath of people, you know? And I'm just like, okay, cool. Like the way we have them, right? So like, yes, systems are scripts to follow. Exactly. It's like, there's nothing to go here. Like they're, you know what I mean? So like, I want to get down to what is true. And I just don't think the answers are in systems, but the systems are impacting reality so severely that you do have to understand systems. So you can't go onto the mountains and live in the woods. You have to exist within systems, which is why I say to you, systems are important enough for me to save away, for me to have a high yield savings account and invest in a Roth. Systems are actually impacting my life enough to pay attention to when Croatia has tax treaties with the US, or important enough for me to pay attention to reproductive rights, right? So, right? Okay. Chat says, okay, sure, systems, yada, yada. But do you know how you exist in the system? And are you okay with that? Well, there's two folds to that question. There's the philosophical, are you okay with that? Well, of course, I'm okay with anything. And then the micro reality conversation, which is like, well, obviously we would like better systems because we would like people to have better lives. So obviously, like Brittany, the macro existence is fine with anything because she's just a butterfly. She's a dog. She's a tree. She's a blade of grass. Like she just is, right? But obviously, sure, the micro Brittany that exists is going to suggest that we do better things with systems because, you know, but she's going to also accept that systems are a reflection of people, right? So it's like, it's both things at once. Both things are true. Both things are true always, right? Okay, now here's what I want to do. This is the new section on the timeline of a new topic that they go into. So I actually want to stop here actually. And I want to move into the other videos I have planned for today. Okay. Oh, was that not meant for me? My bad. Did I answer a question that wasn't meant for me? I'm sorry, but hey, great answer, right? Kind of fire with that answer though, right? Okay, let's do this. Give yourselves a 2-minute breather break before we transition into a new vibe with new videos. Same topic, new vibe. Let's give ourselves a 2-minute break and we'll come back and we'll have that conversation, okay? Be right back. right, I'm back. Sorry. I was eating a snack and talking to my partner. My mother-in-law made some yummy vegan snacks for me. Can't you see? So good. It's like she made like a pita, almost like a fried pita chip. It was so good, bro. All right. Hey, Contained Chaos. Submitting a Brittany Simon membership. Let's go. Jordy's, congratulations. Enjoy that. Love that, queen. Thank you so much. Okay. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Okay, so if you guys want to finish that Vervaeke conversation or you're interested in it, please go check it out. It's a really great video and I really recommend it. Okay, now moving on. I want to watch this one. So, okay, so over on my Discord, right? Over on my Discord, you guys asked me to review this video from Public Offender, which I like Public. I watch a lot of Public. And Public is a dad, a husband. He basically bullies the patriarchy, which there's obviously a role for him to play in life. He's not a philosophy channel, right? He's bullying the patriarchy and he's good at it. Okay. He's really good at it. Now in this video, he is critical of Dr. K. Oh my God, a sneeze. And even my Discord was like, oh, it's sad to see Dr. K parroting red pill talking points. I want to talk about this in a way that is a different, because I think this might be, well, I'll explain it. You'll see why I have to, but this is important, okay? Who you are in the story you tell yourself about who you are in the story, and remember the story you tell yourself about who Dr. K is. Because I see Dr. K as a doctor, because he's a doctor, who's helping to heal clients, and he's not expecting them to be unhealed. Red pillars are people marketing towards sick men to take advantage of them in a way that I don't think Dr. K is doing. And I think that because Dr. K works for boys and is in boy bubbles and works with the incels, he still has to talk to them the way that they'll hear him. To this day, I've watched hundreds of Dr. K videos. I could not tell you what this man's personal opinion is about anything. I cannot tell you what he actually thinks about anything, because his work is professionally not that. Okay? He is so good at professionally never talking about what he really thinks. And that is what I think is a good teacher. I think a good teacher never lets the students in on their own personal opinions or what their real thoughts are, or the teacher allows the student to come to conclusions. Now, I tried to do this a little bit when I came back to YouTube, and I failed miserably at it. And a big reason I fail at it is because I like to tell you about my life. I like to tell you about my life. I like to overshare. I love to tell you about my life. And I can't be that person because, girl, I'm going to tell you, the failing I have as a person who's definitely not a teacher is that I'm too much of a student who has to tell the other girlies what I found out, and I just can't be that person, And so I know I'm not meant to fill that role, but Dr. K is really, really good at it, right? So think about it from that perspective, but let me explain something here that I think will be really fun to see. Okay, here we go.
We have another example of me all of a sudden using language that it's just female coded. You know what I mean? It's things that are made specifically, the language, the scenario is specifically made for women. Right? Anybody could, in theory, it could apply to anybody. Don't get me wrong. But it overwhelmingly applies to women. 95% of the time, it applies to women. This language specifically surrounding the mental load, shout out to my girl Paige, who've been working hard night and day to kind of push the idea of the mental load and to get people on board and understanding it. But my wife talked about the mental load 15 years ago. You know what I mean? With me, with my kids and stuff. She was like, yeah, I do more than you. Like I plan everything. I pay all the bills, like physically, not like financially, but she's like, I pay all the bills. I plan everything. I worry about, I'm like, okay, we need groceries, clothes, da, da, da. Like I'm doing all of this stuff. And I was just like, yeah, you're right. But this is something that, again, isn't exclusive to women, but predominantly applies to women. So when we say the term, we're typically talking about women, right? I would love to know though, what mental load do men have? As a man, I don't feel like I have I don't feel like I have much of a mental load. And yeah, well, I'll get into it more. I don't think men, if men actually had a mental load in the relationship, I'll tell you what men's mental load typically in a relationship is him caring about himself. And men can't even do that. You know what I mean? Like, that's why it's laughable to assume that men actually have like a responsibility in a relationship to take care of anybody mentally or emotionally. I don't see where that's happening. Most of the time, like women are looking for men to take care of themselves. Women are looking for men to take care of themselves. If a woman can find a man that can take care of himself, and I mean emotionally, take care of himself, regulate himself emotionally, right? Make sure no matter what happens throughout his day at work or in the world, when he comes home, he shows up for his family emotionally, physically, he's present, things of that nature. Women are looking for those men at this point, I think, over any other type of man, because I don't think the expectation for a woman is to find a man that can take care of her emotionally. I think most women have tempered their expectations to the point to where they would just be like head over heels for a man that can take care of himself, regulate himself, right? So when we talk about the mental load of men, I like literally laugh. Like I laughed out loud when I saw this video, because I was like, what? Where the fuck is this happening?
This is something that we don't give men enough credit for, that anytime there is overflowing of emotion, usually what the male role is to absorb it.
You're the bucket that scoops it up.
Absolutely. So you hold it for everyone around you.
What? Since when? Since when have men been expected to hold the butt? Since when? Men holding their own feelings. They repress their feelings. They don't hold other people's emotions for them, though.
Everyone around you. If you go to a funeral, what you'll see, and we see this in media all the time, right? A man will be standing and somebody else, including another man, will be crying and we're holding them. There's a ton of emotional containment that men do. It's very taxing. One of the biggest drains of willpower is emotional suppression. I think that women will do a lot of emotional support in terms of like being emotionally supportive, hearing you out, listening to your problems. And what men do in relationships that I don't think we give them credit for, this is very new research, is holding the emotions for everybody around.
What research? I have to cite your sources on that one. What research says that men hold everybody's emotions in? We don't. Men have a harder, we hold our own emotions in. He is speaking to that right now. That is unhealthy. Women are more expressive. They know they got to get the shit out, right?
Okay, I'm going to pause it there. Does anyone know what Dr. K is talking about? Does anyone know? Because did any man in your life come to mind? He gave a really good example. He said there's a funeral, right? There's an expectation. Did anybody have a person that came to mind right away when he said that? Because I had someone right away. I knew exactly the kind of man he's talking about. He's not talking about men in general. He's talking about a very specific kind of man who plays a very specific kind of role in the family dynamic or in the friend dynamic or in the friend group. Did anyone have someone like, oh, right away, I know who he's talking about? Okay. Okay, so some of you did, some of you didn't. Okay. So right away, I will tell you this. My family dynamic in my personal life, I'm going to use my parents as an example. My dad is the mediator. He is the person you can go to and talk to more often than not. He's the person who holds it down at funerals. He's the person that when families are fighting, he's the mediator, right? When his kids are going at it, like, it's not that my dad doesn't have moments. It's not that my dad doesn't have his own fucking flaws, because he does, and he needs to go to therapy. But my mother is not that person. If I was going, I'll use myself because I won't speak for my siblings. When I was going through shit as a kid, I couldn't go to my mom. She could not fucking handle it. Okay, she could not handle it. So I would go to my dad because my dad was very stoic and he was a good listener and he was good at problem solving. And my dad and I shared hobbies, and he could be that person for me. Okay. He could hold it together while I crashed. My mother couldn't. If I was crashing, she was crashing. And then we were crashing together. Okay. That's it. Right now, the dynamic in my family is my mom goes, Brittany, is it true you do this thing on the internet? And my dad goes, hey, don't ask her that question. You know you don't want to hear the answer. My mom goes, I just have to know. I just have to know. Are you doing this on the internet? And I'm like, and I always tell my dad, I was like, get your wife under control. Get your wife under control. You know, and that's the joke in the household is like, get your wife under control. Cause like she's about to crash if I tell her the truth. And my dad's like, don't ask her. Don't ask her. We don't want to know, you know? And that's the dynamic. The dynamic is my mother wants to know, but she crashes the fuck out. My dad's like, I don't want to know. I already know. I know, but I don't need to know. Don't talk to me about it. And the part of that is like, needs to be deconstructed. Yes. I would love to be able to tell my parents what I do on the internet without either of them flipping out. But the truth is my dad is just more like, I don't need to know. I already know. Don't tell me. But my mom is like, I have to know. But she crashes the fuck out, okay? And I'm just like, don't ask me questions you want answers to, okay? So my mom couldn't be the person I went to do that emotional labor in that way. But I did go to my mom for a lot of reasons over the years. My mom had very good moments of being reliable. But in the very specific way Dr. K is saying, I know exactly this type of man. It is my father. And I am his son. This is the role I often play in my family dynamics. When my brothers are crashing out and they're crying, they slam into my bedroom and go, fuck, oh my God, this fucking happened. And I'm like, okay. And I'm the person who, okay, but that's not to say that I don't have moments where I'm crashing out and my brother's like, got it, I'm on it, right? I got it, I'm here. It's not to say that we all don't have moments where we go to somebody else. But yes, generally speaking, you know what I'm saying? I play this role. You know what I'm, okay. This is what Dr. K, I think, is explaining. But if you do not have this role model, if you have never seen it happen, then you don't know what it's like to watch a man in the family actually be the person who does the emotional labor. But it isn't perfect. My dad should go to therapy. My dad needs philosophical work. He needs to deconstruct, right? But yes, my dad plays this role. And yes, I believe that's what Dr. K is talking about. The flaw in Dr. K's statement, though, was society doesn't give men enough credit for this. And the dilemma is that my dad is one of many siblings in his family. He's one of 8. And he's the only one who plays this role. Maybe one of his other brothers, maybe, but mostly my dad. So what Dr. K really fucked up here is insinuating that it was common. I think it is like 1 out of 10 guys are playing this role. And that's just not enough, right? But also, you know, I don't want women to always feel like they're the only ones doing this work either. So Dr. K is on men's podcasts trying to encourage men to be better, but you know, he's working, guys. If his clientele is like incels and men who are angry at the world, then just imagine how he's supposed to explain basic topics to them and give him that chance. Now, to be fair, Public Offender and me, we don't work with these men. We don't want to work with these men. And we tell these men to grow the fuck up and go to therapy because we are not Dr. K. We are not doctors. We are not healers. We are not teachers. We are people on the internet who smack the patriarchy around the way men want to smack their wives around. That's our job, right? So like we in the same, you know, that's not our job. And so that's the problem. Okay. Like if you view Dr. K specifically, and I don't blame you for doing this, by the way, he's on all the fucking loser podcasts. He's always talking to the biggest losers. I don't blame you for looking at Dr. K and thinking like, oh, Dr. K is just a guy who talks to loser guys on the internet. He's probably one of them. I hear you, but I believe, and I could be wrong because I don't know him, but I believe after everything I've seen him do, he is one of the good ones who's surrounded by all the bad ones in hopes to poach one of the bad ones into being one of the good ones. And that's his business and his job and has nothing to do with me because I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, Discord said my dad plays this role and most men in my family don't. Exactly. Okay. So again, you are right to look at him and be like, what the fuck is Dr. K saying? That's valid, right? 100%. But that's how I see it. See, I see this and I'm like, I see what you're doing, Dr. K. I see what you're doing, but this is not going to go over well with the ladies. But I see what you're doing because men need the fantasy. Now, here's the thing. One of my brothers in particular, this is Vegeta Endeavor brother. He wants to be this person. And he's too young to know. He's not even close. He's so immature. He has no chance. Okay. Not yet, Habibi. But he tries to play this role. Talk to me, Brittany. What do you need? Talk to me. I'll be yours. I got it. Talk to me. And I'm like, bro, I used to change your poopy diapers. Shut up. And he's just like, talk to me. I hear you, bro. I really sympathize with you. I feel it. I'm empathizing. Yes. I get it. And I'm like, sit down. And like, he tries. And I see it in him. He wants to be that person in the story. He hasn't earned the wisdom. He hasn't mediated enough battles. You know what I mean? He hasn't done it yet. But I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad that he wants to be the listener. You know what I mean? I'm not mad that he wants to be the guy who can handle the burden of the emotions. Okay? I'm not mad that he wants to. I think it's just funny, the way he tries to. And I'm like, you're not even ready, bro. You're not even ready. Okay, so now we all understand kind of who Dr. K is probably talking about in the story, at least when I hear the story. Okay, Chad says he didn't mean to insinuate it. He didn't really mean to insinuate it. He said studies back in which wouldn't that mean the norm? Let's go back to this actually. Let's see what he said.
I mean, all right,
There's a ton of emotional containment that men do. It's very taxing. One of the biggest drains of willpower is emotional suppression. I think that women will do a lot of emotional support in terms of like being emotionally supportive, hearing you out, listening to your problems. And what men do in relationships that I don't think we give them credit for, this is very new research, is holding the emotions for everybody around.
What research?
Oh, and by the way, chat, he said, I really hope he does that with his body language. He literally does. He's memeing though. He's like, tell me your problems. Tell them to me. And I'm like, don't. He's like, tell me. He does. He actually does do that. Like, tell me. Anyways, okay, sorry.
We give him credit for, this is very new research, is holding the emotions for everybody around.
What research?
Okay. I don't think he means research about men who play this role. I think he meant more like the research of containing emotions, right? Let me see.
I don't think we give him credit for, this is very new research, is holding the listening to your problems and what men do in relationships.
Oh, like we're not giving them the credit according to the research. Like, is the research not giving them the credit?
That I don't think we give him credit for, this is very new research, is holding the emotions for everybody around.
What research? I have to cite your sources on that one. What research says that men hold everybody's emotions in? We don't.
I don't know if that's what he meant by that, but that's okay.
We don't. Men have a harder, we hold our own emotions in. He is speaking to that right now. That is unhealthy. Women are more expressive. They know they got to get the shit out.
Okay, but women can also be unhealthy. Now, what public does, public offender shtick is basically shitting on everything men does and promoting everything women do. But women are also shit, and you're shit. So you can't just actually get out your feelings. So I'll be the middle ground girly. You can't actually just get your feelings all out. Sometimes you gotta, okay? Because that was my mom. Hey, you're being inappropriate right now. Shush. But she played into that woman trope in these heterosexual dynamics where the man is the leader and the woman is the follower. And so my mom would just like act out of turn. I'm like, girl, keep your mouth shut. And I used to, as a child, think to myself, I never wanted to be my mother because she did not know when to be quiet. But a big part of it was I think she's autistic. Okay. And I think she just like her sense of justice is crazy. And I would look at my dad like, do something, bro. Do something. Like tell her to be quiet. She's being rude. She's being embarrassing. She's just like making everybody do emotional labor for her. And then I saw my dad have to be a person who was always like, I love your mother. Your mother is the love of my life. I understand your mother more than anybody. I got it. I'll handle it. And then he would handle it. Now, my mom's gotten better over the years and my dad's gotten better over the years. But like, I did see a mother that was way too in her feelings and a father who honestly should have been more in his feelings, but was for a man doing okay. So I get it from that perspective that you want to have this dream mother where like she is always there doing the emotional labor. But let me tell you this, here's what I think women are really good at more than men. We are better at breaking generational curses. We're also really good at upholding them. But I think my mom did break a lot of generational curses, and she also maintained a lot herself. So same with me, right? I will break a lot of generational curses, and my mother is dying inside watching me break a generational curse. She is not excited about it. She is mortified at the consequence of what our family might be exposed to if I continue to expose all of our flaws, right? So like my mother and father really worked with each other over these years of like breaking and maintaining. My parents were also the rebels in their family, and therefore their children were the rebels in theirs. Like my parents were very rebellious. Okay, getting married and getting together was like a very big no-no for the families. And, you know, like everything was very rebellious, right? So again, it's like I can empathize. And now, by the way, my parents have their own medical problems, their own histories, their own traumas. Like they're also just people on a journey. They're just us on a journey. So again, when I look at my parents, I see them as what they are, flawed human beings who are doing the best with what they have, but they're not perfect. But yes, my dad does play this role of keeping it together at the funeral, or keeping it together at the hospital, or keeping it together when the family's fighting, or keeping it together and making yes, my dad does play this role, and my mother does not. My mother cannot play this role to save her life. Now, this is where public might say, yeah, but isn't your dad the exception? And I would say, yes, he is. And I would say he's not only the exception, he still needs to go to therapy, needs to do work, right? So yes, he is the exception. So that's the disconnect really in this, the way the conversation is happening, right? It's like, well, is this the exception or not?
Right. Women also repress their feelings. Like women, first of all, women repress their feelings all the time. That's the thing. Like men think that women are like an open book, but women are anything but that. You don't really know how disappointed your woman is with you the majority of the time. You don't really know how little your woman respects you the majority of the time. You don't really.
I mean, there's definitely those couples, right? Chet says, would your mom ever recognize when she was out of line, if you don't mind me asking? In a very autistic way, yes. Like when I got diagnosed with autism, I realized looking back at both my parents, I was like, oh, my mom is definitely ADHD. And my dad is autistic. Like, obviously I could be wrong, but when I look at them through the lens of my diagnosis, I'm like, oh, wait a second. Like everything starts to make sense. I remember distinctly, we would be at a restaurant and my mom would get a plate of food and she'd be like, I can't eat this. I can't eat this. I can't eat this. And I'm like, Mom, just eat. It's good. Just eat it. She goes, I can't. It's not the way I need it. I need it to be perfect. I was like, it's fine. What's wrong with it? And she was like, I can't. And I was like, but if you send it back, they're going to throw away the food. It's going to be a whole thing. And then she was like, I can't. And then she would send back the food, but she would be like, kind of like, rude, but not rude like a bitch. Like, and okay, she'd be rude like autistic. Like, I'm so sorry. This food just doesn't taste good. And because it doesn't taste good, I just can't eat it. And I want to eat it, but I can't eat it because it's gross. And I'm like, don't tell them it's gross. Like you're just like, you know what I'm saying? Like she wasn't trying to be, but it would like mortify all of us. Like all of us would be very embarrassed at the table. And then like in hindsight, when I look back, I'm like, and that's why my dad would say like, your mom is just your mom. That's who your mom is. And I'd be like, why is she that way? And then I realized like, oh, like I'm that way if I don't script my language. I'm that way if I don't script, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh, like she's just being literal. She's over explaining to the waitress, which is rude, but she thinks she's making it better by explaining why she needs the food taken back. So that, you know what I'm saying? And I look at her now with so much more compassion and so much more love. But I also think like that's why when you go to my mom and you're like, hey, I have this issue in my life, my mom can be like very like, you know what I mean? She can be very like, she can't handle the bad news because she's like, oh, you know what I mean? And so my mom, like, again, they've changed. This is different moms, right? My mom, who she was 10 years ago, is not the mom I have now. These are different moms. But, you know, over the years, my mom has changed and gotten better. She doesn't do that anymore. She knows how to better do things. She knows how to communicate before ordering food, like, hey, I'm really sensitive about texture and taste, and I don't like my food touch. Is this okay if you do that? Like, she's very good ahead of time now. But again, we didn't have the language. We didn't even have the language. My parents still don't know I'm autistic. I haven't told them. Right? So like, okay, it's like, and my mom is also the girl who like, she told me when I was young, my mom trained this into me. If you see something in someone's teeth, you tell them. My mom was at a wedding once, like a big Assyrian wedding, and a woman came out of the bathroom with toilet paper on her shoe, and everybody just pointed and whispered. And my mother went up to the woman and told her, because it's embarrassing, right? And my mom always said, you go up to those women and you tell them. You don't let those women be embarrassed because you're embarrassed. How do you think they feel? So my mom's sense of justice was there too. She'd be like, this is injustice to let people, right, suffer because you're embarrassed. You go tell them, hey, you have something in your teeth. Hey, you've got a piece of tissue on your foot. Better this than gossiping with your friends. Haha, look at this lady with the tissue on her foot. And that stayed with me as a kid. Like, yeah, why wouldn't I tell people? And look, I'm the weird one. When I tell people, I'm so sorry, you have something in your teeth. I just wanted to let you know because I would want to know if I was you. They'd be like, oh my God, thank you. Or some people are like, okay. Like they almost feel offended that I told them because people feel like it's embarrassing to point it out. So they would rather ignore it and pretend it's not there. But then they talk about it too. Did you see that thing in her teeth? Why didn't you tell her? Oh, I was too embarrassed to tell her. What? Okay. Anyways, going back to the video.
You know how little your woman likes you the majority of the time. You don't know. She's holding in a lot. Women get sick from that shit.
I mean, I agree with him. Women are holding in a lot.
Where are all of these examples of men getting sick from holding in every, like you would.
Well, fun fact, a lot of chronic illnesses are attributed to women, to AFAB people, because we're doing so much emotional labor for our families. They say a lot of our chronic health issues are primarily there in women. They're there in men too, but that they're there in women because we do so much emotional labor and we do hold in a lot of feelings and make ourselves sick. But the thing is like, if men were more honest, I think they're sick. I think they're lying about how sick they are. I think they're pretending they're not sick. I think it shows up in their real life and in their personal lives. I think you are sick. I just don't think you process your pain as like the same, or you don't think about going to the doctors. You know what I mean? Right? Like, I think you are sick. I think you're in denial of it. So
there would be a physical manifestation represented in men, showing up in men, if men were the ones holding all the emotional baggage and doing all the emotional labor in a relationship.
Chad says, don't black men die earlier from heart issues? I mean, men are dying from heart issues. Men also smoke a lot more. Men are engaging a lot of drinking. Like, I think men have a lot of destructive habits that are exactly that. And look, I listen to men. Men tell me all the time, like, you don't know the stress of making all the money for your family. But I always tell them, well, look, and I understand I make money for my family, but like, listen, all of us, my brothers and my dad, everyone who makes money for the family, the ones who truly want to do it, thriving. The ones that didn't want to do it, shamed by the same bubble that tells them they should be providers, right? That's the problem. Why can't my brothers who don't want to be providers be stay-at-home dads? Because under their patriarchal script, the same women they want to marry don't want men who stay at home. So no one gets to be what they want to be. Okay? No one gets to live the life they want to live. And that's why I'm saying you have to deconstruct all of this so you can play to your strengths and do what you want. Oh my God. I've been watching, this is connected. I've never cried so hard at a cooking show in my life. Chef's Table has a multitude of series. There's one called Barbecue, and there's a man, I think he was in North Carolina. And he was born and raised in a small town where his dad killed pigs, and he was a barbecuer. And he all of his life, since he was 11, was an only child and only worked on this farm and only killed pigs and barbecued. Then his dad, on his graduation day, well, he had this big dream of living in a small town and going to the city and doing his thing. His dad said, get ready. I know it's your graduation day, but you go to work 2 a.m. And he's like, what? And even a girl in his class said to him, why are you so happy? You're just going to be working with pigs your whole life. Why are you celebrating? Because in his head, as that kid graduating, he was excited to graduate, leave, maybe travel. He said he dreamt of just being on an airplane. He just wanted, as a little kid, to be on an airplane. He said, I would look at an airplane when I was a kid and think, I wonder where they're going. I wonder if they can see me. I wonder what it would be like to be up there with them. All thoughts I've had, by the way. And I was like, oh my gosh. Okay. So then This is where it gets sad. Are you ready for this? So then he starts working with the pigs, okay? He's working at his dad's barbecue place. It's a well-loved place. He's working with his mom. The whole thing's going. Him and his dad do not have the greatest relationship, okay? Not the greatest relationship at all, okay? But they're working together. It's kind of tense. They're doing their thing. Dad eventually has a stroke, has to retire, but he takes over. So he takes over the barbecue place, okay? Eventually, it goes through trials and tribulations, but he starts to innovate. He starts to think, how can I do this better than my dad did it? Not as a way to say, fuck you, dad, but as a way to like improve upon. His dad was grumpy. I don't want you to do this. I don't want you to update. Just do it the way we've been doing it. It's fine the way we've been doing it. And the son says, well, maybe it could be more. Maybe we could do something different. He starts to find a new technique in killing the pigs and roasting the pigs and smoking the pigs and cutting the pigs. He starts to come up with all these and I know for the plant-based vegans out here, I don't go. Okay, but like he starts to figure out ways to improve the barbecue place. So story goes, eventually people from the city start to notice. A food guy starts to notice. And then all of a sudden, happy. The restaurant is booming. Everybody loves it. This guy is winning awards, big accolades. The people are seeing him. He's traveling into the city. He's like overcoming trials and tribulations left and fucking right. This man did it, bro. He took a small town, like little legacy and made it into a well-known legacy that won like a Beard Award and like James Beard Award and like won all these things. And like all these people notice him. He's crying on stage. He's like, this is amazing for me. And the interviewer goes, how's your dad feel about it? I don't know. We don't talk. He won't talk to me. I tried to talk to him. He doesn't talk to me. Damn. And that's what that is. That is that stubbornness and toxic masculinity. That is that breaking of a generational curse that this guy took upon his shoulders. And then like his own father just couldn't stand to see his kid do something bigger and better than him. And by the way, he praised his dad the whole time. He said, my dad was an innovator. He did amazing things. He really is the reason I'm here. My dad is the reason I do what I do. And also, yeah, he doesn't talk to me. He said it was like a fist was closed. My dad had a closed fist. That's what he said. My dad had a closed fist. And I kept thinking, Dad, nothing good's going to come out of a closed fist. You got to open your hand. And he couldn't. His dad was paralyzed like this. He just couldn't do it. And he said, well, you might not open your hand, but I'm going to open mine. And every time someone came from the city and said, hey, I really believe in you. Can we expand your restaurant? He said, yeah, I'm going to do that. Every opportunity that came his way, he said, I'm going to do something different and say yes. And it worked. Okay? So again, like, this is the part that we need to free a lot of people from, regardless of gender, but men suffer from it immensely. Okay? Allowing your sons to do it better. But I understand that your son can't just do it better. He has to do it right. He can't just do it better because he thinks it is better. It has to be better. So I understand as a father who owned a business, some of the brothers definitely wanted to, quote, do it better. But the truth was they couldn't do better than my dad. And I told my little brothers, you want this business so badly, but you are not going to do it better than dad did it. So you either have to do it better than him or you shouldn't do it at all. And the boys learned the hard way that like they weren't ready to be my dad because like they weren't this guy. This guy is special. It is special to have a family business where the kids take it over and actually do better than the dad. Because remember, the dad had the dream. The dad had the dream to do it in the first place. The son has to make it the dream. The daughter has to make it the dream. Okay? My dad told me, do you want to take over the business? And I said, Habibi would love it's not my dream. If I take over your business, I'll crash it. And I, because I am the best son, did not have the pride to lie to him. Unlike my little brothers who were like, yeah, I could do it. No, you couldn't. Sit down. Have some humility and know you could not take over this business. You could not really do this, you know? And that's the point. You need to have enough humility to say, actually, I'm not going to be able to do this. I will run your business into the ground. It's better to end it in legacy and end it in good than to hand it to a son who destroys it. And I will not destroy my dad's dream. And that's what I'm saying. There's no humility. There's no like vulnerability. There's no, you're lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself to say that I would take over this business and not do bad with it. You know? Chet said, why do you think people are so married to their egos? Self-preservation. Self-preservation. You know? We're afraid of what will happen if we shatter our ego. Especially in a world that builds us up from when we're young, you know? And ego is it's a great thing to get you through a swampy struggle or a moment of poverty or a war. Like ego can help you survive the next day. But it will also kill you. This goes back to Avatar: The Last Airbender and Jet. Jet and Zuko had insane ego. Both needed to be humbled, okay? And two different pathways. How Jet died, devastating. How Zuko survived and lived, motivating. Should Jet have gotten a better end of his story? Sure, in many ways. But Jet was also the lesson we needed to learn. That the oppressed cannot liberate by oppressing others. You cannot liberate your own people by oppressing others. Ever. And Zuko's lesson was you can't live someone else's dream and make it your own. This is not your dream. This is not your destiny. You have to find your own, right? These are two different lessons, but both are rooted in ego. Let's see. Discord says, the system is easy for you because you are the system and that's where you thrive. At men, I think you just throat chop them, Brittany. Let's see, chat. Discord said I'm like an hour or so behind. Let's see on the live stream. Women are sick with autoimmune. Men are sick with violence issues. True. Anger is the safe emotion for them. I thought Dr. K was talking about men partnered to immature, likely traumatized and stuck in it women. The pattern made sense. I didn't know it was a red pill talking point until the chat commented on the video. I understand why the stay-at-home dad don't find feminist women. They are loud and out. There these days, patriarchal women. Let's see. Signs are conservatism and pygmyism. Though people who say they are progressive and are feminists also align with patriarchy. True. Well, I think and again, I'm so glad we're watching this video because I think it's such a good reminder for all of us of like when we observe things, like what are we seeing? And also like monolithic experiences aren't really real, but categories are. So like women aren't a monolithic experience and neither are men, but there are experiences and categories that allow us to stereotype. So I agree with both public and Dr. K. If I go to Dr. K's bubble and I know exactly who he's talking about, I'm like, okay, I can kind of see what you're saying. If I go to public and I go to his bubble, I'm like, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. And the dilemma is like, they're not actually at odds. But for the sake of the content that public makes, it is a good example of being at odds with Dr. K, funny enough. Like, does that kind of make sense? Like, making Dr. K out to be sort of a bad guy or a bad... making a bad statement kind of makes sense for his bubble. But then it makes sense for my bubble to be like, hold on, what is Dr. K really saying? Because I don't think public knows who Dr. K is. So if I was public and I didn't know who this man was and I had never seen him before, I'd be like, what is this? Like, what is he talking about exactly? But also, to be fair, public might not have a man in his life who Dr. K is describing. And so it's even more foreign of a concept versus right away, I was like, oh, my dad, my dad. Easy. But that doesn't mean, and this is the problem, my dad needs therapy. My dad needs therapy. Okay. Chat says for the bubble, yes, but it seems kind of unhelpful. Which part? Dr. K or public? Which is unhelpful? Because I could see both being unhelpful in different bubbles, right? What do you guys think? I also think like realistically, I've noticed this is apparently very biological, like very like there's a phenomenon for this. I don't know what it's called. If you guys know, where like, if there are people in the room and everything is escalating into chaos, it gives opportunity for some people to step up, and they actually do because it's actually happening to them. Like it's not even a choice. That happens to me all the time. All of the time. Where like, if I notice the room is going into chaos, all of a sudden I become the most stoic monk who's ever existed. Right? Like I'm so stoic. I'm a fucking genius. And then if I'm like out of control, I notice like my partner or my friends and family will be like, and zen. And I'm like, yo, why do we do this for each other? And like the problem is I noticed that in my last relationship, my toxic relationship, I noticed that what I was like, basically anytime I was in this mode, like where I was being like the stoic, thoughtful, like present, like on top of it, I've got it handle mode, it was always like taken for granted, right? Like it was taken for granted, right? No. Chat says trauma response. Is it a trauma response? Because it's actually fucking good and I think people should do it. Like, no. I mean like become like a leader. Like chat says it's the leadership role. Yeah, like the leadership role. Like you're not disassociating. You're like, I got it. I can do this. But maybe it is a trauma response, but it's fucking helpful. It's like fucking good. It's like, it's very necessary. It's like when your kids are out of control. You know what I mean? And like, it's very important. Like my marriage, like we need it. We need people to be on the, like, you know, when shit is out of control, you're like, hold on, pause. I got it. Let me be the person. Because it gives permission to the people in your life to also let go. Like to be vulnerable, to say, I can't be an adult right now. I can't be in control right now. Can you handle it? Yes. I got it. Go. Because I also want to give people in my life like that chance. And the problem was in my toxic relationship, it was like, I thought I was doing a favor for my partner, but I realized like now that it was more like not even understood by them that was happening. And so like, it was like a very confusing thing where like they would do it for me too, but they would do it and think better of themselves. And I would do it for them and they would think you put me here. And I'm like, what? Like, and then it was confusing, right? So it was like, it was a really weird thing. But I actually think like, it was really great. Like it was really helpful and it still is helpful. Like, to give somebody the chance to be vulnerable. Cause like, look, I can't have you always be vulnerable. Like, you know how the world is kind of messy? Yeah, I can't have you be in your mess 24/7, girls. You need to lock in and focus. Because if you're always messy, but then when you want to be, it's like, can you hold my emotions? Can you give me space for this? I need you to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I need you to, can you do this right now? I think that's what role my dad played a lot in my life, where I was like, hey, I need to be kind of messy and cry right now. Can you like hold my emotions? My dad's like, yeah, I got you. And I was like, okay, thank you. And he would like let me do it. And he would like be very like, you know, wisdom. He would be very like stoic. He would be very like, you know what I mean? And this allowed me to do it. Like, yeah, the rock. Yes, girl. Thank you, chat. The healthy rock. Like, I want to be the rock. Like my dad was like the rock. Until he wasn't, because sometimes that happened too. That happened too. But like, yeah, like I want to be the rock for the family, but not always. I'm like a boulder, but like not always, but like a lot of the time. Or I want to be grandmother Willow. I'm like the tree. I'm deeply rooted. You can't move me, you know? Let me give you shade. Let me give you somewhere to lean. Let me give you somewhere to sleep and rest safely, you know? So I think that's what it is. It's like, I want to be the person who is like available in that way, but I'm not always going to be available in that way. And the illusion men are trained under is to think they can be that way always. You can't. You can't be that way always and be healthy. And that was the problem with my dad, where he would be that way most of the time, but the times he wasn't, they wouldn't come out in safe, vulnerable spaces. It would come out in lashings. It would come out in explosive. It would come out in frustrated. And I'm like, oh, where's your stoicism? Where's your rock? And then that was the problem. It's like, girl, if you want to be this rock of the family, you got to go to therapy. You have to give somebody your vulnerabilities instead of exploding them on your kids when you get too frustrated. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem. Is like these men aren't actually, you know, so yes, my dad played this role, and yes, my dad needs therapy. Okay.
Like this fucking idiot's lying about.
Oh, he just called Dr. K a fucking idiot. No!
Physical manifestation represented in men, showing up in men, if men were the ones holding all the emotional baggage and doing all the emotional labor in a relationship, like this fucking idiot's lying about.
He thinks Dr. K is like a bro. He thinks Dr. K is like a bro. That's so funny. Oh God, I'm dead. Watching two faves go at each other, it's so funny to me. I'm like, damn, he doesn't know. That's okay. That's okay.
But there's plenty of examples of women suffering in silence because they have to hold in everything that, you know, is going on in that household amongst, you know, the man and the children and herself. Women are the ones walking around on eggshells in a relationship the vast majority of the time, not men. Look at how men are trying to cope.
And by the way, Public is still just a man to me. So at the end of the day, he is not off the hook just because of it. He's a man. Okay. But yeah, he's using really, I think, reductive arguments because the people he's opposing are really reductive. So I don't think Public, like, I would take Public with a grain of salt like I take everyone. Just because I watch Public doesn't mean I agree with everything or that I always like his method. But like, he's only thinking about red pillars and men. His brain is just focused on arguing with Andrew Tate people, right? He's not a philosophy channel. He's not watching hours of content to understand who he's criticizing. He's seeing a second of Dr. K and going off of his opinion off this one isolated content. And then I, in good faith, can be like, okay, you didn't do your research, but that's okay. Not a big deal. But also, I don't watch Public for well-researched content, right? I watch Public because he argues with men on the internet who say things like women shouldn't get the right to vote. Like, these aren't the deepest thinkers in the world, but Public is still doing, I think, a great service to the community by fighting with these people, because God knows it could not be me. Could not be me.
WAP terms specifically made for women. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Mental load, you can say it applies to both parties, but men do not bear the brunt of the mental load in the vast majority of relationships.
Women often talk about the mental load that—
Wait, can I just say something really fast? I got to tell you something that is very personal to me. Okay. Chet said, Britt, did you see that the man who climbed into the lion's enclosure suffered from schizophrenia? Who wrote that? I think somebody wrote it to me or something. Oh, that's so sad. I did see that video, Habibi. So it wasn't suicide. It was he hearing stuff? Oh, Habibi, that's so sad. Oh, that was so what a sad video, bro. Devastating. This is what I'm saying. He didn't deserve that, bro. We got to get our loved ones help. That's so sad, bro. Man, that's sad. I want to say something to you that it's going to make me empathetic to dads who don't know their kids' birthdays, but I just need you to know I hate that. I would know my kids' birthdays if I was a dad, okay? But let me tell you this. Indiana has been sick lately, right? And we've been going to vet appointments. She's okay. We've been doing vet appointments. We've been doing all these things. And my partner is like in charge of Indiana, okay? They're in charge of like medications, all this stuff. I help out for sure, but I never know what's going on. And I realized, and I looked at them and I said, I am so sorry, but I don't have the brain capacity to remember all of the details about Indiana. I'm going to need you to tell me every time I help you. And he's like, that's okay. He's like, you're just a dad who can't remember your kid's birthday. And I was like, don't say that to me. And he's like, but you are. You're the dad who can't remember his kid's birthday because you're so focused on work and making money for the family that you literally cannot think of anything extra. Kids' schools, her vet appointments, her medications. And I was like, that's kind of true. Like, I literally cannot think about anything else but work. My brain is so consumed making money for this family that I cannot even think about anything else. And for just a second, I was like, I feel kind of bad for those dads who don't know their kids' school and stuff. Like, yeah, like obviously, like I think I would know those things, but I don't know. I don't have kids. But in my head, I was like, I would know those things. But if I can't even keep track of Indiana's medication and stuff, I don't know. But it is, I can't tell if it's also because I'm sick. You know what I mean? But like, I will just say, I am so grateful that my partner handles everything. They handle everything. Everything about Indiana, her specialty food, ordering stuff, doing everything. Like, I'm so lucky. And like, that's kind of the point of like the benefit of also being partnered is like you have somebody who can handle all of the things that you don't think about. That's one of the disadvantages to being single, right? It's like you have to do it all yourself. The water heater broke. He handles it. I don't handle it, right? Like if anything goes wrong in the house, I'm not the one texting the landlord. He's doing everything. Like there are so many things happening on the daily that I don't I don't even have to think about because he's doing it, you know? So then if you're single, you're doing all of those things plus work. And that's hard. You know, that's hard, right? Ted said, but for your kid's birthday, the dad is usually there when the kid is born. You would think that might be memorable. You would think. So I asked my dad one time, I said, how many of the kids' birthdays do you remember? Because there's 10 kids. And he goes, yours and the youngest ones. And I was like, why ours? And he goes, I don't know. And I was like, that's a great question. Obviously, I'm his favorite. So that's why. But then the little brothers, probably because it was significant. We were all there. I was there. My sister was there. My godmother was there. Right? You know, maybe that's just it. The favorites. But I don't know. Maybe he knows more birthdays now. Who knows? Sometimes, to be fair, though, my dad often forgets his own birthday. So when I call him on his birthday, he's like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, girl. So to be fair, you know, Chet says, do you think all of these things could be done if you both worked? I know the stuff he's doing is labor, but you know what I mean? No. I mean, one of the major reasons my partner doesn't work, there's lots of reasons, but a big part of it is because like, it would bring down our quality of life significantly. Like, I know everybody thinks like, oh, if he's working, he'll bring in more money. You guys know how much people are getting paid, right? Like everybody knows how much everyone's getting paid out here, right? The average Croatian salary for a full-time worker is making €1,000 a month. So my partner is going to work 40 hours out of the house a week for €1,000 a month. So 12K a year. So it's either 12K a year to work outside of the house or 12K a year we don't make, but we also save in all of the labor that he does around the house and the quality of life maintains. It's like, that's the thing that people are not like processing. Like, how much is everybody making? You know what I mean? Like, and also who's going to do the chores and who's going to do all the cleaning? So what? We hire like a housekeeper. We get this. Like 12K would be significant. But for me, like in my brain, I'm like, bro, I feel like I could make that streaming if I really hustled. I feel like I could do that at my own job if we just put all the effort into this job. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if I could just make 12K more a year, which is so reasonable as a person moving up in her industry, like eventually, guys, you're supposed to have a career that has a promotion, right? That like gets you more money. Yeah, ideally, I would hope that over 10 years, I'm able to offset that cost or that earning, right? Like I don't, you know, when I think about work and career, I don't think about staying at the same income. I think about like, well, how much can I make that over years, right? And so like, it's, you know, that's how my brain thinks, you know, and even if I made this much for the rest of our life, it would still be pretty good. It would still be a pretty good life. So, okay, like all of those things come into play here, but all I'm focused on is quality of life. What is the quality of life that we'd have? Now, of course, you know, it'd be different if something else changed, but for right now it's working. But it's not how it always has to be. It's just like what works best for us right now. So who knows? Right? Who knows where life will take us? And plus, what if my partner wakes up tomorrow and goes like, I'm going to be a doctor and like decides to go to med school? Like, I don't know what they want to do with their life. Maybe they want to wake up tomorrow and be a fucking doctor. You know, who knows what the future has? But for now, this is our life and it's fucking good. But like going back to emotional labor that we all do in the family, all labor is good labor, even if you don't count it. And I think sometimes public, because he's fighting the manosphere, forgets to give credit where credit is due. And I think that's what Dr. K is saying, is like society isn't giving credit to men. But what Dr. K should have said is some men, rarely are men we should give all this credit to because like they really show up. But instead he made it sound like all men deserve this credit and all men do not deserve this credit because all men are not showing up this way. They are not being the rocks in their communities, you know?
They take on in a relationship. And this usually refers to the load that they carry mentally when it comes to taking care of household chores, and sometimes can be taking care of the kids. So it isn't just the act of doing. It's not just the stuff they have to do, which often they have to do more of. It's also keeping a running list in their mind, everything that needs to get done. And no doubt there's a lot of validity to this because unfortunately, there are a lot of men who expect women to do things for them. That is what their expectation is in the relationship.
Most men expect women to do pretty much everything that he doesn't want to do. That's
Hold on, I was not listening to this white man.
Done. They have to do more of kids. Mentally take on
the vast majority of relationships.
Women often talk about the mental load that they take on in a relationship. And this usually refers to the load that they carry mentally when it comes to taking care of household chores, and sometimes can be taking care of the kids. So it isn't just the act of doing. It's not just the stuff they have to do, which often they have to do more of. It's also keeping a running list in their mind, everything that needs to get done. And no doubt there's a lot of validity to this because unfortunately, there are a lot of men who expect women to do things for them. That is what their expectation is in the relationship.
Most men expect women to do pretty much everything that he doesn't want to do. That's the expectation in the vast majority of relationships.
But there is something that I think does not get a lot of recognition, and that is the mental load that men carry in a
The reason why that doesn't get a lot of recognition is because men don't carry a mental load. We don't, not one of any significance or importance, to be honest with you.
Relationship. This
feels a little bit like a fib from Public. I think he's telling a fib so the manosphere doesn't get one up on him, but I think he knows this is not true. Not literally true, right? Like it's a bit of a fib, right? He can't obviously mean that. Like that no man carries any of the emotional load. Like just being the provider is an emotional load. Just having to pay the bills is an emotional load, right? Like not to be autistic, but I think he doesn't, I don't know if he really believes that, but if he does, then it's just like not true, right? Like I think he might be just telling a slight fib so the metasphere doesn't like, oh, see?
mental load I like to call the emotional diffuser. The emotional diffuser is the person in the relationship whose job it is to diffuse every heightened emotional state.
Okay, this is very true that people play this role. I think it's wrong that it should go to the man, or 2, that it should go to anyone, and 3, that we're not doing it together as a team. But there is always this person who is the diffuser. I call my dad the mediator. My dad is the mediator. My dad is the hold on. I know you're upset. Hold on. Let's hear everybody. Okay, that's my dad. If the kids are fighting, my dad goes, hold on. What's going on? Okay, like let's bring it down. If Brittany and mom are fighting, hold on. Batty, be respectful towards your mother. Wifey, hold on, let her talk. She has opinions. Okay, that's my dad. That's my dad's role. Okay, is it always healthy? No. Is it always perfect? No. But that is technically his role. That is what he has done my whole life.
So men are tasked with this?
State. Now, obviously, this does not.
I think a lot more women play this role, generally speaking, but I think there is, on occasion, a man who plays this role. My grandfather played this role as well, my dad's dad, right? Like if the boys were fighting, like literally imagine my grown-ass father and his siblings being like, bah, 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 bah. Their dad would be like, hey. And my grandpa would be like, my baba would be like, hold on. Right? Like they, and so like, yeah, some people play that role. Not everybody, but some people.
Not occur in every relationship, just like it doesn't occur in every relationship that the man is not the one taking account for the things that need to be done in the house. I'm not suggesting that this happens all the time, but I think this is a problem that men experience that they don't talk about. 1, because men are not good at sharing what they're experiencing, and 2, because often when they express this in the relationship, it can be flipped back on them as if it is their problem. So what do I mean by emotional diffusion?
So the reason why it's being flipped back on the man, I'm so glad he said that, right? Men can't be the emotional diffuser in a relationship the way that he is describing it when things get heightened, because the vast majority of the time, the reason the woman is heightened is because of the man.
Oh, pause. Hold on. So Public is thinking it's between the couple, and I was thinking it was between the situation. Because Dr. K gave a very specific example. He said a funeral. It's not about a relationship, right? Is that what's happening? Where Public is thinking, he's thinking relationship, and Dr. K gave family, like your role in the family versus your role in a relationship. And then this guy said relationship, this white guy said relationship. So it also plays into that stereotype that women are emotional and men are stoic, and that men need to calm their women down because you know how women are. So that also is like misogyny, right? Because like if you believe like, oh, you know how women are, as if men's anger and their tantrums and stuff aren't a part of their, you know what I mean? So there's a lot to be deconstructed here. Oh, hold on. Why did that happen?
So he can't be the one to calm her down, right? Like,
see, he can't be the one to calm her down. But I think this white guy, Dr. K was having a conversation about, yeah, okay, you got it.
It's like the whole, like we know, you can't tell your woman to calm down. Why would you tell your woman to calm down when you are the one who is upsetting her? Calm down. Why would she calm down? That's just going to make her more irate.
Yeah, for sure. Like if that's the dynamic, then that's that. I see Public's perspective on that.
The person that is actively gaslighting her can't be the person that's trying to also diffuse the situation. The way to defuse the situation is to stop the gaslighting. But men will continue to gaslight. So men are not the diffusers of a relationship, but men try to tone police women because the women have a legitimate reason to be heightened and the men don't want to correct themselves. So they try to calm down. No, it's okay. Calm down. But you got her to that place. Like, what the fuck?
Okay, yeah, I think we're just having like three different conversations, right? Dr. K's point is not this guy's point, is not public's point. So I think they're having like, there's like a multitude of bubble interactions here that are very different, right?
Fusion. This is when one person in the relationship, in this example, the woman, does not know how to regulate her own emotions. And so the job to regulate all of the emotions in the relationship becomes the man's job. Now,
Okay, but boo, that's so fucked up. Like, that's a toxic dynamic that I do see pushed by patriarchy. Like, men keep your women under control. Like, men do this. And I saw this in my own parents' dynamic where I was like, you gotta figure this shit out, go to therapy. But they didn't go to therapy. So then, like, yeah, that's bullshit. That is solved in therapy, which I think is what public is trying to say. Like, this isn't good. This isn't good.
When is this ever the case? What are y'all talking about? You're literally just stealing the woman.
It's just my parents' marriage is the case, but they both should have gone to therapy. Like, when I would tell my dad, like, your wife's acting crazy. Get your wife under control. Like, your wife is going crazy. That's what that is. That's what I'm saying. That's the situation. But then the realities wasn't because of the genders. My reality was like more like personalities. Let's be real. But like that, my dad is the rarity, and therefore like the whole, and my parents are better now. This was like 15, 20 years ago, right? Like, these conversations were literally 20 years ago. I know I don't look that old, but I'm old enough to have had these conversations with my parents 2 decades ago. So this is a long time ago where I'm like, Dad, mom's acting crazy. Go get her. Like, Dad, mom's being mom. You know what I mean? This is like a long time ago, okay? And then, you know those Instagram memes where it's like when you're playing video games in your room, but your sister's arguing with your parents, and it's like, door slamming, and it's like, and then you're just like playing. That was my childhood growing up for a part of it, where I'd be arguing with my parents in the living room, like so fucking pissed. Like, you don't let me do anything. I just want to do things. I want to do. And my brothers are just playing video games. And then sometimes they'd come out and be like, hey, fucking loud. And I'm like, you're fucking loud. And they're like, stop yelling at mom and dad. I was like, you stop yelling at mom and dad. And they're like, you're fucking crazy, bro. I was like, you're fucking crazy. And then you know what I'm saying? And then my dad would be like, okay, everybody stop. First, stop using bad words. Second, everybody calm down. And I'm like, listen, okay? Like, yeah, like, I don't know what to tell you guys about family dynamics. Like, you know, it feels like my family was the dynamic that I think Dr. K and I kind of come from similar backgrounds, if I'm going to be honest. So sometimes when I think Dr. K talks, I'm like, I get it. I get it, Dr. K. I think that's also the dilemma is like, we're all coming from different family dynamics with different kinds of family expectations. And so if you don't see it, you don't know it, you know what I'm saying?
Means flow. You're just stealing a whole style,
Wait, Chad said this feeds into the misogynistic historical woman myth. Well, right, but like that's the problem. Myths are based on reality, but not the reality you think. It is true that some people have these situations happen, but that's not it's just the reality some people exist in. It doesn't mean it's everybody's existence, right? And it is because no one's gone to therapy. It's not because people are women or people are men. Just like men aren't angry murderers because they're men. They're angry murderers because they're raised under patriarchy, right? Like, men are responsible for 91% of the violence because they were raised that way, not because they were born that way, right? Women are hysterical because they've been oppressed by patriarchy all these years and gaslit in their relationships and abused. And so they fucking, you know what I mean? So obviously, like, you know, we need to deconstruct all of this and get people into therapy and raise people better, you know, and that's the problem. We're not doing that. You know, my father certainly, like, as much as he was that rock in the family, also neglected my brothers significantly, right? He neglected them significantly in terms of like really showing them how to be gentlemen or really instilling in them like a sense of value that was strong enough to keep them away from Andrew Tate or the Manosphere, right? And Vervaeke talks about this too, how his son started to be, you know, interested in like the Manosphere and stuff, and he had to like move him away from that. Because like no matter how well-intentioned your fathers are or how well your fathers treated your mothers, if your fathers aren't actively in your like everyday internet life, your sons are on the internet listening to Andrew Tate, listening to the Manosphere, right? Right? Okay. Chet said, I just mean the whole men need to control their emotional women construct. For sure. For sure. Like this white guy in glasses, I think he's strongly playing into it. I don't think Dr. K meant to play into it, but I think this white guy is playing into it. You know what I'm saying? I think the white guy is the bad faith guy who maybe I could be wrong, but so far he sounds like he believes it, versus it might just be the case sometimes, right? Because like I feel like in my past relationship, my ex would make it sound like you're just a hysterical woman I have to control, versus I was being gaslit and like abused by this man. And so every time I would go crazy, he was like, see, you're crazy. And I was like, bro, can you just like leave my life? Because every time you leave my life significantly improves. Like you are making me crazy. And that was the thing. So then I'm on public side because public is right. I dated that man. That made me crazy and then would blame me for being hysterical and then would come off like the strong man who like calmed Brittany down because she was just kind of crazy today. And like, that's absolutely. So I feel for, you know what I mean? Right? Chad said, I honestly think the problem is everybody thinks their problems are unique. I believe every gender struggles with emotional regulation, but it tends to show up differently. You know, yes, 100%. I really think people think they're so special. Like nothing you're going through is special or unique. Somebody out there has had it happen. That should comfort you, not make you feel less. You should be comforted that there are billions of people who have suffered just like you, right? Like that's comforting to me, but I agree. I think everyone thinks they're going through something super unique and super special. And oh my gosh, they can't talk to anyone about it because no one will understand them. Girl, go to therapy. A lot of these men are like, no therapist will ever understand me. As if these therapists didn't go to school to fucking learn how humans work, you stupid. Go to therapy. You know what I mean? Go to the right therapist. Yes, vet the therapist. It's like getting a gym coach. You got to get the right gym coach who really sees you. Get the therapist who really sees you. But nothing about you is special. It's like, oh, I can't go to the gym. I can't work out. I'm actually like so unique as a person that gym just doesn't work on me. Girl, go to the gym, girl. You know what I mean? Go to the gym. You know, come on.
Whole flow, everything. Like Soulja Boy said, my whole fucking flow. You still in a whole fucking flow. This is something that everybody knows. Everybody that's not a fucking liar. Everybody knows this is a thing that is pretty much 100% applicable to women, not men. Pretty much.
This is different than regular supporting. Obviously, in any relationship, we should be supporting each other if we're emotional, if we're upset, and that is our job for both people to support each other when we're having a difficult time. But in this sort of relationship, the man has the sole responsibility to diffuse all negative emotion for the woman. The woman comes to him with all of her upset, her anxiety, her fears, her worries, but she does not take the responsibility to regulate the emotions herself.
This only exists in really toxic relationships where men sign up for those relationships on purpose. Like, yes, okay, first it's toxic, period. But there's the one that's like actually like abusively toxic in every way. And then there's the one that's like it accidentally happens. And then there's the relationship that happens on purpose. Like, that's why you have to deconstruct patriarchal relationship frameworks, because these rely on, if the woman is submissive to the man, then the man is saying, give me all of your burdens. Like that is like, that's why there shouldn't be a hierarchy. That's why it's too parental, because the parent takes on the burden of their kid, right? Like you wouldn't go to your 5-year-old. Well, hopefully you wouldn't, you fucking losers. Go to therapy. Hopefully. Look, I know we've all been hurt and I hear you on that, but you cannot go to your children for emotional support. You can go to your grown kids for emotional support if they're willing to do it. You cannot go to your 5 and 10-year-olds for emotional support. Okay? It is inappropriate to go to your teenage daughters for emotional support. It is inappropriate to go to your teenage sons for emotional support. Please don't do that. Go to friends, peers, therapists, coworkers, priests. Do not go to your children. Thank you. Okay? So I think what happens is that you have a dynamic built under patriarchy that says the woman is submissive and the man needs to handle everything, everyone's problems, everyone's responsibility. And then the man gets overloaded and explodes and he goes, nobody understands me. My life is so hard. Go to therapy, get some help, do philosophical work, all of that jazz, right? Like, obviously we need to rely on each other. We need to give to one another. But the problem is like all of these relationships are non-deconstructed relationships, and that's why they're so painful, because you're not thinking about, why do I feel this way? Why am I even giving myself all of that burden, right? Like, why am I giving myself all of that burden to feel like I have to take it upon myself? Who told you to do that? And yes, I've met women that want this dynamic in a relationship. I think they've been trained under patriarchy to think this is how it should be. Yeah.
She comes to him. He tries his best to listen, to understand.
And by the way, these are the same women that won't let their men cry in front of them. These are the same women that don't want to hold that space for their men, right? Do you remember that episode of Friends from Jennifer Aniston was dating Bruce Willis? And she was like, he's so much older and so stoic and he's so like got everything handled. He's like a rock. I can be like crazy around him and he's so stoic and strong. And then one day she was like, can you tell me about your life? He's like, I had a good life. She goes, well, can you like tell me about it? And he's like, about my childhood? I'm paraphrasing. And she goes, yeah, tell me about it. He goes, it was good. And she goes, no, like really tell me about it. And then he starts to tell her about it. And then it all spills and he's crying and he's distraught. He's like, oh my God, I've never talked about this, but I really wanted this bike when I was a kid and I never got it. And then all of a sudden she's like, oh, I don't want that anymore. And then she breaks up with him, right? That's the stereotype. The stereotype is I want a big, strong, older man who has his shit under control. And then I want him to be vulnerable and sensitive at the same time. But if he's too vulnerable and sensitive, I don't want it because now he's a pussy. But then if he's not sensitive enough, now he's just like this hard rock I can't penetrate and I can't feel emotionally connected to. And I'm just saying, throw it all away. None of it's worth keeping. Throw it all away. Don't even give it to Goodwill. Nobody deserves this. Give it all away. Burn it. Throw it away. Throw it. Blah, 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 blah. Okay? It's all of this is bad. None of this is good. Throw it all away. And they're like, well, Brittany, can I have the fantasy of having the older stoic? No, pause. Throw it away. Right? Like, well, can I have the fantasy of taking care of it? Throw it away. Don't save any of it. Nothing about it is good.
But that isn't enough. She also wants him to make her anxiety and fears and negative emotion go away. So he is not just there to support, he actually has to do the fixing for the emotion. And for a woman who's particularly bad at regulating her emotions, this can be a weekly, sometimes a daily occurrence. So the man
You can't fix an emotion. As I already know, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And also, again, no, this is not something that is commonly practiced in relationships.
I think this is very common in very toxic relationships. But I think it's all toxic. I don't think it's that common. I would agree with Public. I bet it's like a quarter of the dating population, probably. I would say so. At the most toxic level, where he said it's a daily occurrence, most toxic level, I would say this is probably true, but not the way the white guy is saying, like, oh, in a good way for the man. Like, it's all toxic and that's all bullshit. But I wouldn't say it was not occurring for, well, I guess I would say it's not occurring for most people, probably. But I do think most people are in bad relationships and most people are settling and most people are toxic. But I think we're all toxic until we get healthier. And I think even healthy people have toxic moments. So.
And man, any man that thinks that you are like Superman for your woman, you're fucking lying to yourself. Stop lying.
Chat said, I think it's more than we think, or I'm in unregulated bubbles. I mean, chicken or the egg, girl, chicken or the egg, right? Am I the one in the unique situation, or am I the one in the minority situation, or am I actually in the majority situation? Who knows? I don't know. I see, because I grew up in the most people were actually not, most people were fine, but like not settling. I assume it's rare because I didn't see it a lot. So I assume it's rare, but if you're seeing a lot, you might think it's everybody, and I don't know which one it is. I don't know am I the baddie? I don't know which one it is. That's a great question. I don't know.
Like, you guys are so weird, man. Men are so strange at how easily you guys just take terms, take situations, and flip them around. Just pure fucking Darvo all day long. Reverse, reverse, reverse. Now it's men. Men are the victims. I mean, we really have to hold the emotional water in a relationship. We're a bucket. No, bro. We're a thimble. We don't hold shit. You get a drop out of us. That's it.
Well, hold on. What about situations where kids die, school shooting, something else, and you see, one partner crumbling and the other partner's doing that, the rock? Well, obviously both deserve to crumble. But yes, we've been in situations, right, where like one person crumbles and the other person stays stoic. Raised under patriarchy, it kind of would make more sense that more men would take the stoic route. Like, how many of you have been hugged by your father or seen him cry? How many of you have been told I love you by your father? that narrative is playing into this one where women get the right to crumble under pressure, but the men have to show up and sit there. Right? Like, yeah, I think that's not that uncommon, right? Especially under patriarchy. And that's what men perceive as doing the emotional labor. Yes, in exceptional moments. Wait, do you mean in exceptional moments they're stoic, or in exceptional moments they said I love you? Because everyone has a different father. Listen, my brother said to me the other day, he said, oh, I hug and kiss my kids all the time, and I tell them I love them all the time because dad never did that with me. And I said, what? I said, dad did that with me all the time. He goes, yeah, bro, he didn't do that with me. I was like, what? Dad never hugged and kissed you? He's like, not really. I was like, what? He goes, nah, dude. I was like, did we have different fathers? Like, yeah, we kind of did, right? All of the siblings ultimately had different parents. So you're going to have a different partner than somebody else. Like, actually, you know who said this one time? I don't know if I should name names because I might be misremembering the story, but I don't even know these people, but I'll share names. Okay. So I was listening to an Anna Akana story, which I don't love Anna Akana that much, to be honest with you. You should kind of like this. I don't know. But anyways, she was talking on a podcast. This is years ago, so I might be misremembering, about dating somebody formerly who was, what's his name from Equals 3. And how that relationship was like, if I remember all the deals correctly, was like abusive or not great or toxic. Maybe it was toxic, right? But how someone else had dated him and it was great. And she's like, that's so weird. Or maybe, maybe I'm misremembering the story, so don't quote me on it. But I remember thinking, oh yeah, how like you could date the same person and have a completely different experience. And a big part of that is like, maybe they changed. Maybe they grew. Maybe you saw me in my toxic years. Like, I am sure there are people who knew me in my 20s that probably still think of me as that girl. And then if they saw me now, they'd be like, oh my gosh, like, are you the same person? Or like, oh, like, I'm so sorry you got my toxic years. I'm so sorry you got my like emotionally irregular years. I'm so sorry you got my pre-therapy years. But I'm like, this is post-therapy. Okay. Or there's this episode of Sex and the City. This is even better. There's an episode of Sex and the City where one of the girls slept with this guy who was like a horn dog, like a super horn dog. Then she goes to bed with him again years later and he's not interested in sex. And he goes, oh, I used to have anger issues. I'm on Vyvanse now. And she was like, oh, so are you not horny? He's like, nah, dude, I'm happy as a clam, but I just don't want sex anymore. But I'm not angry either. So fuck it. And she was like, oh, so you don't have sex? And he's like, not really. She goes, well, do you want to get off the pill to have sex again? And he's like, no, I don't want to be angry. And like, yeah, like you know what I mean? Like you like have if you change, if you become a different person, there are going to be people who always remember you and only believe you to be who you used to be. And so it's just like it's so weird. Chet said Vyvanse gang rise up. I think it was Vyvanse. I could be wrong, but I think I remember it being Vyvanse. Right? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was Prozac. I don't know. But either way, that's what I think is interesting, is like people change. Or even when I tell stories about my parents, it's different versions of my parents over the years. Like they're not those people anymore. They're different people now. Right? But yeah, I think that's what's so interesting. And that's why I always say, look, this person was this way years ago. Maybe they've changed, but I don't know. Because it is also really hard for people to change. I'm like, look, I know them years ago. I don't know if they're different now, but I can't trust it because I don't have an updated version in my head. I haven't seen a change. So I can't update what I don't know, but I would hope they've changed, right? Oh, Discord said I remember that video when she posted it. Thank you. Do you remember that video too? Okay, good. It's been a long time since I saw it. Obviously, it came out a long time ago. Okay, thank you. I love that. Discord said, I wonder how he handles his emotions when he's activated. I think a lot of men think suppressing emotions is the same as regulating them. Agree, hard agree. I'd love to live in a more balanced world where helping people regulate their emotion wasn't a gendered role. The more we perpetuate these narratives, the further away we get from people appropriately taking responsibility. 100. No, I agree fully, Discord, right? It's like, that's what I would like to talk about, is like, we know that these dynamics exist because people are unhealthy, but it really isn't gendered. We make it gendered. We make men feel like suppressing their feelings is stoicism, or is what manly men do. Like crying is pussy, crying is for bitches, like crying is blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like crying is just a normal human thing that lots of people do. You know what I mean? Like crying is like normal, but it's the fact that you're making it a bigger deal than it is, which is the problem, which is why I love anime. Because how often do men cry? What does Frankie say? It's manly to cry. That's why I love One Piece. The men, it's manly to cry. And I'm like, yes, it is, girl. Crying is manly. Okay. Real men cry. Hello.
Occurrence. So the man has to stay stoic. He cannot have emotions of himself.
And I understand even within that context, as like a gendered statement, like real men cry. But look, if you're appealing to the binary and you're appealing to the standard, you got to tell the standard it's okay to cry. Dr. K can't go to his incel fans and be like, guys, there's not even a thing called a man. You can just cry. They'd be like, what the fuck? So he has to be like, real men cry. Yeah, real men cry. And then it's like a deconstruct. That's what I'm saying. How do boys watch anime and not learn that it's okay to cry? Anime is so cry, like cry, right?
Cannot even express how he feels about this constant barrage of emotional regulation, because in the relationship, it is his job to do all of this work. And of
You know, another thing that is so goofy about what he's saying, I just got done watching the Love is Blind, the whatever, the final episodes or whatever. But like in one of the episodes,
Spoilers.
one of the women, she was with, it was Megan, this woman named Megan. The man's name was Andy.
Uh-oh.
Megan was pleading with Andy to like talk to her, just like, she was just like, yeah, like when you come home, you don't talk to me. And he was like, oh, I'm tired. And she was like, yeah, so am I. But you can't talk to me. Like, we need to talk. I need stimulation. I need somebody to speak to. This is also something that I heard my wife tell me. She needed somebody to talk to. She told.
Oh, see, I grew up with a very different dad. I grew up with a talking dad. Not always with only the people he was the most comfortable with, but like we talked to my dad every day at dinner, at night. We were always talking to my dad. My dad was like engaged, right? My dad is also pretty quiet some of the time, right? Like my dad is, depending on when you see him and when you meet him, where he's at, he's either the quietest person in the room or he's the most talking person in the room, right? But like we're really lucky that after work every day, my dad would get off at the same time every day, come home, we'd eat dinner as a family, and he'd say like, how was everyone's day? Well, what did everyone do today? What did everyone see in the news today? What did everyone learn at school today? We would all share, or we'd like talk. We were a talking family too. Kids could talk in our family. Kids could ask questions in our family. A lot of families aren't raised like that. A lot of families say kids are meant to be seen, not heard. I never heard that growing up. Like kids were allowed to talk in our family, right? So, you know what I'm saying? Like I remember telling my partner when I got married, I said, hey, like I expect a family dinner time or some sort of family dinner time, lunchtime, breakfast. We have to share a meal together. Sometime in our day, we have to sit and talk to each other because we also watch a lot of things together. And I said, okay, but when I want to sit and talk and have dinner, we sit and talk and have dinner. When I'm like, hey, I don't have the spoons to talk right now. Do you want to watch a show while we eat? We do that. But if he's like, hey, are you like, sometimes I'll get off stream and he's like, are you ready to talk? Can you talk? I want to tell you stuff. Are you ready to talk? And I was like, yeah, I'm ready to talk. You want to talk? And then like, we get really excited. Like, you want to talk? And like, you know what I mean? Like that's what I wanted to make sure I also married into, was somebody who's like, I have things to tell you. I have things to tell you. Like even right now, the reason my break was a little bit longer is because I went into his office. I was like, hey, how you doing? And then all of a sudden he was like, I have all these things I want to tell you. And I was like, okay. And then I was like, okay, I got to go back to stream. And he's like, wait, listen. And I was like, got to go back to stream. And like, you know, and like, there's always, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think everybody has a different relationship structure, but you should see if it's serving your joy. And if it's not, you got to talk about it, right? Chad says, do you think it's normal to only want to spend 2 hours with your partner a day when you live together? You know, I think I would say more like, why would you know it's only 2 hours, right? Because like, if I'm going to be honest, if I put all the time together, my partner and I spend together because we live with each other and I work from home, I don't know how long it is, to be honest. Like some days we don't even get 2 hours together. Right? So like, I think the question is like, is it okay that we don't treat every day like it's the same to an extent? Or is it okay that we take into account people's spoons or where they're at? Or, you know, why don't you want to spend time with them? You know, what does that mean, right? Like sometimes my partner and I are so tired that I was like, do you just want to be on our phones next to each other? And that feels really good. Like, hey, do you want to like touch feet, like footsies while we like sit next to each other on a couch? Do you want to cuddle while we watch TikToks together? Like, you know, so I wouldn't say like, you know, I would just ask myself if I was you, like the why, you know? So instead of saying like, is it normal? I would say like what's going on, you know, because like real life gets in the way and you're tired and you can't always do everything. And, you know, but I like to spend every second with my partner that I can if I'm not working and if I don't have other priorities and if I don't want to do my hobby and if all the other things are, you know what I mean? Obviously. The same with my partner. If my partner's really into a hobby they're doing at the moment, I'm going to say like, do you have a plan to take a break from that hobby to spend time with me? But like, you don't have to right now, but later tonight, I would like at least an hour of your time. And that's how we do it. So, cause you know, what if you're like a neurodivergent lock-in, right? What if you're like, hey bro, I need to do this like fucking, let's say it's like a puzzle or something for the next like 72 hours and I can't, like I need to lock in. I really want to do this. I'd be like, okay, cool, bro. I'll see you in 3 days. But if he's, you know, let's say your partner started doing that like 4 times a month, we might have to have a conversation. But if they're doing it once every 6 months, like lock in, bro, lock in. So you know what I mean? Yeah, there's just like there's a lot of questions I would ask.
I mean, that a long time ago. And I used the same excuse. I was like, oh, I'm tired or whatever. It wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was you didn't want to do any of the emotional labor in the relationship. So you only talked when you wanted to talk. You would tell her about your day if you wanted to, but most of the time you wouldn't. And it wasn't like I was hiding my work from my wife. Like I would talk to her about my day. Like I would go home and complain, oh man, today my manager's being such an asshole. When I had a great day, I'd be like, oh man, I had a great day today. I definitely want to talk to her. But when I just had like, you know, just like a regular day or maybe a couple things happening here or there, for the most part, I wouldn't want to say anything to her.
Also, can I just say this out loud without hurting anybody's feelings? A lot of you aren't thinking about much. Like a lot of people are not thinking about anything. I don't even think women are thinking about that much, if I'm going to be honest with you, because I've dated a lot of women and the conversation was boring. Like the conversation was stale. I just don't think people are thinking about anything. I saw a girl on TikTok say the other day, God bless her. She said, girls, if you're not thinking about shopping, what are you thinking about? Because all I think about is shopping. And I said, you know what? I think about shopping a lot. But I would never think to ask people, like, what are you thinking about if you're not thinking about shopping? Because, you know, there's like other things other than shopping. But she made like, I'm not even mad at her. It was like a really, like, almost like a real question where I was like, you know, there are like, you know, there's other things to think about. But also, I also think about shopping. A big portion of my life is spent thinking about shopping. So don't even get it twisted, right? Like, I'm not even comparing it. Shopping is a wonderful pastime. I love thinking about shopping. Right? So I just want to make that clear. It was more interesting to me that she said, what are you thinking about if not shopping? And I'm like, oh, food, sex, anime, politics, philosophy, a booger that's stuck in my nose, the fact that I have to shave my legs, how much I saved this month. But I get it because I've also been on dates with people where I have to like fight to get them to say something. Like I have to fight to get them to like, how are you? Like you ever been in a conversation where you are doing most of the talking because for the life of like that person cannot say anything. You're like, say something, engage with me. I think a lot of people are married to those people. So you have to make a decision about who you're married to and what you're doing, like, and friends too, who you're friends with, all of stuff, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like you should just be open about what you need and be honest with yourself. And this goes back to the meditation. This goes back to your life. Be honest with yourself. What do you want in a relationship? Not without compromise, because we don't compromise values, just who does the dishes. What do you actually want in your real life? Be honest. Okay, same with work. Do you want to work? Be honest. I want to work. That's the honest truth. The honest truth is I like working. It's true. But be honest, do you want to work or do you have to work? Now, I want to work, but I have to pay my bills. See, I want to work, but I don't want to necessarily pay my bills. Do you guys get the difference? I don't really want to pay my bills, but I want to work. And I think the difference is like a lot of people, like some people want to pay their bills. That's great. I love that for you. Some people don't want to work and they don't want to pay bills. So you have to ask yourself, like, what do you really want to do? And then figure that out in the realistic way you have to as an adult and the relationship you have in the future. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I wish that I didn't have to, like, yeah, I wish I could do exactly what I'm doing now, but with even less pressure of making sure I pay my bills. but I still love what I do and I would do it all the time. I just wish I could, you know what I mean? Not have to worry about the back of the head of like, this video better do good. You better get views. You better have money. Hey, if this video doesn't pop off, hey, if you don't cover a topic, like, hey, like you might not be able to pay rent this month if you don't make like 10 good videos. Like, hey girl, you gotta, you know what I mean? Like if I didn't have that in the back of my head, but yeah, I would still want to work, you know? But some people wouldn't even want to do that. Some people go, I want to be a streamer, Brittany. I want to be a streamer. Habibi, you do not want to be a streamer. Habibi, you do not want to work. They're like, man, I don't want to work. Why do I think I want to work? Well, because the world tells you should want to work. And they're like, I was like, what do you want to do? They're like, I don't want to do anything. And I was like, okay. Well, what are you going to do about that? Can you live a life where you do nothing? Or do you have to get a job and pay your bills? You know, and for everyone, it's different, right?
But and it wasn't because it wasn't because I didn't want to talk about my day. It was more I didn't want her to talk about her day. That took emotional labor. Like me
Damn,
talking
bro,
about
that's rough. Being married to somebody who doesn't want to hear about your day. That's why I think Public is so interesting, because Public's relationship had problems, right? Like that would be a problem in my relationship if I was coming home to a partner who didn't want to hear about my day. And I don't know if he's just sharing this to kind of connect with those men, but like, yeah, that would be a huge red flag in my relationship. So I think that's vulnerable of him to share that, to say that like, I didn't want to listen to her. I wanted to talk about me and I didn't want to listen to her. That's fine. But that's like why his relationship is like, I think he learned from it. He maintained his relationship. He had a relationship that could have ended in divorce, but him and his wife like worked on it. I think they even went to marriage counseling, right? I think so. So like when I think about that, I think of like Public's position, his lived experience. Like I think that's why he's so passionate and why I like listening to him, because he's maybe that example of a relationship that wasn't as high compatible but became more high compatible maybe. I don't know his relationship, but I'm assuming it's more compatible, right? More high compatible. So he started off with maybe like less and then got better. That's good, right? It happens.
my day was also emotional labor, but then I was going to have a conversation. I was going to have to hold a conversation. And Megan was like to Andy, yo, I just want you to talk to me more. And he was like,
Oh, wait. I think, wait, is he talking about Love is Blind? Wait. No, did he just say my relationship? Hold on.
more, I didn't want her to talk. And it wasn't because it wasn't because
Oh, he was. Okay, yeah, he was sharing about his relationship in relation to Love is Blind. Got
I
it.
didn't want to talk about my day. It was more, I didn't want her to talk about her day.
Okay.
That took emotional labor. Like me talking about my day was also emotional labor, but then I was going to have a conversation. I was going to have to hold a conversation. And Megan was like to Andy, yo, I just want you to talk to me more. And he was like, oh, I can't. I'm just too tired. But you would talk to your friends. You would call your friends, I guarantee you, and talk about.
Hold on, though. Let's reverse it. I can hear Chelsea Fagan in the background. You're bad friends. Okay, I don't know why I gave her Jordan Peterson voice. But then if it was your friend saying, oh, but after work you have enough energy to talk to your partner, or after work you have enough energy to talk to your sister, why can't you talk to me? Because you're not my partner or my sister? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's how you know you're in a bad relationship. If you're in a relationship with your partner has the energy to talk to their friends, but not you, girl. You know what I mean? But that does not work the same way for friendship. Not all your friends need to be people you can talk to after an exhausting day of work. You know what I mean? No, chat says we might need a Chelsea sticker emote. I don't want to bully Chelsea. I really like her. I don't want to bully her. But you know what I mean? So I think that depends. Like, I think people can hear this and say like, well, Britt, I know you just got up. Because I had a friend do that to me. I had a friend who wanted to talk to me every day after stream. And I was like, I can't talk to you. And they're like, why not? And I was like, I'm at a different part of my life right now. I'm so stressed. And every time I talk to you, you're just criticizing my work. Like you're mad about the work that I'm doing. Talk to your girlfriend about it, bro. Leave me alone. And they were like, well, I don't get it. And I was like, you're exhausting. Like I don't want to get off stream and then talk to you for 4 hours and defend my opinions to you because you decided to argue like with yourself while you were watching me. And it was like, I love you, but like, I can't do this for you right now. And they're like, well, I just think like this is inappropriate. And like, you're being so like, you know, you're being crazy on stream. Like you just feel crazy to me. I don't understand these opinions you have. And I was like, listen, bro, like, talk to somebody else about it because like obviously like we can disagree, you know what I mean? It was just crazy. It was a crazy conversation. And I just remember thinking like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I love you. I can't talk to you right now because like you're just focused on the fact that like you disagree with my opinion and you're not even thinking about me as a person. You're just thinking about like, oh, like I heard her say something I disagree with, like fuck MAGA voters, and you was, oh my God, I can't use it. And then it was just like, you hate all men and you're talking about men and the way you talk about men. And I was like, whoa. That's why I say, like, if you're my family and friend and you get curious and want to see what I'm talking about, you got to figure out your anger somewhere else. And then you can talk. This is my job. I'm at work. Okay. I always tell my siblings, if you see me talking on stream, you better calm yourself down before you talk to me about my job. You know what I mean? And then it was just very like, I feel like your BPD is going off. I feel like this is BPD. I was like, BPD? Because I said, fuck white men. And they were like, I think that's crazy. And I was like, I think you're a white man and you're mad. And I was like, I think you're just mad because you're identifying with these fuck white men comments. And they're like, well, don't you think that's racist and sexist? And I was like, don't you think voting for Trump is crazy? Like, come on, guys. These same people that sit here and vote for a rapist are like, I don't want you to talk about white men. You voted for a rapist. Don't talk to me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, these same conservatives that are out here like, you know what I mean? Don't even talk to me right now, bro. And that's what I'm saying. That's the kind of emotional labor I think public is thinking about too. These men who are, they're working, they think girls are just like these crazy hysterical things, right? Like these girls are just these hysterical people, and these girls are out here doing all this work, and then here comes a man who can't get his shit together, and then he projects it onto women. Like, yeah, I get where public's coming from, right? 100%. And these men are like, look at all this emotional labor I do for all the crazy women in my life. Look at like the white knighting I'm doing. Look at the way I'm saving women. When you're really like making women worse, you're literally making our lives worse. You know what I mean? Like, you're literally making our life harder. You're making my life harder. And then you're like, but I look at all this stuff. You know what I mean? I get it. But I think that's the point when you're dating is like, be honest with yourself. Do you like this person enough to hear them talk? And also, do you love this person enough to say, I love you and I so want to hear about this, but I need to eat first because I just can't think of anything else but food. Now, public did say it wasn't just that he was tired or he was tired. It was like he didn't want to hear her talk about her day. I'm glad they figured that out because that's crazy.
Fucking LeBron or talk about fucking Jokic or some stupid ass shit, some sporting event, some bullshit. For an hour, for 2 hours.
Well, to be fair, that's low bar talking. Talking about LeBron takes no brain power. Talking about your wife's day and hearing her thoughts does. So sometimes, fun fact, when my partner and I are talking and I'll say, pause, I want to have this conversation with you, but I actually don't have the spoons. Can we talk about something light? We'll talk about something light. So we can talk, but it takes no brain power. Or I'll say like, hey, like, do you have spoons to have a tough conversation, like a long conversation about some philosophical idea? Or like, do you not have the spoons for that? Also, we ask, and that's very autistic of us. Like we ask, like, hey, can you have this conversation? And that is very helpful. It gives the person a right to say, or a freedom to say, I want to have this conversation, but I can't have it right now. Is it okay if I go play games with the boys and then after I'll talk to you? Yeah. I get having energy to play games with the boys and not have a conversation. Like, I get that. That makes total sense to me. You know what I mean? Like, I get, as a neurodivergent girly, yeah, I get it, right? Or sometimes, my partner laughs at me because one of the ways I decompress is literally to answer comments or to scroll on my phone. And so he's like, are you working? I was like, decompressing. Because those are different things. If I'm working, he can talk to me. But if I'm decompressing, it's like, I'm not working. I'm like, this. And he's like, can I talk to you about something? I was like, ah. And he's like, okay, I'll talk to you in a second. I was like, okay, I just want to finish. And it's kind of like, not to be so neurodivergent, but that feeling you have where like, this is going to sound like OCD. It's not OCD. It's not OCD. But the thing where like, if you don't do it right, it doesn't feel right. And so like, I have to scroll enough times and comment enough times and do the right thing enough times for it to feel like, okay, I did it. And if I don't do it the right way, then I'm like, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And so like, I'm going to think about it. I need to just do it this way. And then I can transition. Okay. No, chat. Don't agree with this, chat. Listen, chat says, is this not OCD? I have OCD and I do this. Listen, my partner jokes I have OCD all the time. Listen, I don't know what it is, but I just need to do it in a particular way. And then I'll feel like, okay, I did it. But I feel that way about food too. Like the food has to feel the way I mean for it to feel. Otherwise I can't eat it. And I think that's just autism. So anyways, When you don't know yourself enough to know all these things, though, and you're just dating like I did in my 20s, it's catastrophic. It's crazy. If you do not know these things about yourself and you are dating somebody and you don't have the words for it, girl, then it's just crazy. You look crazy. You look fucking crazy. And why wouldn't you look crazy? Nobody else is doing this. And if they are, they're hiding it or they're shielding it or they're lying about it. So like, you have to use the words to communicate to people like, oh yeah, I'm not just tapping myself on my head because I'm fucking crazy. It actually just feels really good and calming and my therapist taught me to do it. Oh, my therapist taught me to do this. I'm actually like, okay. And I'm just doing it to calm myself down. I promise you. Or like, hey, I'm okay. I'm just like getting out the bad energy, but like, I'm fine. This is really normal. Stay focused, lock in. We're good, bro. And they're like, are you sure? I'm like, I'm good, bro. This is normal. But if you're dating somebody else who doesn't value it and doesn't respect it, they're gonna be like, my girlfriend's crazy. My life is crazy. You know what I mean? And that's why it's so important to be careful about like, do you know this about yourself? Are you dating? And are you with somebody who's willing to learn with you too? Right? Like, that's the thing that I think is really hard. You know, Discord said, stop. I've seen that TikTok. You've seen that TikTok? You said it's almost like when people are like, if you don't club and drink on the weekends, what are you doing? Like anything else? Yeah, I see those TikTok twos that are like, what are you guys doing on the weekends if you're not clubbing or drinking? Literally like 1,000 other things. But I love that. I love that question because it's such a bubble pop moment to say like, yeah, literally like 1,000 other things. But that's what it is for people. People live in bubbles and they think you do the same thing every weekend like everybody else. And there's 1,000 different ways to feel that normal. In Seattle, the normal thing would be like maybe a bar, maybe a board game night, maybe a singer, maybe a local band. And then maybe in San Diego, it's more like going to the gay clubs, or maybe in Seattle too. But the point is like your culture has a theme, and depending on the bubble you're in, that's what you're doing on the weekends. Oh, you're in a hiking club? We're going camping and hiking, of course. Wait, what are you doing on the weekend? You know, it's like, what are you doing on the weekend? You know, you're going to church this weekend? What church? You know how many people plan their whole weekend around church? Hello?
But you can't talk to your wife? You can't talk to your girlfriend? Okay. That is common. That's what's really going on. The hell is this?
To do all of this work. And of course, because in this scenario, the woman is the one.
To be fair, it's not like public is autistic or something and coming from a neurodivergent perspective, but I guarantee you a lot of these motherfuckers ADHD. Listen, if ADHD is more common when your father smoked and all of our dads smoked in the 80s, okay? Hello? I bet all of these men out here with ADHD, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We are undervaluing how many of these little fuckers have ADHD and they're neurodivergent girlies and they don't even know how to communicate.
One who's expressing all the emotion. The man does not feel he is allowed to express emotion because oftentimes if he does, that may elicit an emotion from the woman, and now the conversation has to refocus back on her emotions. And I think this may be more common than people give credit for. Men often feel like they have to be the stoic bearers of everyone else's emotions.
Men need to be stoic because they don't want to be vulnerable because they perceive vulnerability as weakness. And they want to be able to emotionally manipulate their woman, so they don't want to tell the women too much about them.
Two different categories of men, but both rooted in patriarchy. I do think these are two different categories of men, but they're very much rooted in patriarchy, both sides of it.
That's what it is. They don't want to reveal too much about themselves.
To stand there and sit there and just take the barrage of emotions. And again, in a healthy relationship, of course, it is a man's responsibility, it's anyone's responsibility to listen and be supportive of their partner. But in no relationship should it be the expectation that the other person is responsible for not only listening to, but managing and eliminating all negative emotions. This is impossible. So I'm curious if there's any men out there who have experienced this in relationships where they feel like no matter what they do, it's never enough. There's a constant feeling of having to listen, to manage, to fix, when the other person is not taking full responsibility to take care of their own emotions.
P.S. The name of this TikToker is Calm Confidence Pod, and I'm gagged. Calm Confidence? You just know he's in some red pill fucking loser bubble, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, calm confidence. Hashtag calm confidence.
Now,
that is literally women. That is literally what women say about men. Literally, like verbatim. You just stole that from a woman and regurgitated it. this is disgusting. You literally took that from a woman. And I was going to say before the last part, I've experienced that before. I've experienced feeling like whatever I did wasn't. I remember talking to my wife one time and I was like, I'm starting to realize, I'm starting to feel like
Yes, great point. Chat says also a lot of men feel like they have to fix everything because of patriarchy. That's why I get it. I think both bubbles are patriarchal. The men always think they have to fix everything. You know what? Almost just chokes. You know what I wish you would fix? Your fucking trauma. You know what I wish you would fix? Your attitude. You know what I wish you would fix? The things that are your responsibility. Like, hello? Fix a lot of shit. A lot of shit has to get fixed. But sometimes I feel like to avoid a responsibility, and I know I do this myself, you know when you should clean the kitchen, but you're like, let's start with the bathroom. Why are we even starting with the bathroom? Start with the kitchen. The kitchen needs to be cleaned. Yeah, but the bathroom feels more fun. Sometimes I think people do this with emotions. Like, I could work on my anger issues, but you know what sounds more fun? Working on something else. It's like, I wish you would work on what actually needs to be worked on instead of doing something else, you know?
never going to be enough. Like, I don't think I'm good enough. And it wasn't like,
Oh, Chat said, not trying to spam, just curious. What is considered emotional labor versus emotional support? Thank you. I missed this comment. What is emotional labor versus emotional support? Well, both are the same. Both are the same. In order to be emotionally supportive, I do think you have to do emotional labor. Wait, guys, share thoughts. Well, if you're an emotional support animal, it's like one way. If you're the emotional support for your family, it's like one way. If you're doing emotional labor, it could be always. So emotional labor is more like the action, and emotional support might be like a title. What do you guys think? Because like if I'm an emotional support person, hold on, you said your other comment was more specific. Let me look at it. Hold on, I can look it up. You don't have to do anything. Let me do it. Let me do it. I got it. Is emotional labor when you're having an episode or a meltdown and your partner just hugs you and touches you in a comforting way? Or is emotional labor more like talking you through it? Personally, my partner and I communicate about what we just need to vent, or we want advice, we want to touch, but I'm curious if that's considered emotional labor, especially if you're prone to meltdowns. Good job, Brittany. I think it's contextual. So yeah, Chad says, I think I agree. Maybe the difference is context. Emotional support is willingly given and fulfills your joy. Emotional labor takes away from your joy. Well, I'm happy to do emotional labor for a stranger. It sometimes is very fulfilling, right? I'm happy to do emotional labor, always. I'm not always able to do emotional labor or be emotionally supportive. You know what? Support sounds like I'm like this, like, woo! And labor sounds like, I got it. I'll carry it for you. So when I'm being emotionally supportive, I'm like, you got this, girl. I love you. Hey, I'm here for you if you need me. Emotional labor, I think, is more taking on the feelings and emotions and like really shouldering the burden of them to lighten the load for your friend. So maybe a support is more like I'm supporting literally, and a labor is I'm laboring. So then I would say that I'm happy to do either, but also I want to be honest when I'm able to do it. Yeah. So, okay, as an example, learning Croatian has been really hard. And my partner, I've had to like explain to them how to be supportive to me. And one of the things that happens when I'm trying to learn a language is that I cry because I get really stressed and I start crying. And I told them, I don't want you to, at first they started to do the emotional labor. And I was like, don't do that. Just be supportive. Don't do the emotional labor. Like, just know that it's okay. It's normal. And I've cried my whole way through school. I'm going to cry learning this language, but like, don't do the emotional labor. Don't take it on yourself. Ignore it. Just keep going. The best way to support me is to just keep going with the lesson. Don't pause and take it upon yourself and make it a thing and pause the lesson and comfort me. Don't do any of that because that's the labor that's not necessary. Just be supportive. So maybe that's a good example, right? It's like, I just, don't, because sometimes like if you have a friend who's going through it I don't always feel like I have to do the emotional labor, even if I'm witnessing it. Sometimes I'm just like, you got it, girl. Like, I used to be in Seattle and I used to have friends that would have breakdowns and they'd be like broken down in public. And I'm like, you good, bro? And they're like, I'm good. I was like, do you need anything? They're like, no. And I'm like, and like from a distance, I'd look at them and be like, but like, I wouldn't have to do the emotional labor because they were good. They handled it. But I was supportive because I was like, I see you. I witnessed you. Witness me, Valhalla. I'm witnessing you. But they're not requiring me to also come over and hug them and bear their burden. And so, you know, but then other times, maybe my friend's like, I'm so sorry. Can I have a hug? Yeah. Now you're asking me to do emotional labor for you, and I'm happy to do it. Come here, bitch. You know, let me hug you like you've never been hugged. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's maybe that's how I would view it, I think, now that I've said it out loud. You know, what do you guys think? Yeah, something like that. You know? Hope that helped.
I was saying it in a spiteful way. I didn't mean it in that way. I didn't say it in that way. I don't even think she took it in that way. Because it wasn't like in like an argument or something like that. Like I just really was just like listening to what she expected of me. And I was just like, I don't know if I can do that. Like that sounds like a lot.
Oh, wait, I'm gonna rewind that.
It wasn't like you just stole that from a woman and regurgitated it.
Okay, let's see.
This is disgusting. You literally took that from a woman. And I was going to say before the last part, I've experienced that before. I've experienced feeling like whatever I did wasn't. I remember talking to my wife one time and I was like, I'm starting to feel like I'm never going to be enough. Like, I don't think I'm good enough. And it wasn't like I was saying it in a spiteful way. I didn't mean it in that way. I didn't say it in that way. I don't even think she took it in that way. Because it wasn't like in like an argument or something like that. Like I just really was just like listening to what she expected of me. And I was just like, I don't know if I can do that.
Damn,
like,
honest.
That sounds like a lot. You know what I mean? Like that's what I
Honest.
felt like in that moment. And it wasn't like what she was asking me for was unreasonable. That's what I want to make clear. It wasn't like she was like, it wasn't like she was asking me to do anything that she wasn't doing for me.
Mm-hmm.
She was asking for me. She wasn't even asking for me to do everything that she does for me. She was just like, do more. And I was like, I don't think I can do that. I didn't have the tools to do that. That's crazy. That's why this is so weird listening to a man say the thing that I know is what most women are experiencing, not most men. Most men aren't experiencing this. Most men do feel inept. Most men do feel like they're not doing enough, but that's because we're not doing enough. I can get plenty of examples. Women ask men to show up more, to be more present, to spend more time with them. And the men go, well, how much?
Oh, yeah. Okay, wait. He's so good. To the white guy's point, I would ask that white guy, how many times has your girl gone to therapy and deconstructed? How many times while you're busy talking about how much emotional labor have you done, have you gotten yourself into couples counseling with her? How much of it is you offering her solutions instead of you taking all the credit of being this rock and emotional support thing that never actually encouraged them to go to therapy? Like, that's the difference here is like, yeah, I believe you that you feel like you're doing all of this thing, but are you going the extra mile to make sure you're actually getting your girl the help she needs? Or do you think you're the only help she needs? Are you the only help? That's why I say, look, I'm not my partner's therapist. I am not my partner's therapist. My partner, I am not his therapist, okay? If you are having a medical problem, you can go see a professional. But I love you and I support you. If your problem is medical, you're going to a doctor, girly. If you need a surgery, I'm not doing it. And I think sometimes these men in these patriarchal bubbles think they need to play therapist and mom and dad and brother and sister and all the other weird dynamics. And I'm saying, you know, there are people in your life who play those roles. Sometimes that's why girlfriends should not play roles they are not. That's why women should not be their partner's mothers. You're not his mother. He had a mother.
How much time should I spend with you? Like, give me an hour, as opposed to looking at it more like it's a feeling. And to you guys and to most men, to us, we feel like it's not rational, right? Because, and I talked about this before, men are literal, not logical. So we need like a real number because
What did he say?
we feel like it's not rational, right? Because, and I talked about this before, men are literal, not logical.
Hold on, I'm going to sit with that one for a second. It's a gender stereotype, so I'm going to I'm going to excuse that. But are men trained to be literal, not logical? Sometimes in some bubbles, like if a man says, like a woman will say, like, I just want you to get me a gift, and the man will get a gift, but she'll tell like the gift wasn't thoughtful. He's like, well, you told me to get you a gift, so I got you a gift. Maybe that's literal versus logical. Versus logic would say, my wife wants a gift. She wants it to be meaningful because logically she's looking for me to make a gesture of affection. So then I will get her a thoughtful gift. They don't logic, they get it literal. So then they just get her a gift, but she can tell it's like, so I get from that maybe.
So we need like a real number because that's a literal thing. We need like 2 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours and 27 minutes a day, right? As opposed to logic, because logic is takes emotions. You need to feel like that other person is showing up for you. You need to essentially, as the man in the scenario, you need to convince the woman that you are showing up for her. The way to do that is to show up for her. You know what I mean? Like she will know when she's full, but we don't know. She doesn't even know the exact.
Oh, but what I just explained, men will say, women, you have to think, you have to guess what your woman is thinking because she won't tell you. But a woman is thinking, why do I have to explain that to you? Isn't it obvious? I'm autistic, so I will explain to you. I will over explain to you, and I will put a 50-point, point essay together showing it to you, and I'll have you watch 2 YouTube videos on it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, the problem is I think we should be talking more to our partners, not less. We should have our partners do 0 guessing games. That's the problem. Is like, I do think you make your partners guess too much, and I'm tired. I explain to my partner exactly why things happen the way they happen. Okay? So like, this is why I want you to get me this product. This is why I'm asking you to go to the store and get me this thing. This is why I need you to do this thing. Because like, even my most common question in this marriage is why? Why are we, even when we're talking, sometimes my partner will be monologuing and I'm like, Habibi, wait, why are we having this conversation? I can't follow it. I need to know why we're even talking right now. And to another person in another relationship, that will feel like rejection. But to my partner, they go, oh, I'm explaining to you this thing and this bubble here to explain this bubble here. I'm going to get you here, okay? And I'm like, okay, I'm locked in, go. And they're like, so here's this thing you know nothing about with all these words you're like confused by. Don't worry, it's all going to make sense. Boom, boom. And I'm like, oh, So I think, I think like, the good faith of it comes in. To be honest with you guys, like, I don't think we're good faith in debates or romantic relationships. I think we are not dating in good faith because we can't, because the world trains us to date so bad faith, right? And when you meet a really good person, like, guys, I know I'm a good person because I know I spend 0 times a day trying to think of ways to one-up, manipulate, steal, or lie to people. Most of my day is taken up thinking, you know what I mean? Like, why do my socks feel weird on my feet? And do I want to touch the ground or should I wear Crocs? Like, most of my day is literally taken up with, like, how do I make this thumbnail convey the feelings I want to express today? Like, most of my thoughts are like, I hope my friends ate well today. Most of my thoughts are literally like, bro, I can't believe the world's so fucked up, bro. And then like half my other, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have, but I know people. I've been in conversations with people. I'm like, hey, what are you thinking about? It's like, bro, I'm thinking about this guy at work. I'm trying to think of ways to fuck him over. And I'm like, are you literally thinking about that? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, are you serious right now? They're like, yeah. I'm like, bro, you got to go to therapy, dude. And there are those people. There are those people I have literally met. And I'm like, and they were never like close to me, but like, you meet people. And I'm like, you should go to therapy. And they're like, no, this person's trying to fuck me over. I just know it. I'm going to fuck them over first. And I'm like, and they're in low trust communities. They're people born into very low trust communities, right? And they just assume everyone's trying to fuck them over. Everyone's trying to backstab them. Chat. You got it, chat. You know who I was talking about, chat. True conversation had. And I was like, yo, okay. And I was like, you need to go to therapy. That's bad. But low trust communities, they don't know how to trust anybody. They think everyone's out to get them. And you're just like, yo, that's not normal. Do you need to go to, that's not, well, maybe it's normal, but it's not, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think like that. I don't think about that stuff. And he was like, yeah, you do. And I was like, no, I don't. He's like, people think about it. Everyone's thinking about it. And I was like, I am literally not thinking about that. I'm thinking about, damn, I should have charged my vibrator because it full on died on me last night, bro. Halfway through, bro, just died on me. That's really the things I think about. Like, I gotta charge shit. I'm not thinking about that at all. You know what I mean? I'm thinking about all the ways I maybe said something socially awkward in a conversation once. You know, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, you know, like that's the most important part of bubble popping though in general, is realizing like people are thinking bad thoughts about people, or that people are, even guys, it's a bubble pop for me to realize grown-ups are literally thinking about how to fucking get back at people. Like, that is a bubble pop for me where I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. Like, people spend all of their time thinking about how to get back at people. I don't do that. But that's a person. So the question is, how many of you guys are dating that person? When my ex was really fucked up, like they would say like really fucked up things. Like I never had like partners that like drank a lot or any of that. But when my partner would, I would call it like start talking crazy. That's the only way I can say it. When they would start talking crazy, they would say things that like just didn't even make sense. Like they'd be like, the world's an awful place and it's so unfair and everyone's always out to get you and you can't even get ahead in the world and the world is horrible and capitalism sucks and I just hate being here and it's so hard to be like a man and a bisexual guy and like a person in kink and like the world is so hard. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna fucking just do it. I'm just gonna fucking start a cult. And I was like, first of all, you don't have the discipline to run a cult, and second of all, that's fucking stupid and immoral and you know that. And he was like, but listen, and we were not dating at this point. We were on again, off again. So this is one of our off agains. And I was seeing him and I was like, how have you been? And he was like, oh, life is so bad. You left and it just got worse. And I think I'm going to do, because like, first of all, bro, you can't even like brush your teeth every day. You think you're going to run a cult? Okay. Second of all, like, why the fuck are you going straight to destruction? Go to therapy. And he'd be like, I don't need therapy. The world's fucked up and I don't want to be the last person. Like, if the world's going to scam me, I'm going to scam the world. And I'm like, girl. And then my stupid ass brain was like, you just need therapy. I just need to get you into therapy. This is crazy. You're crazy right now. This isn't you. To be fair, when we were dating, that wasn't him. He got significantly worse after we had like one of the bigger breakups. Like in the first 2 years of dating, he was not that person. He was a sweet bottom who was adorable and toppy to me. He was a guy I used to watch movies with and hang out with our friends with. He was a guy who was like cutesy and he had like, you know what I mean? He wasn't that guy for the first 2 years of our relationship. It was messy. It was awful, but it wasn't like that. Like when he got there, I was like, something has significantly happened to you, right? Like, hey, are you okay? Like, you seem very dark. Like, the shadow realm has your soul. You know, like, are you okay, bro? Anyways, it is what it is. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, you know? And I think that's the point, is like, you want to talk about philosophical evil. If it was an anime, he would have like a cloud of shadow that came and like took over him. And it wouldn't even be him talking. It'd be like a puppet of his shadow. We must run a cult. The world is awful. White men are suppressed. It's not funny. It's actually really sad. It's really philosophically sad. Yes, Sasuke much. He's very philosophically sad. And I'm too Naruto, bro. I'm a Naruto girly. I'm too positive and optimistic. I'm like the sun that comes into your life and says, I love everything. You know what I mean? I'm just like a happy girly. And so like, you know, Ratatouille, he's got the Ratatouille shadow. But like, that's the problem, is like, I am such like a, that everyone's like, oh my God. Like, I understand why people who have this personality end up with people that are like, you know what I mean? I get it. Because like, we're, you know, because I see the best in everybody and they're like, somebody loves me, you know, and then like, it's a whole cycle. So now I have to, you know, I have to make sure that my personality doesn't allow me to believe in the good of people so badly that my naivety lets me make an unwise decision. Optimistic but wise, girly. Call me Uncle Iroh. Okay? I'm not going to lose my optimism because the world is cynical, but I will also not be so naive moving forward. Okay.
Amount of time, because also it's not even the amount of time you spend, it's the quality of time you spend. Is when you spend time with her, is it of high quality? Are you locked in?
No, wait. Chat said golden retriever energy. Not me. I'm not golden retriever energy. I'm like a mixture of Toph and Naruto and Uncle Iroh. I'm happy and giddy, but I'll also kick your fucking ass, you fucking loser. But also, like, do you want some tea, bro? Listen, bro, if you just like take deep breaths, the universe will sync up with your consciousness and you will vibe, my bro. I'm like a mix of all three. Okay? But I will punch you if I have to. Please don't make me, though. You know, and that's the problem. You got to be ready for either Brittany. Which Brittany are you getting today? Are you getting Naruto Brittany, who's so happy and Are you getting Uncle Iroh Brittany, who feels a little high, honestly? Or are you getting Toph Brittany, who's going to kick your ass? Make a decision.
I remember talking to a guy recently. Shout out to the Waving the Red Flag podcast. But we had a conversation, and he was talking about how this woman that he knew, she wanted him to like be like responsive throughout the day. Wanted him to be more responsive throughout the day, and he couldn't do that because he was like at work and stuff. And he said though, when I'm with her, I give her the same attention that I give, you know, my work or whatever task is at hand. And when he said that, I was like, okay, I respect that. Like I could respect that, you know. Whereas a lot of men, when they're with their woman, they're sitting back like this. Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Sheila said that? Wow. Like, you're not
Pause. Pay attention to that.
really a woman, they're sitting back like this. Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Sheila said.
Okay, this is where my partner would come in and be like, that's you. That's not me. I'm the other person. I'm the person who's like this. This is me. This is me. I'm like, my partner's like, hey, can I tell you about something? I'm like, yep, hold on. And they're like, or they'll come into the kitchen and they'll be like talking halfway through a conversation because they're fucking ADHD. And I'm like, I'm not listening to you. I don't hear you. I'm typing. Do you see that I'm typing? I hear you talking. All I hear is sounds. I love you. Hold on. Wait, let me put, hold on. Wait. And he's like, who are you texting? I'm like, stupid commenter. Hold on. And then I put down my phone. I'm like, what? Yes, I love you. What? And I'm like, okay. And the difference is like this guy who's like, yeah, okay. That is genuinely me when I am doom scrolling or like vibe scrolling or like locked into TikTok and you're trying to talk to me. I can't just pull my brain out of it, but I'm not ignoring you, but I will ignore you if you ignore the fact that I'm on my phone. Now, if you came in and said, can you get off your phone? I'm going to talk to you. For sure, bro. Nothing happening on my phone is as important as you. Of course, I can put down my phone. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care what's on my phone. Now, if these girls were like, I love you, can you talk to me? And he was like, like, I am listening to you. I'm on my phone though. No, you're not listening to me if you're on your phone. I want you to take it off. Okay. Right? Like, turn off your phone, bro. So I feel like what happens is like, there's just like a lack of communication, a lack of compatibility, a lack of interest, and also a lack of honesty from people who are like, oh, I can pay attention when I'm on the phone. No, you can't. Put down your phone. Listen to me. Are you locked in? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. And then sometimes girls, I'll be so honest. I'm so radically honest with my partner that if they're talking and I'm reacting appropriately, I am saying the right things in reply. I'll say pause, yellow. I actually zoned out like 2 minutes ago, maybe. And I actually know I'm on autopilot answering you correctly, but I actually can't remember what you said. Can you say that again? I'm sorry. And they'll say, yeah. Okay. Are you ready? And I'm like, yes, I'm locked in. They're like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, go ahead. And then they'll say it again. And I'm like, okay, I heard you. And then that's just like the reality of living in a world where like, you know, because like people, I think you have to have a really safe space to do this. You have to be very good faith. You have to be very loving. You have to be very like, I love you. I wasn't listening. I'm so sorry. Like, I was just thinking about something else. And all of a sudden I was thinking about that. And I was like, you said this word. And then all of a sudden I'm thinking about this. I'm so sorry. Can you say it again? It's like, yeah. Or they'll say, honestly, it wasn't even that important. I just wanted to vent. And now I feel better. I'm like, okay, are you sure? Do you want to repeat it? And they're like, nah, I really feel okay. And I was like, okay, you sure? And they're like, yeah, I feel good. And I'm like, okay. And it's like, you know, but you see the tone of our voice. Are you sure? I love you. I'm so sorry. And it's like, no, I get it. Versus, the tone is everything. The way you look at your partner, the way you convey feelings, like the way you like make sure they're seeing you and you're like, is that okay? I'm so sorry. It's like, there's a realness. Like, I really am sorry. And I really love you. I want to hear every thought you've ever thought in your whole life. But I'm also just a person, So, Discord said, doesn't emotional labor apply to anything? As in, the job application requires a lot of emotional labor. That's not directed to anyone specifically. Emotional labor support is specifically directed at someone, isn't it? Yeah. That's good. Let's see. Emotional support is specifically directed at someone or something. Maybe so like a person or like someone. Yeah. Emotional labor. That's true. The emotional labor I need, the spoons I need to do this thing. Maybe when you're doing emotional labor for an application, it's really about your emotional labor. So your spoons for this thing that you have to do for yourself. But yeah, I think I use it that way too. I'll say like, oh, I don't have the spoons. Well, I'll say I don't have the spoons to do this. But working has emotional labor, but filling out an application does require a lot of spoons. Does it require emotional labor? Well, I have to emotionally labor for myself in that because I have to hold the baggage of filling out paperwork, which is very intense for me. So I would say like, I feel like I'm emotionally laboring for myself. Like sometimes I have to parent myself through paperwork, or then sometimes I'm just supportive. Like, you got this, girl. And then sometimes I'm like, I have to hold your feelings maybe. But working a job, definitely emotional labor. But like filling out an application is a very interesting way to, I would say the emotional labor comes with your relationship to the application, right? But these are all like made up words. We're just trying to figure out which one works, but use the one that makes sense to your brain and your relationship too. Your relationship is really what's important here. How do you and your partner use it? How do you use it with yourself? Because it's okay, like, the word boundaries, like my partner and I have to agree on what that means, because I meet so many people who are like, boundaries. Like, I remember this YouTuber was like, Brittany doesn't know what boundaries are. A boundary is just, putting a line in the sand. That's not a boundary. That's a line in the sand. Like, a boundary is like what you do regardless of what other people do. An ultimatum is what you do because of what they did. And a threat is, well, a threat is. So like, people learn boundaries differently too. My partner and I agree on like, oh, hey, I think that's a boundary for me. What I mean to say is this is a value of mine and it's a no-go and I'm not crossing this boundary for anything. And here's why I have this boundary. A boundary isn't like, well, that's my boundary. I need you to talk to me because that's just my boundary. That's not what a boundary is. A boundary isn't saying like, you have to talk to me. That's my boundary. Like, that's not what that is. And I do see people use the word boundary in a really toxic way, right? So, it really is about how we use these words and if you're being good faith and how you're using the word, right? I feel like that's pretty bad faith to be like, well, that's my boundary. You have to talk to me. That's not a boundary. That's a really bad faith way to weaponize a word that's meant to keep people safe and healthy, right?
Wow. Like, you're not really there. You're not really present. He was like, no, I put my phone down and I'm locked in. I'm looking, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm locked in. I don't.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to rewind that. But Chess said, have you ever dealt with criticism, judgment from other people for being optimistic? I feel like I'm dealing with this at work right now and I can't wrap my head around it. Okay. Are you annoying? Be honest. Are you obnoxious? My optimistic side is obnoxious and I'm very careful about how I bring her out. She's annoying. Naruto's annoying. We're annoying. So like, I don't know if that's you, but I know my optimistic side, I try to bring her down because she's kind of annoying. I love her and she's great, but she's kind of grating a bit. So if that's the problem you're having, that's probably why. So I would just like dial it down. Dial it down. Be a little Shikaramu. What's his name? Life's a drag. Be a little bit of him. What's his name? Be a little bit of him. Be like, oh, this shift, man. Life's a drag, but like it's cool, whatever. Shikaramu. Thank you. Yeah. Shikaramu. Why am I saying it wrong? Anyways, be him. Be a little bit like, balance it out. Yeah. Maru, Shikamaru. Shikamaru. Good luck.
I leave my phone like it's not even around. I'm talking to her. And I was like, yeah, because that quality of time, it could feel like 3 hours with this man. Like an hour with this man is like 3 hours
I'm gonna rewind it.
down, and I'm locked in. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Sheila said that. Wow. Like you're not really there. You're not really present. He was like, no, I put my phone down and I'm locked in. I'm looking, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm locked in. I leave my phone like it's not even around. I'm talking to her. And I was like, yeah, because that quality of time, it could feel like 3 hours with this man. Like an hour with this man is like 3 hours with this man. And maybe not, and maybe this man you never get full. You know what I mean? So I understood that. I was like, all right, cool. So it's not just the quantity, it's the quality time, right? That's what we talk about, quality time together. It's not quantity time together. It's quality time.
It is quality time. I agree with this. In chat, hold on. You said misery loves company. I just want to make it abundantly clear. In case this is what you mean, okay? It is not emotionally or professionally or whatever appropriate to always be optimistic, bubbly, and positive. It is sometimes incredibly cruel. Hey, my mom just died. That's okay. Everybody dies. Let's celebrate. Your mom was a great person. So what? She died. Let's be happy. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, girl, slow it down. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that's what you mean. If it's not, that's okay. But you definitely want to be like reading the room. And when you go to work where people are making $7 an hour and they're tired as fuck, they don't always want to see you being like optimistic and joyful and bubbly and like happy. You know what I mean? You know, Chad said, I just mean people don't like seeing happy people when they're sad. Well, you know, everyone's different. So I would just say read the room, right? Like read the room. If your friend's like, hey girl, I'm really down right now. I'm so sad, but I need someone positive and optimistic. Can you be in my life right now? Yes, girl. What are we doing? Where are we going? Who are we seeing? What are we talking about? Like that, then maybe your spirit animal of happiness needs to come out right now. You know what I mean? But like can we say spirit animal? Is that a cultural appropriation? Cavi. Okay, I'll think about that later. So then it's like read the room with your friends. And then that's why when my friends call and they say, I have to talk to you, I go, pause. Do you need to vent? Do you need me to listen? Do you want me to give advice? What friend do you want right now? I'll pull her out. Which one do you want? And then that's what I say, right? Like, that's what I said. Okay, drop the language. We're dropping spirit animal. It's out. We're dropping spirit animal. It's cultural appropriation. We're dropping it. Okay, so that's what I mean. Like, when like be there for people, you know?
Time together, right? Not how much time, it's how good is the time we spend together. Cool. So I understand that now. Be locked in, be more attentive, yada, yada, yada. Then lastly, it's funny that he's talking about that with women, but what about who do the kids run to do the emotional labor in the household?
Who do the kids run to do emotional labor? You know what's funny? I often say my mom's children, I put more responsibility on my mother because she chose to be the stay-at-home parent. But I would say I ran to my dad more. But I also talked to my mom a lot, but I ran to my dad more. I think in many ways growing up as a kid. Even when I got my period for the first time, I wanted to talk to my dad. That's who I wanted there. I was like, get dad on the phone. I'm bleeding. He'll know what to do. My mom's like, I'm right here. And I'm like, girl, sit down. You don't know anything about periods. Which was not true. But my dad did come home from work that day and he made me my favorite soup and then he tucks me into bed. Anyways, listen, that was my misogyny showing, really, if anything. That was my misogyny. Let's see. I don't know. I think I give my mom more responsibility because she was a stay-at-home parent. But the truth is like both my parents were responsible for bringing that many babies into the universe and not making enough time for them because they literally couldn't. Right? Like, how are you going to have personalized emotional time with 10 fucking kids? You know, let's be so for real. And that's so hard and you're going to be tired and it's, you know, it's so much harder than anyone will ever admit, because if they admit it, they'd have to admit they were neglectful. They want to, it's the whole thing. But at the same time, like, I'm grateful every day for my family. I'm grateful every day for my siblings. I don't even know, like, I could never eradicate any of my siblings. No, I could never really get rid of any of my siblings. Like, I love my siblings. There's not one sibling that I wish didn't exist. You know what I mean? Like, but in terms of preventative care, sure, like, it would have been okay if my siblings didn't exist. I wouldn't have known them. But I really am grateful my mom went through all of those hours of labor to bring those babies into the universe. I'm grateful that they exist. I'm grateful I know them. And also, sometimes I wonder what our life would have been like if they only had 2 kids or 4 kids to take care of. I wonder what their life would have been like if they weren't religious. I wonder who we would have all been if XYZ. So I think it's about, like, being grateful for who you are. And look, this whole stream today has been about, like, knowing who you are in the universe. So, like, not only you figure out who you are in the universe, but then you still have to come down and go to Thanksgiving. Like, yeah, I know I'm just this being in the universe who's having this biological experience. And also, I got to talk to my mom. And also, I got to go to family gatherings. And also, I have to pay my rent. And also. Also.
Yeah. It ain't the man. It's the woman. It ain't the father. It's the mother the vast majority of the time. So you expect me to believe that the kids.
When I got older, I went to my mother more for emotional support. I will say that when I got older, I went to my mom more. But when I was younger, I especially went to my dad. And then now I go to neither of them. They've both been revoked. I go to neither of them now. How does that feel? Probably pretty bad. They love it when I call them for advice. Probably pretty fucking bad. They love it when I call them. My mom ate it up when I called her about the debate bro bubble. I was like, Mom, there's this debate guy named Destiny. Okay, are you following? He had a collaboration one time with Jordan Peterson. So you know who Jordan Peterson is, right? She goes, yeah. And I'm like, okay. So Destiny decided I'm not cool with him anymore because I called him out for being a dirty fucking cheater. And she was like, no. And I was like, he cheated on his wife. And she's like, what? And I was like, but Mom, listen. And then I was like, listen. Okay, so I did call my mom and tell her the tea. Okay. And my mom said, you know what she said? My mom said, well, Betsy, when he's ready to face himself, he'll realize you were being a good friend and a good coworker. And honestly, you shouldn't have even been in that situation because you wouldn't have even been in that situation if he didn't cheat. I was like, thank you. I wouldn't even be in this situation if he didn't cheat. And then, like, it was a whole conversation, like, you know what I'm saying? But like that was fun. I love telling my mom about YouTube drama. Nothing more fun than telling my mother about YouTube drama. Okay? But at the same time, I'm telling you, something about Trump really gets inside of people's brains. Now I can't call any of them or tell them anything. My mom's missed out on so much tea, and I can't even tell her right now because I'm trying to break a generational curse. I'm trying to break a generational curse.
Feel more safe with the mother. The husband feels more safe with the mother, but the mother needs the father. But the mother's running to the father where? For what? Nobody likes you, bro. Nobody came to see you, Otis. Y'all got to stop lying about this.
Okay, now I want to show you this video. So now, okay. So then, right? Okay. So this plays back into, so what I love what Public said for literally, like, I totally understand what Bubbly's talking about. I understand what he means. I understand what Dr. K means. I understand. But this also plays into this video, which we're not even going to watch today, by the way. We're going to watch probably a different day. But this video, it's not the video that's interesting. It's the comments, right? Life's the mess. Life's a mess. The rich are trying to divide us. The world doesn't care about us. Like, slavery was never abolished. It was just normalized as debt and wage slavery. Like, look, guys, slavery never ended because of prison systems, okay, and Jim Crow and all that other stuff. You needing to work at McDonald's is not the slavery we're worried about. That's just capitalism, right? And equating a white man's need to work at McDonald's to a black person's enslavement in America is fucking annoying. You are fucking pissing me off, okay? So you need to fucking lock in, okay? So again, yes, I understand you are stressed. And yes, I understand you want to be like, it's us versus them. It's not white versus black. But like, okay. It's like, come on, please be quiet. So listen, I get what you're thinking. I get what you're saying. I understand all these things, okay? But also, it can be stressful and horrible. And Okay, because listen, let's be so real. How many young people, especially, or middle class, middle age people? No, that's too old. Millennial people are thinking to themselves, I am sad I don't have the money to own a house in Malibu, and I wish I had money to spend on 10 vacations a year. Not a lot, but enough. Okay, now that's not what the goal is. I just watched a video by Salem, and she said that people were fighting over those Starbucks cups with the bears. And she was talking about how, yes, it's no harm to engage in small moments of capitalism that like fill you with joy, but it becomes harm when you're camping out at 2 a.m., fighting other customers, yelling at baristas, like getting people fired over fucking bears. Well, see, now we lost the plot. And these people do not make money. This isn't the rich playing this game. It's people making minimum wage, yelling at baristas because they didn't get a fucking bear. Do you know what I'm saying? It was all well and good for you to go and have some fun buying something at Target. It did not become well and good when kids were getting beat up in schools or made fun of because they didn't have the right Stanley cups or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about here? So, like, obviously, like, it's all fine and dandy for us to want to buy cute clothes and buy shoes and get our hair done. It becomes less so when everyone's fighting tooth and nail, like beating people in line to get a $5,000 haircut color by Christy, whatever. Do you guys follow that drama? Anyways, like, okay, like Hair by Christy. Did you guys follow? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Why are we even waiting in line to get a $5,000 hairdo when we're making middle class wages? Like, what are we doing? Like, I know, but like, can we please? You know what I mean? Anyways, okay. When we have these conversations, I think the world is angry because they can't afford anything. But also, why are you trying to afford a $5,000 hairstyle by Christy, whatever? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why is that the goal? Like, why is that the thing? That's what I want people to understand. Like, I want you to liberate yourself from capitalism so you can spend more time with your family, not so you can spend like $300,000 on a Bugatti. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real that a lot of people do not need to deconstruct why they even want money in the first place. And I'm not saying you cannot buy a nice thing. I'm saying, do you want to be liberated out of capitalism, or do you just wish you were rich? Do you want to liberate the world out of capitalism, or do you just wish you had the money? And if you had the money, would you stop caring about capitalism? If you were rich, would all of a sudden dismantling capitalism become like, or is your issue with capitalism inherently real? Like, I'm going to be real. We talked about this earlier, in the week. You know how I was talking about Hassan? I wonder where his values come from. This man, I've seen him shop. This man spends money, and none of that is secondhand. So does he care about the environment? Does he care about fast fashion? Does he care about any of those things? Do any of those things matter to him? What's his view on global, climate change, global warming? Like, what's his views? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are his views? And I'm just asking because I want to know, like, does he have anything that is very important to him that he's like, oh, I don't eat meat. I don't eat from this. I only eat this. I only have this. Like, what is his thing that is like something he's doing in his life that he's like, oh, I don't shop here. I don't go here. Like, I'm very careful, but it's for him, not the world. It's not something that the world is doing that he adapted. I want to know what's something he does for him. Does he volunteer at a vet? Does he like hang out with, or like a dog thing? You know what I mean? Like a little dog shelter? Like, does he hang out with animals? Like, what's his thing? And I don't know what his thing is. And I understand it's difficult. How many vegan content creators have you seen where like that's their thing? And then 10 years into it, they're like, guys, I started eating meat again. Oh, okay. Right? Okay. Chad, did you say boycotting music? My name is Hassan, and I don't listen to music. I know people think that's weird, but I just don't think the system is ethical. Oh, therapy too? I don't really believe in that shit. Therapy? Talk about capitalism for fucking health. I love making fun of men. Okay, let's go. Last video of the day, girls. Let's give ourselves a deep breathe, a little relaxation. This still coincides with the conversation today, but I thought it'd be a nice way to end, okay? The moment Avatar: The Last Airbender became a masterpiece. Are you ready? I'm so excited.
20 years. That's how long it's been since Avatar The Last Airbender first aired, and yet, despite the last 2 decades of rewatching and analysis and scrutiny, this show remains, in my opinion, an absolute masterpiece. It's one of those very rare pieces of art where everything just seemed to fall into place. The world building, the character arcs, the humor, the emotional depth, the voice acting, the music, the list of what Avatar The Last Airbender does well is basically endless. It is a true masterclass in storytelling, a nuanced but powerful show which reveals new layers of depth and meaning every time you revisit it, which I try to do every 1 or 2 years. But if we're being honest,
Honestly, same. I know Chad's like, girl, we should just watch the series from the jump. Listen to me when I say this. I'm this tempted to watch it as a community, but also my partner hasn't seen it and I really want to watch it with them. So we're gonna have to see. But honestly, I'm willing to watch it 4 times a year. No exaggeration. I will watch this show multiple times a year. I do not care. So like whatever happens first, I'm down. Like I love this show. As a family, when I lived at home or I was around my siblings a lot, we would watch it multiple times a year. You know what I mean? So like I'm down, but I really want to watch. There are so many animes I haven't seen. I want to watch with my partner first. So many shows we haven't seen. We want to watch together first. Like he hasn't watched Sailor Moon. Hello. And so I'm like, okay, we gotta watch Sailor Moon. You know what I mean? Like we have to watch. I haven't watched so many. That's why like that's the marriage. Marriage is we watch shows we haven't watched together. That's really what marriage is about. So, you know, I can't think of all the animes, but I was just thought, what's the Toru? What's Toru? What anime is this? See, we gotta watch it. I want to watch it with my community, but I also want to watch it with him. It's like a longer one, so it's like you can't just watch some of these animes. You know what I mean? You gotta like, you know, Fruits Basket. Thank you. The new one. Oh my God, Fruits Basket. I haven't watched the original. I've only seen the updated one, but like Fruits Basket is my favorite Levels anime. Fruits Basket is such a good anime for the Levels, bro. It is such a good anime for Bubbles. It is such a good anime. Oh my God, don't even go. It's so good. Okay. Anyways, okay, let's go ahead and finish this.
Avatar didn't start out this way. In fact, I've struggled in the past to introduce people to this show, because sure, while those early episodes of Season 1 are charming, they can definitely be a bit of a slog to get through for some people. The tone is bouncier, the stakes feel lighter, and yeah, they're fun to watch. I'll always have good memories of seeing Aang tame the Unagi, but they definitely have that Nickelodeon energy, and they don't exactly scream, this is one of the greatest animated stories ever told. And yet, as every fan knows, Avatar doesn't stay this way for long. No, it grows, it matures, and it eventually
But the best part of those beginning episodes of Avatar is Aang is deliberately avoiding his responsibility as the Avatar, so he goes more kid-like, more silly-like, more goofy-like. It's almost like perfectly depicted.
becomes this genuinely moving epic about war and hope and redemption. Yes, there are jokes and childish moments throughout, there always will be. But much like Aang himself, the show finds this beautiful balance between lightness and real, often painful emotional depth. Which raises the question,
Guys, I just gotta spoil it. I'm working on a podcast right now about the wise characters in Avatar, and like, are they that wise though? Like, are they wise? And I'm so excited because honestly, oh my God, I'm so excited.
exactly does Avatar transition from being a solid kids show to something much more? What is the precise moment Avatar The Last Airbender becomes the masterpiece we all know it as today? Well, I think there are a few episodes you could feasibly point to. Some people might say it's the Winter Solstice 2-parter, when the spiritual mythology really starts to unfold. Others might point to The Deserter, with its surprisingly heavy themes of discipline and responsibility.
Oof.
Maybe it's when the story reaches the Northern Water Tribe and the scale of the world properly opens up. Or if you're a little more patient, maybe you think it's not until Season 2, when Azula steps onto the stage, or when Toph joins the group and the show's final form really starts to take shape. But for me, the real shift, the moment Avatar The Last Airbender becomes a masterpiece, happens much earlier, in Season 1, Episode 12, The Storm. Like I've already said, the first 11 episodes of Avatar The Last Airbender are not bad by any means. In fact, when compared to most other animated shows, they're pretty solid. Episodes such as The Southern Air Temple, The Waterbending Scroll, and The Winter Solstice 2-parter lay essential bricks in the show's foundation, building the world, deepening the characters, and quietly setting up a much larger story. However, when compared to what Avatar The Last Airbender would eventually become, the first half of Book 1 does have its shortcomings. There's an overtly Adventure of the Week vibe running through these early episodes, light, breezy side quests that, while charming and often laying important groundwork, still feel a little juvenile. And of course, this makes sense. Avatar originally aired on Nickelodeon and was aimed primarily at kids. But while there's still undoubtedly heart in these episodes, there's just not always a ton of weight. And this is especially true when you look at the two episodes that immediately precede the storm, Jet and The Great Divide. Now look, I wouldn't go as far as to call an episode like Jet bad. It's an interesting enough character piece, which does a decent job at teasing some of the moral grey areas the show will explore with much more depth and nuance later on. However, when you step back and look at the plot, a group of ragtag teenagers launching guerrilla strikes against entire Fire Nation battalions, it does all feel a little childish and silly, especially when you throw in the very surface-level romance subplot between Jet and Katara. And then there's The Great Divide, which is basically unanimously agreed upon by the Avatar fanbase to be the worst episode of the entire show. Perhaps the only bad episode of the entire show, due to just how inconsequential and instantly
This, you know what's so weird about this episode? It is the worst, best episode. It's true. It is. Well, okay, this episode, but I would argue the episode where Aang can't sleep and he has all those nightmares about the Fire Lord is also like one of my least episodes. So those two are my least favorite episodes. But I actually think this episode I have more lessons to take from. So I actually prefer this episode over that episode. But I think both, but like they're still good. They're still good. And I would never say that any of them are skippable. But if I skipped any episodes, it would be those two. But that's it. But that's I don't even skip, you know what I mean?
forgettable it is. Hell, even the creators of Avatar The Last Airbender, Brian Konietzko and Michael Dante DiMartino, have jokingly disowned The Great Divide, which you've got to say is pretty funny. Together, these episodes really embody that lighter, young adult energy of early Avatar. And maybe this is why the tonal whiplash of The Storm hits as hard as it does. It's the moment the show stops playing around. Like the writers suddenly realized one day that they were already halfway through the first season and should probably start showing everyone what this seemingly simple story was truly capable of. The emotional complexity of The Storm and its status as a turning point in the show are evident from the very first scene. We open not with a joke or a quirky side quest, but with a nightmare. Aang floating in this dreamlike void. The music is cold and otherworldly. Katara and Sokka appear at his side, his new points of comfort, his found family. But they vanish just as quickly. They can't help him here. Then comes Monk Gyatso. He asks why Aang disappeared before crumbling into ash. A haunting moment made even more powerful by the brilliant animation. We even witness a few frames of Fire Lord Ozai's towering silhouette right before Aang wakes up. Now remember, at this point in the series, we barely know anything about Aang's past, but we don't need context to feel the weight of what he's seeing here. It's a nightmare about fear. Fear of the past he ran from, and a destiny he's still not quite ready to face. It's not exposition, it's not setup, it's guilt, it's trauma, and with it, Avatar quietly signals that it's about to start digging a little deeper.
Pause. I just want to say something to people who ask this. To the people who keep saying, like, I can't keep watching anime about high schoolers. I don't know how to tell you this, but the reason we still watch shows about children is because, like, it's a very special lens to view the idea of like what it means to be a person and an adult in the world. Because children have a lens that is just so special and different. And though I understand you don't want to watch animes about kids or whatever, like you can still learn things by watching Rugrats. Now, I understand if you're concerned about watching animes about teenagers is that they're sexualized or it's too horny. I feel you, girl. There are lots of animes where you don't have to worry about that. And I understand even criticism about One Piece is like, even I'm like, girl, her boobies are too big. Come on now. But also, outside of a man's gaze, like I wouldn't really care if like there were big boobs on the screen, but you know a man wrote it, you know a man crotch shotted it. I get it. I'm with you, okay? I'm 100% with you. And also, the story is really good. And I think you should consider that, right? So I'm with you. Like I get it. You know what I mean? Like I get it. I could do without it, to be honest. I definitely could do without it. But I want you to know that like there is something to be said about thinking about the fact that the fate of the world is on the shoulders of a 12-year-old, and to understand that kids feel that way. Like kids feel like everything they are going through is like the weight of the world is on their shoulders. You are in high school and you feel like everything happening in high school is like the most important thing to you. And by the way, they don't just think that because they're kids. They think it because you keep telling them that's true. You keep telling them it's true. And we know it. We know that a lot of us were raised in bubbles where we were put, so much responsibility was put on our shoulders as kids. And so the reason adults love these shows is because it was our childhood, or it was the way we were raised, or it is the reality of what we feel like life is. Where, yeah, you want to be like a free, free spirit running through the world, but also like the most important shit's about to go down and you're right on stage for it, right? So like, I understand why people are like, I don't watch cartoons, they're for kids. But the reason these cartoons hit so hard is because like they're still written by adults, and adults are telling stories that I think are like really real. Like, when I get older and I watch Hey Arnold, or I get older and I watch Rugrats, it is such a different experience than as a kid. Like, I'm seeing it through such a different lens where I'm like, oh my God, like everything's so fucked up. And something my parents, I noticed a flaw in them. As they got older, they started to kind of see the messaging in the shows and be like, why do they always depict parents like they're stupid? Why are dads always like depicted like they're stupid? Why are moms always depicted like they're smart and dads are stupid? And it started to become like a realization where I was like, well, because it's kind of true, but it's only kind of true because you fall into that stereotype. And instead of getting offended by it, you should ask yourself, like, fuck, am I Ray Romano on Everybody Loves Raymond? Like, fuck, am I that guy? Am I, you know what I mean? Like, you have to understand, like, even for the kids going through shit, like, but then at the same time, to humble yourself and get humility, like, nothing you're going through is that deep, my bro. You're just 15 and you think the whole world is on your shoulders, but it's not. But also it is that deep because the whole world is telling you it's on your shoulders, and like you have to think about it, and everything you do is your fault. And all these like middle school trans kids are the reason that Western civilization is falling. There are grown men on the internet being like, these trans kids, these Machiavellian mothers, I get it. And then they wonder why kids think they're like these big activists. So my kids are out here protesting. Well, you keep telling us, you keep saying it's us. You keep saying we're the future. You keep telling us that like we're sitting here collapsing Western civilization. So it's like they can't make up their mind. Oh, but you're still just a kid. Reminder, you're just a kid. So which one is it? Which one is it?
Anyway, while Aang wrestles with guilt in his dreams, a different kind of commotion is brewing aboard Zuko's ship. There's not a cloud in the
Yes, chat said it perfectly. Old people get the credit and young people get the blame. Exactly. 100%. Old people get the credit and young people get the blame. Love that.
sky, but Uncle Iroh, with that quiet wisdom of his, can feel a storm brewing. The atmosphere here is tense and claustrophobic. Zuko snaps at his crew, who mutter resentfully behind his back. He's not some noble prince. He's just a scarred teenager, obsessed, reckless, isolated. And yet, even here, the storm plants the seeds of something deeper. Zuko isn't cruel for cruelty's sake. He's frustrated, desperate, alone. For now, though, none of that matters. They can't outrun what's coming. Not in the sky, and not inside themselves. Meanwhile, Team Avatar has stopped in a seaside village, looking for supplies and work. Now, up until this point in the story, every character who meets Aang has treated him the same way, with the same kind of awe and blind reverence. You know, the Avatar is back, hope has returned. No one questions where he's been, no one asks what his absence cost. And to be honest, I've always found this a little strange. Again, I get that it's a kids show, but you'd think after 100 years of war, after everything people have lost, there'd be at least a few characters who didn't exactly greet him with open arms. And this is why I love the
that does happen, right?
fisherman who Aang meets here. He actually might be one of the best single episode characters the show ever had. Because he's not blindly celebrating the Avatar's return. No, he's angry, bitter. He looks at Aang not as a hero, but a failure.
Exactly.
It's a rare moment of realism, where the emotions match the messy, complicated world the story is actually set in. And the way Aang reacts, not with anger, but with guilt, tells us everything. Even without knowing the full story yet, we can feel that Aang has been carrying something heavy, something unspoken, ever since he woke up from that iceberg. It's the first real crack in the playful, adventurous image of the boy monk we've seen so far. Eventually, Aang flies off. Katara follows him, and it's at this point that the storm splits into two parallel stories, Aang's past and Zuko's past, cutting between them with rhythmic precision. And it's such a smart choice, because even though the two stories are technically unrelated, the emotions underneath them are nearly identical. Guilt, shame, isolation. Both of them shaped by forces they couldn't control. Both of them carrying scars they're still trying to outrun. And what makes it even smarter is the way the show structures these two stories. Both Aang and Zuko's pasts are told around fires, one in a cave, one on a ship. And the episode cleverly fades between them. Aang is finally opening up to Katara, while Iroh explains Zuko's history to the ship's crew, who up until now have only seen him as this angry, one-note figure, perhaps just like us, the audience. It's simple.
Ugh, can I just say two things? One, yes, I did see Korra and I love Korra. And two, Discord, why'd you say the worst part of Avatar to me is the oppressor still being in charge? I think if the Fire Nation took full accountability, they wouldn't have been in charge by the end. Wait. What? Am I confused? By the end of the series, I've seen this show so many times. I don't process it as the Fire Nation being in charge at all. I saw it more like all the nations end up having their own kingdoms rebuilt, and the Fire Nation's just in charge of theirs. Like in Korra, the Fire Nation, well, we know what happens in Korra, but like, am I confusing something? What are you thinking? They just didn't dissolve the nation. Chat says they're not in charge. They just didn't dissolve the nation. Zuko liberates the colonies. They have their own political issues in the comics. Aang dismantles the worst of the Fire Nation, the Fire Lord. The Fire Nation wasn't controlling the end. Yeah, maybe I'm confused. Maybe you're talking about something else. I'm sorry. I see that you're talking to other people, so maybe I'm wrong. Chet says Zuko was still a good ruler. Yeah, but he was never a bad ruler because he was never in charge, right? Why can't he be a good ruler? Like the next generation of Germany isn't still Nazi Germany, right? Germany still gets a chance to be Germany. It's like Fire Nation still gets a chance, like America can still have a chance, right? Zuko was never in charge. That was his dad, right? So like the Fire Nation still needs a leader, right? So why can't Zuko be a good leader? I mean, he was just like he was literally a teenager. You're right. Is that bad that Zuko? I don't know. I think it's kind of good, right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. See, this is why we need an Avatar event, girls. Okay.
Visual storytelling, but it works beautifully. Aang's story starts first. Sitting in the cave, he tells Katara about his life at the Southern Air Temple, a life of freedom and community and play. The memories are bright and warm, with this soft white sheen that gives them a slightly idealized, nostalgic feel. But there's also this deep sense of sadness running underneath them. We learn that the monks revealed to Aang that he was the Avatar far earlier than tradition would dictate.
But you know what I love about Avatar: The Last Airbender too? Oh, chat says, sorry, not Zuko, the Fire Nation. Oh, like the Fire Nation's reputation was that they were still a good ruler? Oh, maybe I'm misunderstanding. I haven't read the comics. I mean, I haven't read the comics either. But okay, noted. You know what's crazy is how toxic the Airbenders are. What do you mean you're out here stealing kids and calling them the Avatar and like Aang can't be a kid? Like you're not explaining to him. You know, there's a lot of toxicity here. And that's kind of the point. That's why there's no Warren Bossing say so toxic. The Earthbenders being blind to everything. Like, that's what's so cool. The Water Nation the Water Tribe being so misogynistic. Won't we teach Katara how to waterbend? That's what I'm saying. They're all fucked up. Everybody's fucked up. The Fire Nation is not the worst nation. Y'all suck. You suck ass. You know what I mean? And that's why I want to make this podcast. Everyone's out here talking about like, oh, who's the good nation? All of you suck ass. And that's kind of the point. The Fire Nation is just the loudest about it and the most ridiculous, but you all kind of suck ass, you know? So, and we learned that in Korra. We learned that like, people just kind of suck. You know what I mean? The Red Lotus and their whole thing, you suck.
Out of fear that war was coming and that the world would soon need him. And after this reveal, everything changes for Aang. The other kids at the temple treat him differently. The monks treat him differently. He's no longer just another airbender. He's something else now, something bigger. And this is all made painfully clear when Aang overhears the monks debating whether to take him away from Monk Gyatso, the only true parental figure he has. This is the true breaking point. The Fire Nation might be the distant threat, but in this moment it's the people Aang trusts, his own community, who make him feel more isolated than ever. And faced with that, he runs, not out of selfishness, not out of cowardice, but because he's a scared kid, and for the first time in his life, he feels completely alone. Meanwhile, back on the ship, Zuko's story unfolds. And just like Aang's, it's not the story of a great fall from power, it's the story of a boy being crushed by expectations he didn't choose. Through Iroh's explanation to the crew, we see a young, scarless Zuko, eager to impress, stepping into a Fire Nation war meeting. He speaks out impulsively, objecting to a plan that would sacrifice the lives of new recruits. But Zuko isn't punished because he's wrong.
So Zuko doesn't want to go through with the plan that will kill innocent people, right? But Jet is willing to kill innocent people to get revenge. So that's why Jet's character next to Zuko's is so interesting, because you would think Zuko would be more evil than Jet, but Zuko as a kid raised by his mother who had a better spirit was actually a pretty good kid. Azula was a not so great kid, right? Like she needed therapy day one. You know what I'm saying? But also the mother was sort of trapped in this marriage and in this relationship. I mean, his mother's alive. I do know this from the comics that Zuko's mom is alive. She has a different memory and she doesn't know who she is. But she, from my understanding, because I watched a YouTube video on it, she's alive. So I think that's interesting, you know?
He's punished because he speaks out of turn, challenging the rigid hierarchy of the Fire Nation's military culture. The real emotional blow comes when Zuko is forced into an Agni Kai and learns to
True, Zuko was mean to the turtle ducks. That is true.
relate that his opponent is not the war general he interrupted, but his own father. When he begs for mercy, he's met not with understanding, but with violence. Ozai burns him without hesitation and banishes him in
Damn,
shame.
bro.
The scar, of course, is the most visible
The image of just Uncle Iroh turning away, not other people, just Uncle Iroh.
consequence. But what lingers far deeper is the emotional wound, the internalized belief that
Wait, look at that again. That was so good, though.
but with violence. Ozai burns him without hesitation.
Look at that. Look at that. Everyone around him, like disdain, hate. We got Zhao, Azula, you know, just like no fucks given. And then Iroh. That's why I say, guys, being an edgy boy in the internet who can watch beheadings of people doesn't make you great. It makes you crazy. It makes you evil. Okay? Being like, I can sit here and watch ugly things happen. You're not weak for turning away. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying now you might be weak for running away. You might be, you know, weak of character, weak of spirit, right? From not engaging with the ugliness of the world, but you are not weak of character from turning away from atrocity instead of looking onwards like giddy and excited, right? You don't be giddy and excited to watch somebody get wounded. And that is way too many people. Let's be real. Okay? That's way too many people. You know?
And banishes him in shame. The scar, of course, is the most visible consequence, but what lingers far deeper is the emotional wound, the internalized belief that speaking out, showing compassion, even hesitating in the face of cruelty, will only ever lead to rejection and pain. Both Aang and Zuko are, in their own ways, exiled. Aang cast adrift from his people by fear and expectation, encased in ice for 100 years. Zuko banished by his father for showing a flicker of humanity in a system built to crush it. And the Storm is careful not to overstate these parallels. There's no heavy narration telling the viewer what to think. Instead, the structure, the mirrored fires, the matching sequences of shame and exile, invites the audience to draw the connections themselves. Both boys are burdened by expectations that they never asked for. Both are trapped by choices they had no real power to make. And both are now adrift, carrying the consequences of those moments on their shoulders. This dual structure doesn't just deepen our understanding of Aang and Zuko individually, it transforms the emotional stakes of the show itself. Because, think about it, before this point, we didn't really know these two people that well. Sure, we knew the surface details. Aang was the fun-loving, carefree kid with a hidden burden. Zuko was the angry, brooding villain chasing him across the world. But that was about it. Their real histories, the weight that they were carrying, the reasons they behaved the way they did, had been left mostly unspoken. The Storm changes all of that. The episode ends with Aang risking his life to save the fisherman who cursed him, and Zuko risking his life to save the crew who doubted him. Two acts of compassion, two moments of redemption, or at least the beginning of one. And then, in the middle of the chaos, it happens. As Aang and Appa fly through the storm, carrying everyone to safety, Zuko looks up from the deck of his ship and sees him. Their eyes meet for a brief moment across the sky. There's no dialogue, no confrontation, just a fleeting glance between two boys who, for all their differences, are carrying a really similar weight. And for me, this is the moment Avatar: The Last Airbender becomes a masterpiece. What the Storm does so effectively is recalibrate our understanding of the story we're watching. From this point on, Avatar: The Last Airbender is no longer just a well-made adventure series with a strong premise. It's a story about trauma, identity, and the burden of expectation. About what it means to
Because in that moment, oh, I got chills, girls. In that moment, the crew goes, should we go after the Avatar? And Zuko goes, no, let's get to safety. He chooses in that moment the safety of his crew over his destiny, which is capturing the Avatar, thus changing the trajectory of his destiny without even knowing it, right? Oh, I'm gonna cry.
carry guilt, to question your place in the world, to be shaped by choices you didn't fully make. And the thing is, even when the show returns to lighter, more episodic storytelling, and it does, there's now something deeper running underneath. Every joke, every village visit, every skirmish with a low-level Fire Nation soldier carries the echo of what these characters have been through. Furthermore, the Storm sets the emotional foundation for what is, in my opinion, the most important narrative thread in the entire series, the connection between Aang and Zuko. The hero and the antagonist, the monk and the prince. Their stories don't just run parallel, they kind of bend towards each other. And that moment across the sky, that brief look in the middle of the storm, is the first time we really feel that. The first time we sense that this isn't just about balance between elements or nations, it's about balance between people, between paths not taken, between who you were and who you could still become. And that, my friends, is going to be it for now. If you're interested in hearing more of my thoughts on this beautiful show, I actually made a 96-minute video reviewing and ranking every episode from season 1.
Oh, damn, bro. That's crazy. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I love this video. I love this. Oh. And, you know, that's why I think art and story is so important. It's how we communicate. It's how we remind ourselves of who we are. Like, really knowing who you are in the story is so powerful. It will liberate you in ways you can't even see. And you know what's crazy? So Zuko thinks his role in the story is to capture the Avatar. He thinks he's a living legend of the Fire Nation that will redeem himself and prove to everybody that he's not just like a useless, you know, son or something like that. Let's say, okay. But he's not that person. And so he can't find his philosophical joy. He can't find anything joyful in life because he's not on the right path. That's all of us for the most part. For the most part, we're all Zuko's, not understanding why we're not joyful. We're Aangs running away from our responsibilities and our destiny because we don't want it. Except here's the thing about Zuko and Aang that's so different. Aang runs away from his where he's supposed to be because he can't get there until he does his journey. Zuko runs towards a destiny that's not his, only to realize he has to get away from it. So like Aang is the Avatar. His destiny is to be the Avatar. It is to, you know, bring harmony. But he runs away from the responsibility. He doesn't want it. He wants to be a kid. He wants to be free. Zuko doesn't want to be a free kid. He wants to be responsible. He wants to be in charge. So for Zuko, he has to find the humility to follow the Avatar. Aang has to find the like belief in himself to lead. And it's this whole thing where like they literally are opposites through the whole story, which is why it's like, it's so beautiful, right? And yes, Discord, best quote by Zuko, why am I so bad at being good? Why am I so bad at being good? So that's why I think I love story and I love saying like, who are you in the story? And so if you looked at these streamers and you looked at people and you asked yourself like, who are you in the story? Like there are people like this in One Piece. There's like this infamous newspaper you see with all the wanted posters and they put out the stories about the pirates. We meet the guy who runs that newspaper. We eventually meet the guy. You think throughout the series it's just like a random thing that happens, but like there's a character behind it. Like you could be that guy. You could be TMZ. You could be the paparazzi who sit outside people's windows and take pictures of them. That's somebody's real life. But is that who you want to be in the story? Because some of these people on TikTok and Twitter, they do want to be little journalists, the little snoopers, little tea gatherers. You know what I mean? Who do you want to be in the story? Okay? And somebody has to play the role of the celebrity who like wants to be watched, the monk who lives in the mountain, the whatever. But you know, it's not about one being better than the other. It's about like, where is joy found? Are you joyful? Are you playing your part? Are you doing your role? Or are you pretending to be somebody else for the sake of like where you feel the most comfortable? These are all very difficult questions to answer. And it feels like a lot of the time on the internet, there's like this, and being raised a kid in the world, like go to college, don't go to college, go to trade school, be a cop, be a police officer, be a postman, be this XYZ. It's like, there's these scripts and they're like, which script do you want? I agree. There are scripts and you get to pick which one you want to be, but you also get to pick the script and redo the format. Do you guys ever do GeoCities growing up or Tumblr or MySpace? And you feel like you can decorate it, put a song on there, change the background, change it to fit your vibe. You have a Discord. You can change your color scheme. You can have it, yes, people give you the template, but you can like fuck with the template, guys. The template's just the template. You know what I mean? You can change, you can upgrade, you know what I mean? And that's what I think it is. I think we stand on the shoulders of giants who have given us these paths. And the point is like, take the path, but change it. Look, 30 years ago, being a YouTuber wasn't an option, but it became one 20 years ago. And, a couple years out of high school, it became my life. Now, it didn't really become my life until 6 years ago, but it became my life. And this wasn't an option when my parents were coming up, but there was something similar. There was something adjacent. There was something, and that's the point too, is like, sometimes you feel like you're inventing something new, but it's really, it's not that. It's just that you are customizing the template to fit you. So you're not starting from scratch, because girls, starting from scratch is hard. I know everyone's out here trying to start from scratch. It's too hard. Just use a template. And even by the end of the changing of the template, if it's nothing like the original, great. But you don't have to freak yourself out here and try to build from complete scratch because you want to be so unique and you want to do it like no one else has ever done it. Okay, this is why you'll notice in YouTube, you want to talk about social dynamics. Look at the way we all do our thumbnails, and there is a rule to how people do thumbnails that is not a real rule, it's a cultural rule. Oh, these thumbnails are these kinds of videos, and these thumbnails are these kinds of videos. Nobody told us to do it. It just naturally started. Somebody did it, and somebody picked it up from somewhere else, and somebody used somebody else's template, made a thumbnail, and then this became the thumbnail for this genre, and this became the thumbnail for this genre, right? Oh, you're in the Andrew Tate space. This is how your videos open up with music. You're in the girly pop space. This is how your videos open up. You're in the political space. This is how your videos are done. And that's people. That's everything we ever do ever. It's all made up and it's all a construct, but it also comes from a really organic place that it just starts. So again, like enjoy the process and enjoy the categorization and just know where you are in it. And as somebody who always feels like she's in every bubble, I struggle with this too. I struggle with my YouTube identity all of the time because like no one's doing what I'm doing, but everyone's doing parts of what I'm doing. And so it's all very confusing. But you know what? I somehow made it a job. I somehow made it work for me and I'm somehow here. So, you know, it worked. I don't even know how it worked really, but I mean, I think I get it, you know, but it worked. And that's kind of the point. Life can work for you if you're willing to like allow it and yourself to really find joy. Because if you keep holding on to it has to look a certain way, it's just not gonna, it's gonna be very Zuko of you, right? Like, I have to do this. Like, are you sure you have to do it that way? And that goes for everything in your life, you know? Anyways, that's it. That's what I wanted to talk about today. You guys have any comments or questions? You know? Yeah, Chet said, dude, it's the same thing in the legal field. Everyone is using templates. It's all templates all the way down. It's templates all the way down. Turtles all the way down. Templates all the way down. Yeah, I think there's like human beings really believe they're like so unique. That's why I think I do, and I say it all the time, like I didn't create the levels. Because men do this. Men under patriarchy will say like, oh, I invented it. Did you invent it or did you just like discover, like, okay. Like, oh, who gets the credit for this thing? You weren't the only person on a planet of 8 billion people coming up with this thing, probably. You're just the first one who got the attention. Okay. Like, I highly doubt you were the only person. Like, there's just like this narrative. They're like, oh, this is the first person. This person gets all the credit. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't, you know, that narrative, I try to stay away from, I discovered this thing. All the answers are out there. We're just discovering them. All the answers are out there. We're just discovering it. And that's why atheists often tell religious people, like, so out of all the religions in the world, you were just magically born into the right one. And that feels kind of crazy to think. But, you know, someone out there is probably being born into one of the best ways to live life. And someone out there is probably being born into a bubble that's perfect for them. Someone out there is probably being born into the most ideal life right now. I wonder what their life must be like. And I wonder if that's even a real thing. But it's probably a real thing, right? Someone's got to be that person. What would their life look like? I don't know. I don't know. All right, girls, let's go ahead and stop here. I'll see you again tomorrow. You know, I hope this answered questions. I hope it was good for you. I hope you enjoyed it. Ooh, 5 hours. Girl, I'm going to get that out. It's almost 10. Okay, I got to go. Bye. A secure attachment. Honestly, though, you know, I always say my farm brother was born into the perfect bubble for him. He's very secure attachment. You might be onto something. You might be onto something. Let me tell you. All right. See you tomorrow. Bye.